The Hegel, Marx Connection. And edited by Introduction, an historical survey of the Hegel, Marx connection. Hegel and Marx, reflections on the narrative. Hegel's legacy. Marx and scientific method, a non-metaphysical view. From the critique of Hegel to the critique of capital. Marx's doctoral dissertation, the development of a Hegelian thesis. Hegel and Marx on needs, the making of a monster. Ian Fraser. Recognition and social relations of production. Andrew Chitty. The end of history in Hegel and Marx. Hegel and Marx on international relations. An historical survey of the Hegel, Marx connection. To conjoin the names Hegel and Marx is not so much to express a relationship as to raise a problem, one of the most challenging problems in the history of thought. Without doubt, this problem of connecting Hegel and Marx has been recurrent within Marxist discourse from the end of the 19th century to the present. By delineating the main lines of the historical development of this connection, this contextualizes the more detailed contributions that follow. What will be discovered is that the nature of Marx's comments on Hegel's philosophy has left an ambiguous legacy. One pervasive theme, though, is the interpretation of Hegel's idealist philosophy as being shrouded in mysticism. Marx's main contribution, according to this view, was to demystify Hegel's thought through a more materialist, dialectical approach. At the same time, however, there have been those who have sought to rupture this Hegel-Marx connection and purge Hegelianism from Marxism altogether. Appropriate and expunge have therefore been the two main responses to Hegel's influence on Marxism, as we shall see. To comprehend these developments fully, we need to return to the origins of the connection with Marx's early involvement with the young Hegelians. After elucidating Marx's own comments on Hegel's importance to Marxism, the trajectory of the connection through the main Marxist thinkers can be established. The final section illustrates recent developments of the connection, to which the current contributions are then related. The young Hegelians and Marx. There is an ambivalence about Marx's attitude to Hegel which is present throughout Marx's life and which can be clearly discerned in even his early writings. After Hegel's death two intellectual groupings encapsulated his philosophical legacy, the old or right-wing Hegelians and the young Hegelians. For the old Hegelians, Hegel's passing meant that philosophy itself was now at an end. Conversely, the young Hegelians argued for the further development and eventual transcendence of Hegel's philosophy. Consequently, the simple preservation of Hegel's philosophy by the old Hegelians was soon surpassed by the young Hegelians, whose writings flourished until the young Hegelians were at one in attempting to relate Hegel's thought to their own historical circumstances and to realize what they considered to be Hegel's philosophical inheritance. To accomplish this task, they identified both an esoteric and an exoteric Hegel. The exoteric Hegel was a conservative, whose philosophy appeared to support the current political situation. The esoteric Hegel, on the other hand, contained potentially revolutionary tendencies, which the young Hegelians attempted to expose. Marx's connection with Hegel can first be discerned within this debate and intellectual milieu, because he agreed with the general thrust of the young Hegelian approach. In his doctoral dissertation, written between Marx defended Hegel by stressing how his disciples could and should explain what took for him the form of exoteric thought by means of his most profound ideas. One of the key figures in this approach to Hegel was Bruno Bauer, a close associate of Marx, who published The Trumpet of the Last Judgment over Hegel. Against any conservative interpretation of Hegel, this work depicted him as a covert atheist and revolutionary. That this was also Marx's view is supported by the possibility that Marx may well have collaborated with Bauer in writing The Trumpet. At the time, as David McClellan has indicated, some indeed thought it was their joint work. The Trumpet of the Last Judgment indicates an important development in the history of our understanding of the Hegel-Marx connection because it clearly indicates that the disciples of Hegel were now divided into two warring camps, conservative and Christian Hegelians, on the one hand, and revolutionary atheist Hegelians on the other. The publication of Moses Hess's The European Triarchy, which linked Hegelianism with the rise of the emerging proletarian class, and thus theory with practice, further explicated the potentially radical nature of Hegelian thought. Similarly, Arnold Ruge's call for all Hegelians to engage in political action and reject political servility, just as they had rejected servility to philosophy and theology, deepened the radicalism of the young Hegelians even further. However, such a radical interpretation of Hegel was not present. In Marx's first systematic analysis of Hegel's writings, his critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state. Here, as he does so often thereafter, Marx depicts Hegel as a mystical idealist who reverses the relation between subjects and predicates. For Marx, Hegel errs in beginning his analysis not with an actual existent, a real subject, but with predicates of universal determination, which manifest themselves as subjects through the vehicle of the mystical idea. Hegel mistakenly interprets social institutions, such as the state, as the manifestation of the idea and thereby shrouds them in mysticism. Consequently, Marx argues for a materialist rather than an idealist philosophy, which roots its analysis in human individuals and which does not consider these individuals to be the mere playthings of such a mystical divine idea. Marx replicates this theme in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of where he critically considers Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. Marx praises Hegel for conceiving the self-creation of man as a process through which man affirms himself through his labor in the form of estrangement. Hegel's problem, however, is that he recognizes this labor as only abstract mental labor, and thus regards man's production and creation of objects as mere entities of thought. Similarly, Hegel regards entities such as wealth and the state, for example, as estranged from man, but only in abstract, philosophical thought. All forms of estrangement, therefore, are imprisoned within the realm of abstraction, resulting in a mystifying criticism. For Marx, then, Hegel fails to locate alienation in man's material existence because he offers only a dialectic of pure thought. As is well known, many of the ideas associated with Marx's critique of Hegel's philosophy at this time were stimulated by his reading of the works of Ludwig Feuerbach. However, Marx's attitude towards Feuerbach himself at this time is not entirely uncritical. In his theses on Feuerbach, for example, Marx argues that Feuerbach's materialism was inadequate because it was too contemplative or theoretical. Within Feuerbach's thought, theory and practice remain distinct rather than in unity with one another. According to Marx, Feuerbach failed to see that all mysteries which lead theory to mysticism find their rational solution in human practice and in the comprehension of this practice. Ironically, Feuerbach's materialism retained the very idealistic mysticism that he had been critical of in Hegel's philosophy, according to Marx. As is indicated by the famous 11th of Marx's theses on Feuerbach, this particular criticism of Feuerbach's materialism in effect amounted to a criticism of a purely philosophical approach to the world in general. Marx's later writings. In the Grundrisse notebooks, Marx continued his early depiction of Hegel as being a philosophical idealist trapped within the realm of thought, and began to make a more explicit enunciation of his own materialist dialectical approach to the world. In doing so, Marx declared how a rereading of Hegel's logic had been of great use to him in this process, and expressed his desire to write a short book on the value of Hegel's dialectic shorn of its mysticism. In the Grundrisse, Marx is keen to emphasize the differences between his own dialectic compared to that of Hegel. He develops his own dialectical approach to the study of political economy by making a distinction between general and determinate abstractions. General abstraction refers to the abstraction from concrete social circumstances, which allows a common element amongst phenomena to be focused on. An example of this, for Marx, is production in general, which is an abstraction from the differences that arise in production in particular social periods. Determinate abstraction, on the other hand, is a movement from the general to the particular or concrete. For Marx, the scientifically correct method in the discipline of political economy is the ascent from simple relations, such as labor, division of labor, need, exchange value, to the level of the state, exchange between nations and the world market. Hence, determinate abstraction involves understanding the concrete as a concentration of many determinations. The world market is thus a concentration of determinate abstractions which go all the way back to labor. Again, Marx uses Hegel as a point of contrast to indicate the incorrect method for analyzing phenomena. According to Marx, Hegel fell into the illusion of conceiving the real as the product of thought concentrating itself, probing its own depths, and unfolding itself out of itself, by itself. Instead, Marx argues, the movement from abstract to concrete is simply the way thought duplicates the concrete, or the material world, in the mind. Hegel mistakenly thinks that this movement from abstract to concrete is the way the concrete comes into being. He therefore understands the conceptual world as the only reality and forgets that the real subject retains its autonomous existence outside the realm of thought. Marx's preoccupation with depicting Hegel as a mystical idealist here does not alter the fact that many commentators see the Grundrisse as being heavily influenced by Hegel's philosophy. For example, Hegel's discussion of the development of individuality through labor, and the shaping of the external environment, is reflected in Marx's emphasis on how a person is objectified through production. Similarly, as Oakley has suggested, the Grundrisse also revealed how the Hegelian dialectical method left its imprint on Marx's expression of the relationship between production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. Moreover, Marx's stated claim of examining simple categories central to capitalism at a high level of abstraction led him to criticize himself for giving the appearance of an idealist form of presentation and thus uneasily sounding too much like Hegel. The ambivalence of Marx's attitude towards Hegel in his later writings is also readily apparent in the well-known afterword to the second German edition of Volume I of Capital. Marx uses the afterword to demarcate his own dialectic from the dialectic of Hegel. To this end, Marx emphatically declares that his dialectical method is, in its foundations, not only different from the Hegelian, but exactly opposite to it. Again, Marx berates Hegel for supposing that the process of thinking is the creator of the real world, and the real world is only the external appearance of the idea. In Hegel's hands, therefore, the dialectic becomes mystified, which means that it must be inverted, in order to discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. Ironically, however, it was Marx himself who at the time was accused of being something of an idealist, an accusation that had clearly worried him when writing the Grundrisse. In a review of Capital by the Russian economist I. Kaufman, Marx was criticized because, although he had a thoroughly realistic method of inquiry, nevertheless his method of presentation was that of a philosophical idealist. In effect, it was that of a Hegelian. Marx responded to this criticism by arguing that the method of presentation and that of inquiry must be different. The method of inquiry has to appropriate the material in detail, to analyze its different forms of development and to track down their interconnection. Once this process has been accomplished, the real movement can then be presented, and the life of the subject matter is reflected back into the ideas, as in a mirror. Marx realizes that such a method of presentation could give the impression that the final result is merely an a priori construction and hence philosophically idealist. Despite all these criticisms, Marx nevertheless insists that there is still a great deal to be said for Hegelian philosophy, and especially for Hegel's commitment to dialectics. In the afterword, Marx openly avows himself a pupil of Hegel, that mighty thinker, and reveals that he had coquetted with the mode of expression peculiar to him in the chapter on value in Volume I of Capital. He also praises Hegel for being the first to present the general forms of motion of the dialectic in a comprehensive and conscious manner. For Marx, Hegel had made a crucial contribution to the development of a dialectical approach to the world, despite his mystical idealism. Engels and Orthodox Marxism. After Marx's death it is Engels who, in works such as Anti-Düring, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific and Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy, became the crucial figure in determining our understanding of the relationship between the thought of Marx and that of Hegel. Engels' essay on Feuerbach, which says much more about Hegel and Marx than it does about Feuerbach, is a key text in this regard. There are many who would agree with David McGregor's claim that it is this particular text of Engels which, for almost half a century, provided the sole interpretation of the relationship between Hegel and Marx. One central theme of the essay is Engels' interest in Marx's attitude towards philosophy. Indeed, Engels is especially concerned to present Marx as a philosopher. At the least, he suggests that one of Marx's primary interests concerns philosophical issues. And in particular, Engels discusses Marx's attitude towards traditional questions of ontology and epistemology. Such a discussion inevitably requires, Engels points out, a short, coherent account of the relationship which Marx's thought has to the Hegelian philosophy. Insofar as the issue of ontology is concerned, Engels strongly emphasizes the fact that Marx is a materialist, whereas Hegel is an idealist. Moreover, according to Engels, Marx's materialism is a doctrine which does not refer exclusively to the social world, or to the realms of economics and history. It is a doctrine which also embraces the natural world, an all-embracing philosophical worldview. According to Engels, however, Marx is a materialist of a rather special kind. In particular, he is not a mechanical materialist with views similar to those of the Anglo-French materialists of the 17th and 18th centuries. The main difference between these types of materialism is that Anglo-French materialism did not see reality as undergoing any process of change or development, whereas, in Engels' opinion, Marx's materialism is not static but dynamic, and centers on Marx's acceptance of one great basic thought, inherited from the philosophy of Hegel, namely the idea that the world is not to be comprehended as a complex of ready-made things, but as a complex of processes. In short, unlike his predecessors, Marx possesses an appreciation of the importance of dialectics. Central to Marx's philosophy is a commitment to the idea of a materialist dialectic. To understand the world from the standpoint of this materialist dialectic is to understand the general laws of motion, which, according to Engels, regulate both the external world and that of human thought. The approach to the world adopted by this materialist dialectic reveals the transitory character of everything in that all things must inevitably undergo an uninterrupted process of becoming and passing away. Engels also strongly emphasizes in this essay, in words which echo those employed by Marx himself in the second edition of Capital, that the relationship between Marx and Hegel is best understood by employing the metaphor of inversion. The Hegelian philosophy, Engels insists, represents merely a materialism idealistically turned upside down. Consequently, Marx's philosophy is, Engels maintains, one in which the dialectic of Hegel was placed upon its head, or rather, more accurately, turned off its head, on which it was standing, and placed upon its feet. Finally, Engels' essay on Feuerbach also contains a brief account of Marx's epistemological views, an account which, again, echoes that provided by Marx earlier, in the second edition of Capital. The key question here, Engels maintains, is the following: are we able in our ideas and notions of the real world to produce a correct reflection of reality? Interestingly, Engels insists that Marx and Hegel are at one in answering this question in the affirmative. Consequently, Engels attributes to both Marx and Hegel some sort of reflectionist or copy theory of knowledge. The difference between Marx and Hegel, Engels says, somewhat obscurely, is that Marx comprehends the concepts in our heads once more materialistically, as images of real things. He does not, therefore, like Hegel, regard real things as images of this or that stage of the absolute concept. In Engels' view, Marx's commitment to such a reflection theory is in no way compromised by the fact that Marx's philosophy is based on a commitment to the principles of dialectics. For dialectical philosophy itself is nothing more than the mere reflection of the dialectical processes of reality in the thinking brain. It is Engels' account of Marx's attitude towards philosophical issues in his Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy which was to provide the philosophical underpinnings of Marxism as it was later understood by the main theoreticians of the Second International. This account, which, even though Engels did not use it himself, is well captured by the expression dialectical materialism, was to become an integral element of what eventually came to be known as orthodox Marxism. As Lucio Colletti has stated, Engels' works were to become the principal source for all the philosophical problems of Marxism around the turn of the 19th century. For example, the interpretation of the Hegel-Marx connection expressed here by Engels was enthusiastically endorsed by Plekhanov, who was widely considered to be the philosopher of the Second International. Throughout the course of the 20th century, however, and some would say even before, Engels' reputation as an authoritative source regarding Marx's thought, and especially for our understanding of Marx's relationship to Hegel, has frequently been brought into question. There have been many Marxists and students of Marxism who have argued that it is a mistake for us to assume unquestioningly that Marx and Engels thought as one with respect to all issues. According to these commentators, in his essay on Feuerbach, Engels misrepresents, misinterprets or misunderstands Marx's opinions regarding most of the issues discussed above. In particular, these critics have focused their attention on the doctrine of dialectical materialism, which is central to orthodox Marxism in the period of the Second International. According to them, dialectical materialism, as Engels understands it in his own later writings, is a doctrine which is not only fundamentally incoherent and confused, but also quite alien to the approach to the world which, it is claimed, is adopted consistently by Marx throughout his intellectual life. It is to this re-evaluation of the Hegel-Marx connection that we now turn. The re-evaluation of the Hegel-Marx connection. After Engels' death the first stirrings of such a reassessment of the Hegel-Marx connection occurred in the writings of the Italian philosophers Antonio Labriola and Benedetto Croce, and the French socialist Jean Jaurès. Labriola argued for a non-determinist, anti-positivist interpretation of Marx's thought, which counterposed Marx's notion of practice to the philosophy of idealism. On this account Marx was praised for breaking with Hegel's idealism and for adopting a non-mechanistic philosophical materialism. His disciple, Benedetto Croce, however, whilst also arguing against positivism, retained Hegel's idealism. Croce argued vigorously against Marxism's claim to be a science and rejected the theory of value which lay at the heart of its critique of capitalism. Instead, Croce offered a Hegelian analysis of history as a progression towards socialism and individual morality through the development of culture. With Jaurès came an explicit attack on the strict and rigid nature of Engels' dialectical materialism. Jaurès praised Marx's application of Hegel's dialectic and argued that no one could pretend to understand Marx without penetrating to the dialectic origin, the deep source, of this thought. Engels' interpretation also had a major influence on Lenin's reading of Hegel, albeit ambiguously. For instance, Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism faithfully reflected the orthodox Marxism espoused by the other major theorists of the Second International. In this text Lenin relies heavily on the works of Engels and attaches great importance to the reflectionist theory of knowledge which, as we have seen, Engels attributes to Marx. It has also been argued that the influence of Engels on Lenin's understanding of the Hegel-Marx connection informs Lenin's other main philosophical work, the later philosophical notebooks. George Lichtheim, for example, has argued that in the later work Lenin merely perpetuates the dialectical materialism of Engels and Plekhanov. Conversely, however, it has also been suggested that materialism and empirio-criticism presented a philosophical position utterly at variance with the notebooks on Hegel's logic. In the notebooks, Lenin argued that the reflectionist theory of knowledge is unable to copy objective reality completely, and idealism was not to be entirely dismissed. Lenin found in the most idealistic of Hegel's works the least idealism and the most materialism. Consequently, he could declare that intelligent idealism is nearer to intelligent materialism than is stupid materialism. Out of the intelligent idealism of Hegel, Lenin stressed the importance of grasping the concrete dialectically as a unity of opposites through subject and object, theory and practice. Hegel's idealism was still idealism, but it contained within itself a materialist basis which Lenin sought to invert to make it properly materialist. Consequently, Lenin exhorted all Marxists to read Hegel's logic if they were to understand Marx's Capital. It is, however, the publication of George Lukács' History and Class Consciousness in which is usually considered to represent the most significant step in the re-evaluation of the Hegel-Marx connection. Lukács was pivotal in moving away from the dialectical materialism that seemed to have a stranglehold over Marxism after Engels. In this work, Lukács makes an explicit attack on Engels' lack of understanding of dialectics. Engels' failure is to ignore the dialectical interaction between subject and object in the historical process, and replace it with a one-sided and rigid causality that smacks of economic determinism. Only Hegel has attempted to overcome this dichotomy between subject and object. Lukács therefore returns to Hegel in order to unite dialectically these phenomena which have become separated. Hegel himself brings this union about idealistically through his notion of mind or spirit, but for Lukács it is real human beings, as represented by the proletariat, who are the subject of history. In his view, even though Hegel had done more than any previous philosopher to discover the meaning of concrete totality, and was constantly bent upon overcoming every kind of abstraction, identifying the proletariat as the real driving force of history was nevertheless the preserve of Marx. For Lukács, Hegel remained imprisoned in the duality of thought and being and did not attempt to unite them concretely. Marx's contribution was crucial, therefore, because he made such a union possible by emphasizing the importance of uniting theory with practice, as explicated in his theses on Feuerbach. Engels is further excoriated by Lukács for inheriting two particular errors from Hegel. The first is to emphasize the objective nature of the laws of the capitalist system with little or no reference to the subject at its heart, the proletariat. It is only through the consciousness of the proletariat that theory can unite with practice and subject with object, which the positivist, mechanist, and determinist views of Engels failed to grasp. The second error is to extend the use of the dialectic to nature, instead of limiting it to history and society. For Lukács, the crucial determinants of dialectics, the interaction between subject and object, the unity of theory and practice, the historical changes in the reality underlying the categories as the root cause of changes in thought, etc., are absent from our knowledge of nature. Consequently, materialism for Marx is not a metaphysical system or an all-embracing philosophical worldview. Marx's materialism is of a much more limited kind, because it is confined solely to the socio-historical sphere. Lukács' place in the history of our understanding of the Hegel-Marx connection is important, then, because he is usually considered, quite rightly, to be the first major thinker to challenge the orthodox Marxism of Engels and the Second International. However, it must be acknowledged that Lukács' legacy in this regard is actually an ambivalent one, for although his interpretation of the thought of Marx is in some respects innovative and radical, his interpretation of the thought of Hegel in History and Class Consciousness is quite traditional. Lukács is certainly respectful of Hegel's contribution to Marxism and to the development of an emancipatory dialectical thought. However, he emphasizes quite uncritically the importance of Marx's own, traditional reading of Hegel's thought as a form of mysticism. Consequently, in this early work, Lukács is content to endorse Marx's view that Hegel is best seen primarily as a philosopher committed to a system of idealist metaphysics. Nevertheless, and largely as a consequence of Lukács' intervention, an arguably more Hegelian reading of Marx's thought, in some respects very different from the views usually associated with orthodox Marxism, was now clearly on the agenda. As we shall see, this reinterpretation of Marx was to prove increasingly influential on a number of the main Marxist writers throughout the 20th century. Lukács the young Hegel was a further impetus to this trend. Inspired by the publication of Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts, and Hegel's own early writings in the S, Lukács re-emphasized the radical nature of Hegel's thought for Marxism. he discerned the greatness and the limitations of Hegel's dialectic in the accuracy and the defects of his grasp of the contradictions and the laws of motion of capitalist society and its economics. For Lukács it is actually the realism of Hegel's economic thought in his early writings, rather than his metaphysical beliefs, which makes Hegel an important forerunner of Marx. Indeed, in Lukács' view, Hegel's realism is associated with such a profound and true insight into the nature of the historical process that Hegel actually went beyond what was possible within the framework of idealism and comes within reach of true, materialist dialectics. It is in this sense, Lukács maintains, that we can perceive a direct link between the thought of Marx and that of Hegel. And it is in this sense that Hegel should be considered to have been one of the precursors of historical materialism, someone who was led to incorporate powerful elements of authentic materialism into his own social thought, although unconsciously and somewhat in conflict with his own idealist program. For Lukács, Hegel's dialectic was a watershed in the history of philosophy, despite its idealist basis, because it offered a mediating link to a more materialist dialectics that Marx developed after turning Hegel the right way up. Although Lukács affirmed Hegel's importance for Marx, he ultimately concluded that Hegel was a child of his age and remained trapped within the highest form of idealist ethics and so of bourgeois philosophy. This re-emphasis on Hegel's importance to Marxism was also replicated in the work of the Italian Marxist, Antonio Gramsci. In the prison notebooks, written between and, Gramsci reiterates Labriola's emphasis on the philosophy of praxis and engages in a sustained debate with the idealist historicism of Croce. Gramsci explicitly argues against the crude materialism of Engels and Plekhanov, declaring it a philosophy of non-philosophers. For Gramsci, Engels' error in particular was that he absorbed Hegelianism definitively and once and for all into a closed materialism in opposition to idealism. For Gramsci, however, the vital part of Hegelianism lies in understanding the historical process not as something dead, but as perpetually in motion and requiring the constant renewal of a philosophical cultural synthesis. In this way, idealism and materialism can be brought into that dialectical unity of a philosophy of praxis of which Marx was the founder. Once again, therefore, despite his acknowledgement of Hegel's contribution to Marxism, Gramsci considers Marx as having in some important sense superseded Hegel. Gramsci praises Hegel for giving dialectical form to the two moments of the life of thought, materialism and spiritualism, but in his view Hegel synthesizes these moments as a man walking on his head. It was left to Marx, therefore, to reconstruct the synthesis of dialectical unity, and instead have a man walking on his feet. In this way Gramsci clearly alludes to Marx's own critique of Hegel in the afterword to the second edition of Volume of Capital, where the idealist dialectic is considered by Marx to require inverting in order to make it a properly materialist dialectic. The publication of Hegel's and Marx's early writings also had a major impact in Germany, especially in the so-called Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. Most notable was the appearance of Herbert Marcuse's Reason and Revolution. Marcuse follows Lukács by presenting a reading of the thought of Marx which strongly emphasizes the view that Marx is not primarily a philosopher, but a social theorist whose ideas are informed by those of Hegel. Consequently, like Lukács, Marcuse argues against Engels that Marx's materialism should not by any means be considered to be an all-embracing metaphysical system. In particular, the dialectical principle, for Marcuse, as for Lukács, is not a general principle equally applicable to any subject matter, and especially not to the natural world. On Marcuse's reading of Marx, the dialectical method is primarily an historical method. Marx has an interest in nature only insofar as nature itself enters and conditions the historical process of social reproduction. Marcuse strongly emphasizes what he considered to be the radical aspects of Hegel's thought. He depicts Hegel as a defender of the rights of reason which can reveal to people their own identity on the self-transforming path to freedom. Hegel's writings are interpreted by Marcuse as emphasizing resistance and revolution rather than the conformity and authoritarianism which were standardly associated with his philosophy. At the time, Marcuse argues that, insofar as social theory is concerned, Hegel was the first German thinker to grasp that the anarchic nature of a free market economy meant that any form of rational community based on such economic principles is impossible. In addition, by grappling with the contradictions of need satisfaction in a system based on abstract labor, Hegel brings theory into contact with practice. It is not at all surprising then that at one point Marcuse goes so far as to suggest that Hegel's philosophy of right is actually materialist in its approach to economic and social affairs, because in it Hegel exposes in paragraph after paragraph the social and economic understructure of his philosophic concepts. Despite these insights, however, Marcuse still represents Hegel's thought as remaining ultimately within the confines of an idealist metaphysics. Consequently, he criticizes Hegel for comprehending social and economic categories as being nothing more than disguised philosophical concepts instead of realizing, as Marx would later, that the very reverse is the case. For example, whilst Hegel established the economic category of labor philosophically, it was Marx who rooted that concept in the concrete actuality of the alienated worker in contemporary society. Marcuse therefore sees the idealistic nature of Hegel's thought as being surpassed by Marx's own materialist analysis. The need for a reassessment of Hegel's influence on Marxism also occurred in France from the SNS onwards. The philosopher Alexander Kojève had given a series of lectures on Hegel's phenomenology of spirit at the École des Hautes Études from II. Most French Marxists, therefore, were approaching Hegel through his work, which focused on the dialectic of the master-slave relationship and characterized Hegel as a revolutionary thinker. Kojève applied Hegel's emphasis on labor as a fundamental human activity, in the struggle for recognition to the situation of the working class. For Kojève, the working class were involved in a life-and-death struggle to overcome domination and achieve freedom. Kojève linked such an emphasis on the role of labor and the proletariat to Marx's own writings, thereby emphasizing the source of Marx's radicalism in Hegel's thought. Additionally, Kojève stressed how Hegel's conception of reason itself was not abstract, but was embodied in the developmental consciousness of humanity. This developmental consciousness emerged in historical reality as a perpetual process of self-transcendence through labor and activity. For Kojève, man can then become an historical free individual who attains full consciousness of a self that no longer has any reason to negate itself and become other. Henry Lefebvre, railing against what he considered to be the dogmatism of dialectical materialism and of orthodox Marxism, especially as it was interpreted in the Soviet Union, was also keen to stress the Hegelian basis to Marxism at this time, especially in so far as the notion of alienation is concerned. For Lefebvre, Hegel is valuable in grasping how modern man was weighed down by necessity and poverty, which severely limited his attempt to achieve moments of spirituality. However, Hegel ultimately fails to capture the entire content of human experience because he reduces material reality to consciousness. Following Marx in his early writings, Lefebvre suggests that Hegel's philosophy needed a content rooted in man's material existence and not in the evolution of the human mind. Lefebvre argues that Hegel's idealism could not properly grasp the concrete realities of human existence. In contrast, theorists such as Jean Hippolyte suggested that Hegel's contribution to Marxism was in illustrating how the alienation of man from himself established a crucial starting point on the dialectical movement towards self-recognition. The failure of master and slave to recognize each other as a free being, and the concentration of this division in the individual as the unhappy consciousness, were the first moments of such a process. Hostility to what he considered to be the dogmatism of Engels was also one of the principal concerns of Jean-Paul Sartre in the period following the Second World War. Sartre rejected the supposedly scientific basis of dialectical materialism on the grounds that science is incapable of dealing with concrete historical relations. Against Engels' dialectics of nature, Sartre asserts that because nature does not have a history, it also cannot have any dialectical development. Hence, Engels is accused by Sartre of kill the dialectic twice over to make sure it is dead, the first time by claiming to have discovered it in nature, and the second time by suppressing it within society. By attacking what he perceived as the philosophical rigidity of the principles of dialectical materialism, Sartre attempted to revitalize dialectical thinking within French Marxism at this time. For Sartre, Hegel's error is in emphasizing the identity between being, action and knowledge, whereas Marx suggests to the contrary that praxis outstrips knowledge in its real efficacy. The dialectic, then, has to be rooted in the concrete existence of individuals if it is to avoid becoming some sort of divine law. In one way or another, then, and despite their disagreements with Hegel, French theorists like Lefebvre and Sartre have contributed greatly towards our understanding of the Hegel-Marx connection by showing how Hegel was the source of Marx's views on the role of dialectic, labor, alienation and reason. The vitality that this Hegelian influence gave to French Marxism after the Second World War was extremely significant, not only philosophically, but also politically. Orthodox Marxism, with its commitment to the idea of a dialectical materialism, and because of its associations with the politics of Stalinism generally and with the politics of the French Communist Party in particular, had by this time fallen into disrepute. In the early the prevalent view within French Marxism was of Marx as a humanist and a thoroughgoing dialectician, whose views had little to do with the alleged dogmatism of Engels and orthodox Marxism. However, a full frontal assault on Hegelianism, and an attempt to purge it from Marxism forever was about to begin. Some theorists argued that Hegel's philosophy imported philosophical idealism into Marxism. Consequently, for Marxism to be genuinely materialist, the principles of Hegelian dialectics had to be abandoned altogether. The germ of this view is, perhaps, to be found at the beginning of the 20th century in the work of Edouard Bernstein. More recently, in France, this view is usually associated with the structuralist Marxism of Louis Althusser, whereas in Italy, it is associated with the work of Lucio Colletti. The initial impetus for the more recent attempts to purge Hegelianism from Marxism, however, originated in the writings of Galvano della Volpe. It is to this tradition of thought in the history of the Hegel-Marx connection that we now turn. The rejection of Hegel from Marxism. In his The Presuppositions of Socialism and the Tasks of Social Democracy, Bernstein, in a manner usually associated with empiricist and positivist philosophers, makes a clear distinction between facts and values, and hence between Marxism understood as body of genuinely scientific knowledge, on the one hand, and Marxism as an ethical ideal on the other. He maintains that these two things should not be confused with one another as Marx occasionally does. In Bernstein's view, there are times when Marx allows his sympathy with the working classes to stand in the way of the scientific method. Hence, Bernstein alleges, Marx was led to maintain certain statements in Capital which are actually falsified by facts. The principal reason for this is Marx's commitment to the Hegelian dialectic, or the dialectical form of Marx's Capital. According to Bernstein, Marx is led to make certain claims in Capital which are false because the dialectical scheme which he follows requires him to do so. Consequently, Bernstein maintains, the Hegelian dialectic might be seen as affording a comfortable refuge for the cant which sought to get a hold on the working class movement at the end of the 19th century. The solution to this problem is, Bernstein argues, for the Marxists of the Second International to abandon their commitment to the Hegelian dialectic, which is fundamentally anti-scientific in spirit. Instead of Hegel, Marxists should turn to the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, so that they could then combine a genuine commitment to science with a parallel commitment to socialism, understood as an ethical ideal in the Kantian sense. Some years later, in his Logic as a Positive Science, Della Volpe also sought to reconcile Marxist method with scientific logic in an attempt to expunge any traces of Hegelian idealism from Marx's thought. According to Della Volpe, Hegel never goes beyond the concept of a dialectic of pure thoughts, a monotriad of reasoning. In contrast, the genuinely material or real dialectic must become known not through pure thought but through a logic that is itself a positive science. For Della Volpe, then, the linking of logic with the experimental procedures of the natural sciences, as in the hypothetico-deductive method, is the way forward for Marxism. Lucio Colletti, Della Volpe's pupil, also sought to expunge Hegelianism from Marxism. Coletti argues that Hegel's philosophy is deeply contradictory because it is half idealist, and half materialist. The idealism is clearly visible and undeniable whilst the materialism is represented in the dialectic of matter. For Coletti, this contradiction is present in the work of Hegel himself, as well as in the reading of Hegel's thought presented by Engels, Plekhanov, and Lenin. The dialectical materialism of these thinkers is therefore rejected by Coletti because the dialectic of matter contravenes the principle of non-contradiction and so is really nothing more than a form of absolute idealism. In place of dialectical materialism, Coletti attempts to put forward a more materialist theory of knowledge grounded in science, again, with reference to Kant rather than to Hegel. Whilst Della Volpe and Coletti were important figures in the attempt to eject Hegel from Marxism, the greatest attack emerged in the work of Louis Althusser. Althusser rejected the emphasis on the notion of the subject that had been prevalent within the Hegel-Marx connection from Lukács onward, and also the crude dialectical materialism of the Second International. He divided Marx's writings between the early humanist tracts which were steeped in Hegelian influence, and the more mature works that were not Hegelian, works produced after the so-called epistemological break. For Althusser, the mature Marx offered a more rigorous and scientific approach to understanding society. The fact that traces of the Hegelian influence still remained in Volume I of Capital, however, led Althusser to suggest that only Marx's critique of the Gotha program and the marginal notes on Wagner, written in the last 8 years of his life, were totally and definitively exempt from Hegelianism. Althusser offered, therefore, a rupture to the Hegel-Marx connection which gained considerable currency during the SNS in the form of structural Marxism. This expunging of Hegel's influence from Marx's thought was meant to allow Marxism to become a more scientific discourse. The benefits of Althusser's anti-Hegelian intervention, however, have been ambiguous, to say the least. Recent developments. It was suggested above that, historically, responses to the question of the nature of the intellectual relationship which exists between Hegel and Marx have fallen into just two categories. On the one hand, there are those who have sought, albeit in their different ways, to appropriate at least some of the principles of Hegel's philosophy, and especially of course the principles of dialectics, for Marxism. These thinkers reject Hegel's philosophy insofar as they consider it to be a form of idealist metaphysics, and have sought to develop a dialectical approach to the world on some sort of a materialist foundation. On the other hand, there are those who have sought to expunge Hegel's philosophy in its entirety from Marxism, again because they object strongly to any form of idealist metaphysics, and because they take the view that the Hegelian dialectic is intrinsically associated with such an idealist metaphysics. Consequently, it cannot be appropriated in a materialist manner, as the other main schools of Marxist thought maintain. These two basic approaches to our understanding of the Hegel-Marx connection are alive and well in the debates which are currently taking place in the literature on Hegel and Marx. For example, the idea that Hegel's thought, suitably modified, might be appropriated by Marxists is clearly to be found in the work of the materialist appropriation school. This school continues the traditional interpretation of the Hegel-Marx connection which emphasizes the need for an inversion of Hegel's idealist dialectic to render it properly materialist. The tendency within this school is to restate Marx's comments of the rational kernel/mystical shell variety, and to portray Hegel's dialectic as steeped in mysticism, yet containing a crypto-materialism that can be appropriated for Marxism. Hegel's discussion of the self-creating power of labor, which he himself grasped only in a mystified form, offers such an implicit materialist basis. Such mystification emanated from Hegel's apparent emphasis on the self-development of concepts, which he failed to root in the historical development of society. In addition, this approach is keen to emphasize that as regards the notion of contradiction, Hegel always sees the possibility of resolution through thought in the absolute idea. In contrast, it is argued that Marx correctly grasps that such contradictions have to be overcome through real historical struggles. Consequently, while some defense of Hegel's philosophy is forthcoming in this approach, in the end Hegel is depicted as being only half correct, as it were. A separate, though parallel, approach to our understanding of the Hegel-Marx connection, and hence one that might also be said to rest on appropriationist foundations, is that associated with one wing of what Christopher Arthur has referred to as the New Dialectics school of thought. As Arthur indicates, the approach to the Hegel-Marx connection advocated by this New Dialectics school, generally, is new insofar as the dialectical materialism of Engels is completely rejected and instead a direct appeal to Hegel is made as the standard move. This approach therefore involves an attempt to demonstrate the precise extent to which Marx relies on the use of Hegelian categories and forms of reasoning in his economic writings, and especially of course in Capital. Arthur himself, drawing on the work of Geert Rutten and Michael Williams, makes a direct correlation between the categories in Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital. Hegel's doctrine of being, for instance, is shown to parallel Marx's movement of the commodity from exchange to value, whilst the doctrine of essence parallels the doubling of money and commodities, and the concept parallels capital positing its actualization in labor and industry. Despite such a close correlation between the thought of Marx and Hegel, however, Arthur perceives Hegel himself as an idealist, because he treated the fundamental categories of thought as pure categories independent of contingent empirical instantiation. From Arthur's point of view, Hegel's idealism needs to be inverted, and thereby firmly anchored in a materialist dialectics, before Hegel's thought can be appropriated by Marxists. Arthur maintains that the value of appropriating Hegel's logic in this way lies in the fact that although Hegel's categories are abstract, they nevertheless find a direct correspondence in practice through value and the commodity form. Consequently, even though he is a philosophical idealist, Hegel's thought is certainly of value for Marxists. In the end, therefore, despite Arthur's emphasis on the strong affinities between Hegel's and Marx's approaches, his analysis of that relationship still seems to be underpinned by the basic assumptions of the traditional materialist appropriation argument referred to above. Another advocate of the New Dialectics approach is Tony Smith, whose work has made an important contribution to the effort to demonstrate the similarities between Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital. There is a certain ambivalence regarding the interpretation of Hegel's thought in Smith's thinking. It seems clear enough, however, that at least on occasion Smith's analysis of the Hegel-Marx connection, like Arthur's, can clearly be seen to rest on quite traditional, appropriationist foundations. For example, despite his efforts to demonstrate the very strong affinity between Marx's work and Hegel's, Smith takes care to emphasize that even so it would be quite wrong to give the impression that the positions of Hegel and Marx can simply be conflated. And he insists that there are a number of areas in which Hegel's idealism can legitimately be contrasted with Marx's materialism. As a result, Smith frequently appears to concur with the traditional view that, precisely because he never leaves the sphere of ideas, Hegel's thought remains trapped within the confines of a commitment to an idealist metaphysics. Additionally, the idea that there is a need to expunge all traces of the influence of Hegel from our understanding of Marxism is also to be found in the contemporary literature, specifically in that school of thinking generally known as analytical Marxism. Althusser, in particular, might be said to have laid the foundations for analytical Marxism in three ways. First, he showed that historical materialism was incompatible with Hegelian modes of thought. Secondly, he introduced a more systematic interrogation of basic concepts that is symptomatic of the analytical Marxist approach, and thirdly, the failure of his own project suggested that Marxism had no distinctive methodology that separated it from other forms of discourse. Not surprisingly, the acceptance of these arguments has led to the rejection of much of Marx's thought, despite the attempt to retain some affinity with the term Marxist. Leaving Hegel behind, and denying that there was anything distinctive about Marx's method from that of mainstream social science, analytical Marxism has appropriated rational choice theory from orthodox economics and applied it to Marxist theory. The attempt therefore to purge any trace of Hegelianism is alive and well. There is, however, also to be found a third general approach to our understanding of the Hegel-Marx connection in the contemporary literature. This third approach is relatively novel, although, as we have observed, it might be said to be based on a reading of the thought of Hegel which is at least hinted at in the writings of earlier contributors to the debate, such as Lenin, Lukács, and Marcuse. This third approach represents an attempt to get away from the two more traditional lines of argument, that Marxism should either appropriate a modified version of Hegel's dialectical thought, on the one hand, or that Marxism should reject Hegel's thought completely, on the other. According to this new line of reasoning, what all the earlier approaches to our understanding of the intellectual relationship between Hegel and Marx have in common, and consequently where they all go wrong, is in their erroneous assumption that whereas Marx is a materialist, Hegel is an idealist. It is argued, here, that whilst this assumption is in one sense correct, at least in so far as it touches on the thought of Marx, nevertheless it is actually quite erroneous in so far as it touches on the thought of Hegel. For Hegel is not an idealist at all. On the contrary, like Marx, Hegel too is a materialist. At first sight such an interpretation appears paradoxical, to say the least. It should be emphasized, therefore, that when those who present it describe Hegel as a materialist, what they have in mind is not so much Hegel's general philosophy, or Hegelian metaphysics, but rather Hegel's economic, social, and political thought. This particular interpretation of the intellectual relationship between Hegel and Marx, therefore, rests on what may legitimately be described as a particular non-metaphysical or non-philosophical reading of Hegel. In this respect it might be said to reflect an ongoing trend in the contemporary literature on Hegel. We have already indicated that a number of commentators have suggested that Marx's thought generally, and his materialism in particular, ought to be interpreted, not so much as a philosophical or metaphysical, but primarily as a socio-historical doctrine. Moreover, the point of making this suggestion is to seek to drive a wedge between Hegel and Marx by demonstrating that, in so far as Marx is concerned, their respective intellectual interests are really quite different from one another. From this standpoint, Hegel's thought is of little relevance for our understanding of Marx's precisely because Hegel is a philosopher and a metaphysician, whereas Marx is a social and political theorist who sees himself, from onwards, as going beyond or attempting to transcend or realize philosophy. Hence, on this view, it is not at all helpful to consider Marx's thought as representing a materialist inversion of Hegel's metaphysical beliefs. There are two possible ways of resisting this conclusion. One is to maintain, as orthodox Marxism has traditionally done, that Marx is in fact a philosopher after all. He, too, is committed to a certain framework of metaphysical beliefs, albeit of a materialist rather than an idealist type. The other is to maintain, as the view which we are presently considering does, that, just as in the case of Marx, it is actually wrong to think of Hegel too, as being primarily a philosopher or a metaphysician. In so far as he is of significance for the history of Marxism, the true importance of Hegel, on this view, is to be found in his social and political thought, or in what is usually referred to as his real philosophy, rather than in his general philosophy or his metaphysics. According to this reading of the Hegel-Marx connection, the germs of such a materialist interpretation of Hegel are to be found in some of the works of Lenin, Lukács, and Marcuse, albeit ambiguously. As we have seen in the case of one interpretation of Lenin's notebooks, Hegel's Science of Logic is treated as a materialist rather than an idealist text. Advocates of this third interpretation suggest, therefore, that Lenin understands Hegel as in fact already some kind of materialist, and it is for precisely this reason that he is of interest to Marxists and important for the history of Marxism. From this point of view, then, there is no need for Marxists to appropriate a modified, materialist version of Hegel's philosophical idealism into their own thought. For Marx's materialism can be derived directly from Hegel's own social thought without any such adaptation or modification. From this standpoint, rather than claim that Marx is in some important sense a Hegelian, it would be more accurate for us to claim, paradoxical though it might seem, that it is Hegel who is in some important sense the first Marxist. In this way writers like David MacGregor, whose views do represent something of a departure in the history of our understanding of the relationship between Hegel and Marx, at least in the sense that they emphasize the importance of something the significance of which has not so far been sufficiently appreciated by others, are nevertheless able to claim support for their own interpretation of that relationship in the works of a more traditional and more authoritative source such as Lenin. In the case of Lukács, we noted previously how a materialist reading of Hegel is to be found in the young Hegel. However, this interpretation is not fully developed there, and in this work Lukács' hint that Hegel might fruitfully be read in such a way sits uncomfortably with a much more conventional reading which sees Hegel primarily as a philosopher and a proponent of an idealist metaphysics. Indeed, in the light of the interpretation of Hegel which is offered in the young Hegel by the later Lukács, history and class consciousness itself might be seen not as a Hegelian, but, on the contrary, as a thoroughly non-Hegelian or even anti-Hegelian text. The new interpretation of Hegel as a thoroughgoing materialist, when conjoined with the claim that it is precisely as such that Hegel's thought is of interest to students of Marx and the history of Marxism, amounts not only to a reassessment regarding the nature of Hegel's contribution to Marxism, but also to an upgrading of Hegel's importance for that history. However, Lukács makes no effort himself to resolve the contradiction which he has discerned in the thought of Hegel. This insight remains, therefore, undeveloped in Lukács' own thought. Similar remarks might also be made in respect of Marcuse. As we saw earlier, Marcuse, like Lukács, praises the social theory which Hegel develops in his early general philosophy for its realism. Moreover, Marcuse seeks to establish a direct link between Hegel and Marx with respect to questions of social theory and political economy. At the same time, however, just as in the case of Lukács, Marcuse is unwilling to present any systematic interpretation of Hegel as a materialist, precisely because he considers such an interpretation to be inconsistent with his recognition that Hegel subscribes to an idealist form of metaphysics. Consequently, as Coletti has rightly pointed out, throughout Reason and Revolution, Marcuse simply cannot make up his mind if Hegel is to be depicted as an idealist or as a materialist. As a result, there is a fundamental inconsistency in Marcuse's own thought with respect to this issue, just as there is in Lukács'. Moreover, like Lukács', this is an inconsistency which Marcuse makes no attempt whatsoever to resolve. From the standpoint of the new materialist reading of Hegel, then, even those commentators who have been most forceful and the most extreme in emphasizing the importance of Hegel for our understanding of Marx's thought, such as Lukács and Marcuse, have, generally speaking, either not properly understood or not sufficiently emphasized the true significance of Hegel's thought for the history of Marxism. The fundamental claim that is made by this new reading of the Hegel-Marx connection is, therefore, that Hegel's dialectic and Marx's dialectic are one and the same. The historical opposition between idealism and materialism, and the influence which it has had upon our understanding of the intellectual relationship between Hegel and Marx is, on this reading, overcome by stressing the thoroughgoing materialism of Hegel's own dialectic. As David MacGregor has pointed out, the basic claim made by this interpretation of Hegel and Marx is that Hegel's idea is not mystical at all, but is actually the product and instrument of real, living human beings. Individual human beings are the mediation between the abstract concept and its existence in society, which allows Hegel to unite theory and practice and not keep them distinct. Consequently, neither a materialist appropriation of Hegel's alleged idealist form of dialectic nor a complete rejection of Hegel's dialectic is required for Marxism. This is so simply because the dialectic of Hegel is, as a matter of fact, the materialist dialectic of Marx. Summary of contents. The contributors to this volume seek to re-examine the Hegel-Marx connection we have just delineated in different ways. Some question the significance of the intellectual relationship between Hegel and Marx, or even deny that such a relationship exists. Others emphasize the strong links between the thought of these two great thinkers, though they might disagree on the precise nature of these links. Chapters and by and, respectively, deal with the Hegel-Marx connection in a very general way. Carver is opposed to the orthodox Marxist interpretation of the relationship. Applying some of the insights provided by recent post-structuralist or postmodernist philosophy, he explores the idea that our understanding of the intellectual relationship between Hegel and Marx might be seen as nothing more than a narrative construct. According to Carver, Engels is a key figure here, largely because he was the person who first created this narrative, a narrative which was to become standard, and which has dominated our perception of the Hegel-Marx relationship from the late 19th century onwards. Carver suggests that it would be fruitful for us to attempt to look at the relationship between Hegel and Marx anew, quite independently of any assumptions about that relationship which we may have inherited from Engels. He suggests that, as a reading strategy, there is a case to be made for expunging or divorcing Hegel from Marx almost completely, just to see what Marx looks like, without him. Carver also suggests, however, that if we were to adopt such a strategy, then the appropriate conclusion at which to arrive would be that there is actually no case for attempting to eliminate Hegel altogether from our understanding of Marx's thought. Argues that Hegel and Marx share a commitment to what is fundamentally the same project, namely the development of a dialectical theory in the service of human freedom. According to McCartney, the similarities between Hegel and Marx are even more striking than Marx himself would have us believe. An important feature of McCartney's essay is the fact that it recognizes that the thought of Hegel might be interpreted in different ways, and that this leads to different possible understandings of the Hegel-Marx connection. McCartney points out that, in his explicit comments on Hegel, Marx usually offers a transcendent reading of Hegel's thought, a reading that sees Hegel as being primarily interested in questions of ontology and metaphysics. This leads Marx to miss certain aspects of Hegel's thought which are of vital importance for Marxism, notably Hegel's emphasis on the idea that what he refers to as spirit is something which manifests itself in human consciousness and society, something which expresses itself in human life. According to McCartney, therefore, Marx fails to appreciate that Hegel's central theme is the idea that the world of spirit is actually coextensive with, and exhausted by, the realm of human consciousness and action. Had he appreciated this, Marx would have been much less hostile towards Hegel and Hegelianism in his earlier writings. The next two chapters focus specifically on Marx's economic thought, and especially on the method which Marx adopted in his study of political economy. Takes up the suggestion that it is fruitful for us to consider what a non-Hegelian reading of Marx would look like, as this will help us to establish the precise nature of Hegel's contribution to Marx's views on scientific method in the sphere of political economy. This chapter is devoted to a consideration of the view, put forward by both Marxists and non-Marxists, that Marx owes much more to David Ricardo than he does to Hegel. In response to this, Christopher Arthur depicts Marx as a thoroughgoing Hegelian insofar as questions of method are concerned. Writing from the standpoint of the New Dialectics school, Arthur seeks to demonstrate in a systematic manner the precise extent of Marx's debt to Hegel in the compilation of his major work, Capital. As in the case of the other members of this school, Arthur presents a persuasive argument in support of the view that Marx consistently employs the categories of Hegel's logic when developing his argument in Capital, and especially in Volume I. The next 5 essays concentrate on a variety of different subjects. Each considers the extent to which an understanding of Hegel's ideas helps us to understand the development of Marx's own thinking on the subject in question. Gary Browning deals with the early Marx's attitude towards questions of philosophy. His contribution is rare in that it focuses on a relatively neglected topic which is discussed in one of Marx's earliest works, namely Marx's treatment of the philosophies of Democritus and Epicurus in his doctoral dissertation. Browning seeks to establish that Marx's analysis of the respective philosophies of these two thinkers is undertaken from the standpoint of an unqualified Hegelian, and that, consequently, the doctoral dissertation provides us with important evidence of Marx's subscription to a Hegelian style of theorizing at this time. For example, in the dissertation, Marx clearly employs categories and a style of conceptual explanation drawn from Hegel's logic. According to Browning, Marx's deployment of Hegelian argumentative techniques in the dissertation represents the first systematic use by Marx of the particular style of theorizing which also clearly informs his later, more famous works. For example, Marx's employment of these techniques in the dissertation can prefigure, in a striking way, the method of argument which Marx later employs in the Grundrisse, whose arguments run along similar lines. Ian Fraser focuses on issues in social theory, and specifically on the attitude adopted by Hegel and Marx towards questions relating to the notion of human needs. Fraser argues that, again, there are striking similarities between the respective approaches Hegel and Marx adopt when discussing such questions. An interesting aspect of Fraser's essay is its discussion of Hegel's attitude towards the principle of the division of labor and its operation in the civil society of his day. This aspect of Hegel's social thought touches on those questions traditionally discussed in the classic texts of late 18th and early 19th century political economy. Fraser seeks to demonstrate that Hegel's social thought might itself be considered to be a significant contribution to the history of political economy, a contribution which, Fraser suggests, clearly prefigures Marx's early writings. In this way, Fraser's essay is a contribution to the most recent interpretation of the Hegel-Marx connection, which sees Hegel as a significant forerunner of Marx, in the sense that he was himself an early proponent of a social theory which clearly rests on materialist foundations. The next two chapters, in their different ways, deal with Marx's views on history. Focuses on the famous preface to Marx's A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. Central to this is the notion of social relations of production. Chitty attempts to explicate what Marx means by this term. It is, he points out, often believed that when Marx talks about social relations of production what he has in mind are legal property relations. The problem with such an assumption is that if we interpret Marx in this way, then we are immediately confronted with what Chitty refers to as the problem of legality. Such a reading of Marx appears to commit him to some form of circular argument. For if social relations of production are property relations, then they cannot be a part of a society's economic base, but must be a part of its legal superstructure. However, if this is so, then the account of history that Marx provides in the preface must be considered to be logically incoherent. While broadly sympathetic to G. A. Cohen's attempt to defend Marx against the charge of logical incoherence by defining the concept of social relations of production in a non-legalistic manner, Chitty is nevertheless quite critical of the way in which Cohen carries out this project. As an alternative, Chitty suggests that a more fruitful approach is to see these relations of production as being analogous in Marx's thought to those relationships of mutual recognition which Hegel refers to both in his phenomenology of mind and in the philosophy of right. Also focuses on the views which Hegel and Marx adopt towards history. These are often presented as being radically different from one another, the reason being, it is usually suggested, that Hegel and Marx are committed to metaphysical beliefs which are fundamentally opposed. On this traditional reading of the Hegel-Marx connection, Hegel is an idealist insofar as questions of metaphysics are concerned, whereas Marx is a materialist. Williams attempts to question these traditional assumptions by drawing out some of the more obvious similarities which exist between Hegel and Marx insofar as their views on history are concerned. The final essay, although also touching on history, deals primarily with the normative questions of political theory, and specifically the views of Hegel and Marx insofar as these have an application to the political theory of international relations. Boucher points out that in the current literature the views of Hegel and Marx are usually considered to be diametrically opposed. Hegel's thought is generally considered to be dominated by the principle of communitarianism. On this reading, Hegel maintains that all ethical principles are and must inevitably be rooted in the customs and traditions of particular historical communities. Thus, Hegel is considered to be some sort of moral or ethical relativist. In contrast to this, Boucher maintains, Marx is often thought of as being an adherent of the opposing principle of cosmopolitanism. He is, therefore, traditionally presented as someone who is committed to the idea that there is such a thing as a universal or cosmopolitan morality, which ought to regulate the conduct of both individuals and states with respect to one another. These interpretations, Boucher maintains, are partial and one-sided, for each of these thinkers subscribes to certain principles which, according to the interpretations in question, are usually associated with the other. Boucher argues that both Hegel and Marx are more properly to be described as historicists. They each subscribe to the view that although there are indeed certain universal ethical principles, nevertheless these always manifest themselves in different ways in different societies and in different historical epochs. These principles are, therefore, historically conditioned and must, as a result, always be seen as historically developing. Hegel and Marx, Reflections on the Narrative. Who's Hegel? Which Marx? Hegel and Marx did not just happen. Nor are they like Gilbert and Sullivan, Beaumont and Fletcher, or even Marx and Engels. They never met and they never corresponded. Marx referred many times in his voluminous works to Hegel, but then he also referred to an enormous number of writers, an almost unbelievable number. If there were a citation count, it is possible that Hegel would win, at least amongst philosophers, though this would hardly do more than start a discussion on why this is important and what it is supposed to mean. If Marx is to be linked up philosophically, there are alternative candidates. Aristotle is one. But then it seems to me that Marx constantly draws on the early 19th century remnants of medieval and early modern school philosophy, deploying distinctions such as essence, appearance, motion, stasis, potential, actual, quantity, quality, and no doubt many others, without citing any particular author or source. I will be exploring these issues and others, in both philosophy and politics, as my aim is to stand back from the Hegel-Marx pairing as it has been transmitted to us, and to try to get it into a new perspective. I shall be arguing the following, hoping to clarify with complexity. The Hegel-Marx pairing is a construct or narrative, not a conceptual reflection of a fact that cannot be other than it has come down to us through the literature. Hegel's work is rather different in different texts, and the texts themselves changed over time in terms of what they were thought to say, and how important individual items in the corpus were supposed to be. Hegel as a figure has meant different things to different people politically at different times, including our own. Marx and Engels had rather different views about Hegel and his texts at different times, and in my view, they are most interestingly regarded as two different people whose exact agreement cannot always be assumed. The most productive use of Hegel in scrutinizing Marx is the most specific citation, linking text to text, and sticking to what is peculiarly Hegelian about Hegel, and I aim to provide an example of that. The least productive use of Hegel in scrutinizing Marx is the most general overarching type of contextual claim that presumes a timeless Hegel ever present as such in each text and for each reader. There is a case for divorcing Hegel from Marx almost completely as a reading strategy just to see what Marx looks like without him, and there is no case for presuming that Marx must always be viewed in a Hegelian context. It does not follow that the strategy of minimizing Hegel coincides with the rational choice Marxist reading, which substitutes positivist presumptions as the only alternative to what is said to be Hegelian, construed in pejorative ways. Minimizing Hegel as a strategy leaves open the possibility of putting him back in, if doing so produces a Marx that readers find interesting and productive. The Hegel-Marx pairing, and the familiar contextualization that goes along with it, is a narrative, a construct. It is not a chronicle of what happened, but rather an even more tenuous interpretative move. It was created by a particular person, at a particular time, for particular reasons, in a particular way, and it has been taken up by others and repeated or reinterpreted for varying reasons. That is all fair enough and just what one might expect, but as a reading strategy, it has attained a certain majesty as what is. We have forgotten that it was made up and, of course, as usual, we forget that we forgot. G. A. Cohen's Karl Marx's interpretation of history, a defense is the locus clas sicut for this kind of unconscious, or at least uncommunicative, presumption that Hegel and Marx are forever joined as a holy family. Cohen's opening chapter, Images of History in Hegel and Marx, just begins the Hegel-Marx story without prelude or question. Cohen identifies Hegel with German philosophy, outlines what he takes to be Hegel's philosophy of history, and then tells us that Marx was captured by this vision. Thus in Cohen there is really no discussion of the Hegel-Marx relationship as if it could possibly be problematic or even very complex or varied, and his conclusion is suitably simple. We said that Marx's conception of history preserves the structure of Hegel's but endows it with fresh content. I think that there is really rather more to say than that. Citing Hegel politically, Marx had an intellectual relationship with Hegel of great complexity, and it unfolded as he read and reread, remembered and revisited the texts. We have a record of this, of sorts, in the textual citations and allusions that Marx produced. Hegel, however, was rather larger than the sum of his published texts. He was adopted by various political factions, given varying interpretations to match, and frequently deployed discursively in what passed at the time for political contexts. Thus there were not only many Hegels, but also a vague omnipresence, on which Marx, and anyone else, could draw. References to Hegel could mean something very general and topical, and something quite specific and scholarly. Needless to say, it is not always clear from surviving texts what to make of the Hegelian discourses in which Marx participated, along with a great many others, which may have been more to do with other ideas, other thinkers, other problems, than with Hegel, writ large or writ small. As indicated above, it may be that in citing Hegel or Hegelian thought Marx is really drawing on ideas that Hegel and Hegelians already had in common with previous philosophers, and which, in the manner of immanent critique, both Hegel and Hegelians, and also Marx, accepted and rejected in suitably complex ways. In other words, for Marx, Hegel and Hegelians were conveniently to hand as repositories of ideas that actually came from elsewhere. As many of these scholastic ideas are now somewhat strange to us, I think that there is often a tendency to assume that they are peculiarly Hegelian, or that the peculiarly Hegelian reading is the one referenced by Marx or his contemporaries, but this is not necessarily the case. It just looks that way to us. As Hegel aimed to recapitulate and re-articulate all previous philosophy, he was a useful source on knowledge up to his own time. Indeed, he wrote longer and shorter encyclopedias, which were his idea of popularizations. But if this divergence between Hegel and his predecessors is not explicitly investigated, we can easily end up with an over-Hegelianist and over-philosophized Marx, or at least so it seems to me. It is quite difficult to break out of this particular hermeneutic, as German language commentators cite Hegel rather in the way I am suggesting that Marx did, in a larger context, and as part of a familiar tradition. For English language commentators Hegel is a great other, a difficult philosopher not in the analytical or empirical tradition, and a special hurdle, so it emerges, that must be surmounted, before the postulant can tackle Marx. Metaphorically, those in the English-speaking world are always advised and warned when continental philosophy looms ahead, as if in a fog on the far side of the channel. In the SNS in the German kingdoms and princely states, politics was necessarily an elite affair conducted in code, that is, in so far as politics tended towards anything like criticism, rather than adulation and confirmation of traditionalist rule. These states were non-constitutional, authoritarian regimes, sometimes with consultative representative bodies, but no genuinely free press, no interest in public mobilization of opinion, and they were overtly intolerant, albeit somewhat inefficient in terms of surveillance and repression. Such toleration of free expression as there was tended to be confined to the universities, and from time to time these were purged amid resistance. As the self-professed foundation of these states was historico-theological, mythologies were essential, analytical inquiry considered subversive, and religion at the heart of authority. Any form of philosophy that touched on the great questions of existence was susceptible to criticism from doctrinal Christians, and the ambiguous and coded language of Hegel and his school was an unsurprising result, given the atmosphere of narrow-minded bigotry. Hegelian language is deliberately difficult to interpret for political reasons, not just philosophical ones. Moreover, it is a philosophy, not just because the thinkers were that way inclined, but because any critical consideration of society would have to take place in a suitably circumscribed and abstract frame. The curious crossover between philosophy, theology, and politics that Hegel attempted was itself a political move in about the only way possible for him, yet still allowing access to publishers and a livelihood. This political streak, coupled with a necessary ambiguity, is something that commentators do not necessarily appreciate today, as by the public life in something like the modern sense had emerged in Germany. By contrast, in the SNS, philosophy lectures and philosophy books were the political currency which intellectuals could safely exchange. David Friedrich Strauss, of course, lost his job at Tübingen, and was chased out of Switzerland, for writing a book about the historical Jesus, and Ludwig Feuerbach never worked at a university again after publishing his doctoral dissertation Reflections on Death and Immortality, which was taken to be atheistic. So there were limits on what could be thought, published, analyzed, and questioned, even in universities, never mind in wider circles and the media. That Hegel was easily subjected to both conservative and liberal readings was hardly an accidental authorial strategy. He became a great philosopher and attained the highest levels of state-sponsored academic achievement. But, as is well known, there were two distinctly different readings of his oeuvre, dividing along political lines. Before the essay Hegel, Marx's narrative would have looked odd or otiose. Of course, Marx was involved with Hegel, as who in a political context was not. But then, Marx's involvement was within the young Hegelians, or rather on the edge of them, or so he chose to place himself. Marx was rather lucky to have met up with the one young Hegelian who would really suit him, Engels, as Engels was both clear on the atheism issue, having no truck with mystical pantheism and woolly-minded humanism, and also far-seeing about technology, being really taken with practical activities connected with wealth, or the lack of it, and with industrial productivity, and exploitation. None of the others had those attractive qualities, and lacking Engels, Marx may well have stayed at the margin in terms of publicity and impact, being even less effective than he was. Once past and into the essay Hegel, Marx's narrative was a necessity, as the politics of Hegelian intellectual codes had faded out. What is immediate does not need to be explained, as the context is assumed. When ideas and motives are no longer so current, readers need the benefit of background and help. In the Marx still wrote in an idiom reflecting his reading of young Hegelianism, having decided to apply it to a critique of political economy. He was in a certain sense rather old-fashioned and out of date after, and not just in terms of intellectual approach. His political strategies never really got to grips with the party politics and constitutionalism that arrived in the nonetheless capital, volume. I was supposed to be the political book of the age. I find it rather mysterious exactly how this formidable tome was supposed to connect with what kind of political movement. Indeed, Capital is famous as one of the greatly respected but little read books of all time. The Gospel according to Engels. The Hegel, Marx narrative was created by Engels to explain away this problem, by arguing that Hegel was still relevant and by enabling Marx's audience to get in touch with his message, once the Hegelian context had been set. As the story emerged in Engels' book review of August, Marx appears as Jesus to Hegel's John the Baptist. Or at least Marx appears as the successor German philosopher and revolutionary inverter of philosophical truth. Rather unfortunately, the Engelsian mixed metaphors were themselves young Hegelianism revisited. These were magical kernels and mystical shells, turning Hegel upright so that he stands on his feet, inverting an idealist dialectic to make it materialist, etc. It is all rather mysterious, or simple-minded, though not nearly as bad as the infamous thesis, antithesis, synthesis, which an early commentator and popularizer, Heinrich Moritz Caillebois, inflicted on the undeserving master, and which some commentators, the lowest of the low, in my view, further visited on Engels and Marx. One is tempted to turn to the theses on Feuerbach for clarification of Marx's philosophical position vis-a-vis Hegel, as indeed Engels did, when he published them in edited form but then it is easy to lose sight of the fact that they are theses on Feuerbach. Feuerbach is currently read, if read at all, as an add-on to Hegel, quite the reverse of the historical position and contemporary left Hegelian view in which Feuerbach was central and transformative. At that point he was, of course, not the precursor of Marx, but rather the author of the preliminary theses on the reform of philosophy, and principles of the philosophy of the future. In the SNS Marx's engagement was overwhelmingly with the young Hegelians, and with the master only rather indirectly. Where Marx does address Hegel directly, it is Hegel in the title that makes these texts now seem so central. Possibly one reading of Marx's comment in that he had turned again to Hegel and found him useful was that Marx was actually surprised to have found anything useful in Hegel at all, given the way that he linked Hegelians with a feeble or febrile politics that he despised. Nonetheless, there are early studies by Marx that address Hegel directly, putting the Hegelians to rights. There is one on Hegel's dialectic and another on his philosophy of right, and in both Marx shows his contemporaries how to do an immanent critique philosophically, and what the limitations of the Hegelian outlook amount to politically. Before Germany was anywhere near adopting representative institutions and modern economic doctrines, Marx exposed the hypocritical liberal settlement, arguing in on the Jewish question that it divided free citizen from economic man. Hegel's bureaucratized constitutional monarchy in the philosophy of right never got that far, and Marx lambasted it mercilessly in his critique. Obviously Marx wrote these early published works, and early works intended somehow for publication, with an audience of the S in mind, assuming that they would be familiar with the literature. Approaching such questions from that perspective in the S would have seemed distinctly odd, hence the need for Engels to frame Marx with a suitable narrative. As Marx was hardly a household name, Engels needed a peg to hang him on, and Hegel seemed an appropriately august figure, provided, of course, that he was properly contextualized and then bettered at his own game. While one may safely assume that Hegel was little read by then, he nonetheless had the reputation of filling the library shelves and having ascended to a German Parnassus of nationalistic intellectual achievement. His encyclopedic pretensions, his philosophical inscrutability and his Germanic appeal were all to Engels' purpose. But Engels' move begs the question whether Marx had to be hitched to anyone else at all, and if so, whether it had to be Hegel. Why not just present Marx as a critic of economic science, a veteran communist of the S and an effective German stylist unbeholden to anyone in particular? Or indeed, as a polymath of astounding originality? In looking at Engels' review of, and his subsequent reworkings of this material in books and pamphlets of his own, and in his introductions and prefaces to Marx, I think we are dealing with Engels' own autodidactic agenda. There is an air here of Engels reliving the heady days of lectures at Berlin University, when he skipped parade drill and gun-cleaning duty. It was Engels who broadened the focus beyond the critique of political economy, it was Engels who singled out Hegel, quite exclusively, without noting the importance of the scholastic tradition, whether Aristotelian or otherwise, and it was Engels who contradictorily attempted to make Marx easier by putting the world's most difficult philosopher between him and his audience. This is not to say that the strategy was unsuccessful. As Tom Bottomore once forcefully reminded me, 19th-century didacticism was rife amongst the working classes, and study groups were readily formed. Indeed, scientific system building was something to which Engels was responding, as well as responsive. Eventually he produced his own reply, in the form of Anti-Düring, Eugen von Düring being a system builder and penny popularizer par excellence. In my view, Engels' book was only politely noticed by Marx, and the same with the excerpts Socialism Utopian and Scientific, to which Marx wrote a brief introduction, curiously signed Paul Lafargue, the name of his son-in-law. Characteristically, Marx's contributions on economics, posted to Engels at manuscript stage, were omitted by Engels from the first edition. My feeling is that Engels could never quite accept that economics was the message. His insertion of Marx's materials into subsequent editions of the text had more to do with Marx's bodily assumption to a pantheon of socialist intellectuals than with the thrust and direction of Engels' own argument in Anti-Dühring itself. Unlike Capital, Anti-Dühring was very, very widely read indeed. In my view, Marx himself is the best guide to the importance of Hegel in his work, as indeed he would be to the importance of Aristotle or Paracelsus. In his postface to the second German edition of Capital, Marx did say teasingly that he had coquetted with Hegelian terminology, but how seriously are we to take this? And he did say that he found Hegel's logic useful in considering profit and its conceptual relationship with value, money, and capital. This hardly seems to justify the familiar grand narrative of Marx, portrayed as Jacob in a lifelong wrestling match with the angel Hegel. Worst of all, the Hegelian turn feeds the fantasies of commentators searching for precisely what Marx says isn't there, a historico-philosophic key to history and to what he is saying about it. Somehow, for most commentators, there has to be a simple key to guide us through the twists and turns of Marx's argumentative prose. And on the assumption that there is, it follows that he was the sort of mystical grand master who wrote that way. I actually sympathize with Hermetic readings of Hegel. He asked for it. As Hegel used Rosicrucian imagery and alluded to mysterious entities and incarnations of truth. But in my view, Marx did not do these things, and it is worth reading each sentence of Capital, for example, right where it is, and seeing how it fits into an argument, however multi-layered and ironic. Capital is a text that is not without its difficulties, but the way to address these is hardly singular, hardly uncomplicated, and hardly Hegelian. Before arguing that a strategy of minimizing Hegel would be a good one at present, even if only to get us away from the too familiar tramlines of almost years of commentary, I should like to offer an olive branch to tradition by following through one of Marx's own citations of Hegel, the one connected with the concept of profit in Capital, and developing a reading of an important turning point in his critique of political economy that depends explicitly on Hegel, and indeed on what is explicitly Hegelian. This then leaves me free to argue against the view, taken by rational choice Marxists, that contemporary readings of Marx are best when they owe least to any ideas of darkly Hegelian origin. Marx, and Hegel's logic. It is well known that Marx was interested in Hegel's logic and that on his own testimony he found it extremely helpful. But before this information can be of much assistance in understanding and evaluating Marx's methods and views, we must have a view as to what this work is, and what use Marx made of it. In this section I argue, with detailed examples, that the terminology of Hegelian logic is not as far removed from the English philosophical tradition as is generally believed, and I discuss the various versions of a logic prepared by Hegel and his editors, in order to show which texts Marx was actually using. Then I examine Marx's use of Hegel's logic while he was at work on the Grundrisse manuscripts, so that the reasoning behind an essential part of his critical theory of capitalist society is laid bare. I conclude that, as a master key to Marx's work, Hegel's logic has been overrated, but as a methodological sourcebook for Marx, it has been lamentably underappreciated. Present-day English readers have more points of contact with Hegel's treatises on logic than is generally realized by commentators on Marx. In his works, Hegel presents a revision of logic as it was understood and taught by his contemporaries, including the logic derived from the Greeks and modified by the medieval scholastic tradition. That logic was until Hegel's time much the same in English and in German. Today it is an elementary form of logic, so some of the distinctions which were basic to it are still in use, although they are not of much interest to mathematically minded logicians. Quality, quantity, analysis, synthesis, reality, appearance, essence, accident, subject, object are examples. Also there are terms in this elementary, traditional logic which have a special sense different from their modern everyday meaning. Some of the now unfamiliar terminology in the works of Hegel and Marx is neither particularly Germanic nor peculiarly Hegelian. It is simply the technical terminology of the traditional logic derived from the Greeks and the medieval schools. Definitions for these technical terms can be extracted from, among other sources, Grimm's Deutsches Wörterbuch and the Oxford English Dictionary. What is Hegel's logic? It is no simple matter to turn to any of the three collected editions of Hegel's works and pick out his logic. Moreover, Hegel has not made it obvious which of the two versions of his logic represents his definitive views, nor does Marx usually make it plain which version he had in mind when he spoke of Hegel's logic. It is possible, however, to surmount these difficulties, so that the logic becomes an accessible work, and it is also possible to state with certainty which version of it Marx found most useful in drafting his magnum opus, the Critique of Political Economy. Hegel's Wissenschaft der Logik, his Science of Logic, appeared in 3 parts in, and a second edition of the first part was prepared by Hegel in, the year of his death. An abbreviated version of the Science of Logic was incorporated by Hegel in his Enzyklopädie der Philosophischen Wissenschaften im Grundriss, the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences in outline, first published in, only a year after the Science of Logic was completed. The latter work is sometimes known as the Heidelberg Encyclopedia, and its opening section as the Shorter Logic. The encyclopedia as a whole was published in 2 later editions, with Hegel's own revisions to the text. But in the Werke edition of the encyclopedia, including the Shorter Logic, became a much longer and substantially different work, since the editors of the collected works added their own lecture notes and comments throughout the book. At points in the text where the same subjects are covered, there are significant differences between the Shorter Logic, as it appears in the encyclopedia, and the Science of Logic, but it is unclear which version of his views Hegel preferred. The second edition of the Science of Logic, on which Hegel was working just before he died in, reproduced certain points in the edition. These passages had been altered by Hegel for the Shorter Logic and reproduced in its 3 editions. Hence it appears that Hegel endorsed what he had said in when he prepared the edition of the encyclopedia, and then reverted in, while working once again on the Science of Logic, to what he had said in. In his commentary, James McTaggart suggests that neither the encyclopedia nor the revisions to the Science of Logic represent a definitive text where the same subjects are covered. Marx used both the shorter and greater logics. When he preferred the shorter, he cannot be said to have used something elementary or inferior. In a letter of November to his father, Marx mentioned that he had got to know Hegel from beginning to end. During the rest of his career, Marx occasionally referred to Hegel's works without giving precise references, but it is certain that when he was writing the economic and philosophical manuscripts he made use of the Shorter Logic. Marx used the Science of Logic when he and Engels were writing the Holy Family. While he was working on Volume I of Capital, Marx used the Shorter Logic, though this time it was the expanded Werke version of. I have shown elsewhere that the Greater Logic was very much in Marx's mind during his work on what was to become the final version of his Critique of Political Economy. It is the Science of Logic which I use below in analyzing important arguments from the Grundriss, and then relating that material to its final formulation in Capital. English Hegelians. It is generally assumed that Hegel's philosophy, and, to be sure, Marx himself, were virtually unknown in English intellectual circles of the early s. This was not quite the case. The first attempt at an English translation of Hegel's logic was a paraphrase entitled The Subjective Logic of Hegel, published in London by John Chapman, who was friendly with various intellectuals interested in German philosophy, and, as it happens, an acquaintance of Marx. In a diary entry for July, Chapman wrote, "Went with my brother to dine at Mrs. Johnson's, met Freilagrath and a Herr Merx, another exile." Chapman was also the publisher of English versions of Strauss's Life of Jesus and Feuerbach's Essence of Christianity, both influential works in Hegelian circles and both, as it happens, translated into English by Marion Evans, better known as George Eliot. He also published English translations of J. G. Fichte's works, and brought out a version of Friedrich von Schelling's The Philosophy of Art, translated by Andrew Johnson, which appeared in. Johnson was a friend of Marx's correspondent Ferdinand Freilagrath and of Marx himself. On October Marx wrote to Engels, "If you have to write to me on important matters, do it under the address, A. Johnson, Esq., as a poste restante." Johnson was the author of works on the gold supply and the theory of currency published in and, a period generally, and wrongly, thought to be fallow for Marx's economic studies, whereas actually he was at work on just those aspects of political economy. Marx's critique, and Hegel's logic. The exact connections between Marx's critique of political economy and his use of Hegelian categories are still obscure. The Grundrisse has been said to be a Hegelian work, but what does this mean? Why, in such a work, did Marx turn to Hegel for help? And why in the afterword to Volume I of Capital did Marx announce that he was still a pupil of Hegel? Marx made considerable use of Hegel's logic in formulating the fundamental arguments of his critique of political economy, the work which functions as a foundation for his political and social thought. The connections between Marx's arguments and Hegel's can be elucidated from the texts, and Marx's arguments can only then be grasped and analyzed. The results may not impress present-day economists, even of the Marxist schools, but useful or not, Marx's arguments in this specific context will continue to generate little but confusion until they are read in the first instance on his own terms. If Marx's work on such a basic economic category as profit, for example, were de Hegelianist, even by a well-meaning interpreter, the result would perhaps be more obviously economic, as the term is generally understood today, but it would have little to do with Marx, and the full import of his work would never emerge. But by the same token, this does not license a general Hegelianising of Marx. The logic of profit. While Marx was working on the principal notebooks of the Grundrisse, he wrote to Engels that he had found Hegel's logic useful in dealing with a particular economic category, profit. Freilagrath had offered him Mikhail Bakunin's old copy, presumably an edition of The Science of Logic, in October. The difficulty with profit for Marx, as for numerous orthodox political economists, was explaining where in the economic process it arises. If it arises from the exchange of commodities, is it a surplus created by the exchange of one commodity for another of greater value? Or could profit arise even on a fair exchange, in which one commodity is exchanged for another of equal value? Alternatively, if profit arises from the production process, is it a joint product of laborer and capitalist? Or is it simply a portion of what the laborer produces that is deducted for various purposes by the capitalist? Marx's method for solving these problems was to analyze the basic concepts involved, what he called the simple determinations. This was why he turned to Hegel's logic, as Hegel's philosophical work was overtly occupied with conceptual analysis. What emerged from this encounter was immensely significant for his views on the structure and future of capitalist society. Once the economic law of motion of capitalist society had been laid bare, other social phenomena would be seen to fall into place, and the eventual political development of capitalist society would become clear. The twofold character of labor and the theory of surplus value together represent Marx's ultimate answer to the problems about profit posed above. But these theories presuppose a view of the fundamental motion of capitalist society. According to Marx, the capitalist system is not in equilibrium, rather, he claims that it has an inbuilt tendency to collapse because of the necessity to produce ever-increasing profits. But what exactly is this alleged necessity to produce ever-increasing profits? Why is the circulation of capital not a simple circle, but a spiral, an ever-expanding curve? Marx set that very problem for himself in the Grundrisse. It is damned difficult for Messrs. The economists to progress theoretically from the self-preservation of value in capital to its expansion, that is to say, this in its fundamental definition, not just as accident nor merely as result. If Marx could establish an expansion in the fundamental definition of capital, it would follow that the production of ever-increasing profits was an essential, even a definitional part of the capitalist system, rather than something that capitalists might or might not generally choose to do. Marx undoubtedly recognized that individual capitalists might choose not to employ their capital in a way that would increase their profits, though doubtless they would soon find themselves undercut and thrown out of business by others who had invested more wisely in the productive process. He also fully recognized that some capitalists might fail to employ their capital successfully because of bad luck or bad judgment. But at the end of the argument he concluded that capitalists could not, in general, decide not to employ their capital in order to increase their profits. That is, he decided that expansion is no mere accident, but is an essential part of the concept capital. Chit-chat that no one will employ his capital without drawing a profit on it either amounts to the absurdity that upstanding capitalists will remain capitalists even without employing their capital, or to saying in a very homely way that profit-yielding employment lies in the very concept of capital. Well, that would just have to be demonstrated. In the ensuing demonstration that profit-yielding employment lies in the very concept of capital, Marx finds a contradiction in money used as capital, a contradiction between its quality as the representative of all forms of wealth to an infinite amount, and its limit as a specific quantity at any given time. The sole utility which an object can generally have for capital can only be to maintain or to increase it. We have already seen in the case of money, how value differentiated as such, or the general form of wealth, is capable of no other motion than quantitative, of increasing itself. According to its concept it is the epitome of all use values, but as always but a specific quantity of money its quantitative limitation is in contradiction with its quality. Marx draws our attention to two aspects of money as it is used in capitalist production. Money stands for wealth in a way that is absolutely general and theoretically limitless, but it must always exist in limited amounts as coins, notes, money of account, that is, it must always be expressed as some numerical figure or other. From this contradiction Marx concludes, there lies in its nature a continual driving beyond its own limitation. In the Grundriss Marx develops the implications of this conclusion by arguing that capital requires the production of ever-increasing profits. For value, which retains its character as value, an increase in amount coincides in consequence with its self-preservation, and it is preserved only in that it continually drives beyond its quantitative limitation, which contradicts its definitional form, its inner generality. Enrichment is thus the inner purpose. The end-determining activity of capital can only be that of enrichment, i.e., the amassing, the increasing of itself. A specific sum of money can fully satisfy only a specific consumption in which it has ceased to be money. But as representative of a limited wealth, it cannot do that. As a quantitatively specific sum, a limited sum, it is either only the limited representative of general wealth or the representative of a limited wealth, which goes precisely as far as its exchange value, is exactly measured by it. Hence in no way does it have the capacity, which according to its general concept it ought to have, of buying all pleasures, all commodities, the totality of the material substance of wealth. Retained as wealth, as the general form of wealth, as value which serves as value, it is therefore the continual drive to go beyond its quantitative limit, an endless process. Its own life quality consists in just this, it preserves itself as exchange value performing its function distinct from use value, only in that it is itself continually expanding. In the above passage Marx has evidently done just what he set out to do. To progress theoretically from the self-preservation of value in capital to its expansion. This in its fundamental definition, not just as accident nor merely as result. Money, and Hegel's logic. However, in the course of Marx's analysis of money as capital, two crucial questions arise. Why were the qualitative and quantitative aspects of money as capital said to be in contradiction? And why does it follow from this that money by its very nature entails a continual driving beyond its own limitations and hence a continual drive to go beyond its quantitative limit in functioning as capital? In setting out these views, Marx's line of argument follows very closely Hegel's discussion of the finite, its negation as limitation, and the negation of this negation when it transcends its limitation. These arguments are developed in the science of logic. Something with its immanent limit, posited as the contradiction of itself, is the finite. The finite is thus inwardly self-contradictory. Something's own limit thus posited by it as a negative. The limitation of the finite is not something external to it, on the contrary, its own determination is also its limitation. But now further, the finite as a transcends its limitation. Its limit is also not its limit. Hegel concludes, it is the very nature of the finite to transcend itself, to negate its negation and to become infinite. Marx's development of the life quality of money in capitalist society is exactly parallel to the progression of Hegel's argument. Like the infinite, money is inwardly self-contradictory, its quantitative limitation is its own, not merely external, it transcends its limitation by continually expanding, a continual driving beyond its own limitations. For money, as for Hegel's finite, its limit is also not its limit. In general, capitalists do try to increase their profits, and if a capitalist were not to behave in this way, we would think it odd and seek some explanation, perhaps eccentricity or lassitude. Similarly, it would be difficult to imagine an economic system in which those with capital generally did not try to increase their profits. We would find it difficult to refer to such a system of behavior as capitalism. If it is to these generalizations about behavior that Marx was referring when he argued from a contradiction in the concept money to the conclusion that profit-yielding employment lies in the very concept of capital, then his point is well taken. However, Marx's actual conclusion about a drive within money functioning as capital does not follow merely from the arguments which he specifically adduces, the self-contradictory character of something finite, its negative relationship with a limitation, and its drive to transcend this limitation by continually expanding. Do Marx's Hegelian arguments in the Grundrisse have any bearing, then, on his work in Capital, where we might expect to see conceptual analysis and substantiated generalizations in close alignment? Capital and Hegel's logic. When Marx wrote that he had found Hegel's logic useful in investigating profit, he left us, as we have seen, a valuable clue to an otherwise puzzling exposition of views in the Grundrisse. On my reading, these are views behind those expressed in Capital, where the necessity for ever-increasing profits is simply assumed to be an immanent law of capitalist production. Marx pointed out in Capital, as he had done in the Grundrisse, that the reproduction of capital is not a circle, but a spiral. Unlike the text of the Grundrisse, however, the argument in Capital proceeds without an analysis of the relevant simple determinations. I think it likely that the Hegelian exposition in the Grundrisse confirmed Marx in his view that expansion is inherent in the fundamental definition of capital, and he might reasonably have considered that even a polished version of his work on the relevant simple determinations in the Grundrisse was an unnecessary and possibly confusing step in putting his case to the reader of Capital. Marx's theory of the contradictory character of money, whether or not it is plausible for the reasons he adduces in the Grundrisse, made it easy for him to argue the possibility of a new type of society, in which conventional behavior would be very different from that in capitalist society. He drew the contrast in Capital. He is fanatically intent on the valorization of value, consequently he ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake. In this way he spurs on the development of society's productive forces, and the creation of those material conditions of production which alone can form the real basis of a higher form of society, a society in which the full and free development of every individual forms the ruling principle. Once Marx had shown that profit-yielding employment lay in the very concept of capital, he had located certain patterns of human motivation and behavior within the historically specific conventions of a particular type of society. Had he located the profit motive in, for example, an apparently invariant human nature, as other theorists had done, then it would have been difficult for him to argue that a qualitatively different society was a realistic possibility. But as I read him, Marx held the view that humans make, and remake, their own nature and the societies in which they live through their productive activities, and that out of these activities come their ideas about themselves and their social possibilities. Hence his thesis was that the abolition of money and of its attendant contradictions would follow a reorganization of production along communist lines, and the resultant society would not be a slave to the continual expansion inherent in capital. Propositions from Hegel's logic, whether cited behind the scenes in the Grundrisse or presupposed without specific reference in Capital, Volume I, do not themselves prove for Marx, or for his readers, either that his account of the economic categories contains some necessary logic or that it reflects some immanent necessity in human behavior. Rather, the strength of Marx's account is that it sits precisely on the nexus between interlinked ideas and meaningful activities, without any presumption that scientific analysis must push factitiously to distinguish one from the other. With that in mind, I turn in conclusion to Elster's attempt to make sense of Marx. Vicious/virtuous circles. Contrary to my lines of analysis, Elster tackles the Hegel-Marx nexus very much as Engels understood it, focusing on dialectics, which he quite mistakenly says that Marx invoked on numerous occasions. Marx's actual references to dialectic are notably few, whereas the importance that Engels ascribed to this concept was absolutely fundamental, the major link between the one great thinker, Hegel, and his superior successor, Marx. As with most commentators, Engels' narrative inspires them to imagine that Marx must frequently have said what Engels says he believed, whereas I find it impossible to discover Marx saying even once what Engels claims is the foundation of the system, the three laws of dialectics. Admittedly, I take the view that one cannot simply read Engels back into Marx, but rather that for traditional commentary to be persuasive, Marx must be seen to be making the case about and for his own work just as Engels puts it, not simply using the same words in his own discussions. Indeed, in the preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, the book Engels was reviewing when the grand narrative about Hegel and Marx first emerged, Marx famously set down the guiding thread for his studies. My view of those paragraphs is that they are themselves hasty and ill-written, and later barely noticed in a footnote to Capital, but leaving that evaluation aside, it still seems to me to be striking that the word dialectic does not occur there at all. Elster boils down the Hegel-Marx connection to three strands, a quasi-deductive procedure inspired by Hegel's logic and used in the Grundrisse and Capital, Engels' three laws of dialectics, which in my view are Engels and not Marx's, and finally, a theory of social contradictions derived from Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. Elster and I agree about the second category, Engels' laws of dialectics, that they are neither Marx's nor interesting. Contrarily, I agree with Elster that the third category, a theory of social contradictions, is both Marxian and interesting, though Elster seems rather overanxious to me in reducing what is of interest here to an exemplification of the fallacy of composition, the view that what is in everyone's best interest collectively is necessarily in the best interest of every individual. Unsurprisingly then, Elster and I disagree very clearly about the first strand, in that his methodologically individualist premises rule out a conceptual analysis of money, such as Marx attempted at length in Capital, and by which I am sufficiently intrigued to construct a reading. Elster legislates that those who are not methodologically individualist in his approved sense are methodological collectivists. Moreover, he also somewhat overloads his criticisms by characterizing further Marx's presumed position as incoherent and confused. My complaint is that Elster's binary reductions lead to him to inveigh against the very question that I think it is interesting to ask, whether the self-determination of capital is conceptual or behavioral, or whether we are meant to conclude that this very distinction is superseded, a conclusion I take Elster to be rejecting superciliously. There are moments in analysis when drawing a distinction is not a helpful thing to do in the first place, and this is one of them. This is because the conceptual, behavioral distinction, to which Elster is wedded, is the very one that rules out just what social science in my view is there to investigate, the circularity that necessarily obtains between ideas, individuals, and action. This circularity is neither analytically vicious nor merely logical. It is life. This essay deals with some aspects of the relationship between Hegel and Marx and with their influence on the development of Marxism. The story is largely, though not entirely, one of misunderstandings and misappropriations, lost opportunities, unnoticed slippages, wrong turnings, and blind alleys. As a result, the project which unites Hegel and Marx, and, indeed, is the driving force of their work, has fared less well than it might have done. This, to state it in the most general terms, is the project of a dialectical theory in the service of human freedom. Anyone interested in that project who wishes to gauge its current standing and prospects will need to understand its strange history. The history also contains elements of deep continuity and unity of thought, at least where Hegel and Marx themselves are concerned. Yet even these have been subject to distortion and forgetting by Marx's successors. The discussion will try to do justice to them too. An ontological break. A natural starting point is provided by Marx's break with Hegel. The central issues at stake in it were made abundantly clear by Marx himself, and they still lie at the heart of the debate over the meaning of Hegel's philosophy. They may be introduced by saying that they concern the ontological status of Hegelian spirit and the Hegelian idea. It will suffice for present purposes, and not be seriously contentious, if one assumes that while the idea is the fundamental, universal category of Hegel's ontology, spirit is the idea as it manifests itself in human consciousness and society, its expression in human life. The alternative readings that are available at this point are in general terms clear enough. It will sharpen the presentation of them if another factor is introduced into the account. The idea, Hegel frequently assures us, is the philosopher's name for God. Hence, on one interpretation, the fundamental principle of his ontology is to be identified with the God of traditional theism, the personal creator who is independent of, and superior to, his creation. On the alternative view, the idea is in essence the God of pantheism, that is to say, the universe as such, conceived as an impersonal, unified whole. Spirit, the idea as it reveals itself in human affairs, on the first view, an autonomous center of subjectivity and action, a non-human, superperson who intervenes in, and shapes, our history. Alternatively, it appears as coextensive with, and exhausted by, the realm of human consciousness and action, as distributed over and embodied in the totality of human selves, and as wholly constituted by that distribution and embodiment. For convenience, and in line with convention, one may speak of a transcendent and an immanent interpretation of spirit and the idea. Where Marx stands on all this is not in any doubt, at least in its general outlines. He reads Hegel transcendently as a prelude to rejecting him. Some well-known formulations will suffice to make the essential point. The account in the Holy Family declares that, in Hegel's conception, history becomes the history of an abstract or absolute spirit, a spirit far removed from the real man, a person apart, a metaphysical subject of which the real human individuals are merely the bearers. This metaphysical monster is said elsewhere in the work to be the restoration of the Christian theory of creation in a speculative, Hegelian form. In a postface to the first volume of Capital we are told that, for Hegel, the process of thinking, which he even transforms into an independent subject under the name of the idea, is the creator of the real world, and the real world is only the external appearance of the idea. Marx's Hegel, it appears, is a Hegel whose ontology of transcendence is but the speculative expression of orthodox Christian theology. It is plainly not possible to settle the issue between immanence and transcendence here, nor is it necessary for the purposes of the argument to do so. Some considerations that favor the immanent side will emerge in the course of the discussion, but these are not in any sense decisive. For one thing, there must remain a residual stock of formulations that seem incontrovertibly to favor the opposition, and so the debate can be sustained indefinitely on a diet of suitable quotations. Of course, if the Hegel Marx rejects is not the true Hegel, it follows that the Marxist intellectual tradition, and more especially the branch of it usually known as Hegelian Marxism, is founded on a mistake. This conclusion is not needed either for present purposes. It suffices for the themes of lost opportunities and frustrated development to note that the interpretative choices were available in essentially the same form to Marx as they are today. This is to say that then, as now, the transcendent approach had something of the quality of a rearguard action, stubbornly maintained against the main thrust, both, as it were, quantitative and qualitative, of the textual evidence. A glance at the historical setting of Marx's ontological break will serve to bear out these claims. It should be borne in mind that Hegel had been subjected to accusations of pantheism, and, what was not always clearly distinguished from it, atheism, from the early s onwards. Thus, he had been obliged to defend himself, though rather uneasily and unconvincingly, in the second edition of the Encyclopedia. The defense is less than wholly successful because the pantheism from which he distances himself is of the caricature every secular thing is God kind. It failed to silence his critics. To the powerful evangelical party at court in particular, he remained an object of deep suspicion. It did not prevail in his lifetime, but after his death Schelling was, notoriously, called to Berlin by the king to root out the dragon seed of the Hegelian pantheism. A sense of the gap between Hegel's system and Christian orthodoxy was by no means confined to the orthodox. As Walter Jaeschke has pointed out, contemporaries had an entirely different picture of the various tendencies of the school from that offered by our current perception, which is that it was the old Hegelians who preserved the pure doctrine. On the contrary, it was, he notes, the right Hegelian interpretation which, in forcing Hegel into line with traditional Christian doctrine on the personality of God and the immortality of the soul, was regarded as progressive. What later became the center and the moderate left seemed, by contrast, to adhere obstinately to the standpoint of the system. Thus it was the old Hegelians who were seen as the innovators. Their opponents, who denied that any injection of transcendence is needed to make the system work, were, from this standpoint, the true conservatives. It should also be recalled that the young Marx had models of immanence close at hand in the intellectual circles in which he moved. Most obviously, there was Bruno Bauer's reading of absolute spirit as human self-consciousness. In the blast of irony entitled Trumpet of the Last Judgment over Hegel the Atheist and Antichrist, he had declared that God is dead for philosophy and that self-consciousness is the only power in the world and history has no other meaning than the becoming and development of self-consciousness. Whatever the crudities and limitations of Bauer's account, it plainly offers an alternative to thinking in terms of the history of an absolute spirit far removed from the real man. This is not, of course, to suggest that Marx's interpretation is merely idiosyncratic or perverse, but simply that it was in no sense forced upon him in the circumstances of his time. The option he chose has in any case its own antecedents and sources of inspiration. Above all, there was the seductive example of Ludwig Feuerbach and his transformative logic of subject and predicate. This is the logic Marx echoes in asserting that Hegel at all times makes the idea the subject, and makes the proper and actual subject the predicate. Feuerbach had used the technique of reversing Hegel's terms in his program of disclosing the true relationship of theology, philosophy, and anthropology. In a work which greatly influenced Marx, he declares that the secret of theology is anthropology, but the secret of speculative philosophy is theology. In implying that the deepest secret of Hegelian speculation is anthropology, Feuerbach seems not far away from Bauer. At times the affinity emerges plainly in his language, as when he insists, the necessary turning point of history is the open confession that the consciousness of God is nothing else than the consciousness of the species. The work of both thinkers may be seen as fitting comfortably within the dialectical humanism which marks the early phases of the reception of Hegel's thought. The crucial difference between Bauer and Feuerbach lies in their understanding of their relationship to Hegel. The human immanence which Bauer grasps as the esoteric meaning of his work is affirmed by Feuerbach as a radically anti-Hegelian conception. In taking this view, Feuerbach and, following him, Marx are in essential agreement with the old Hegelian interpretation of Hegel's ontology. What the old Hegelians labor to read into Hegel in order to celebrate is, however, proclaimed by Feuerbach and Marx as grounds for his rejection. This serves to illustrate the complications which attend the taxonomy of old and young Hegelians. It has, as it were, to operate in two dimensions, in terms of how Hegel is seen and in terms of whether one likes what one sees. This makes for some odd alliances and oppositions. From the standpoint of the present discussion, however, it cannot but seem unfortunate that, on central issues of interpretation, Marx should have aligned himself with Feuerbach rather than Bauer. It was the first decisive step on a path which has led the Marxist intellectual tradition far from its theoretical roots. Instead of a sustained, organic development which takes up and takes forward the accumulated riches of the past, there is an abstract and sterile rupture, paving the way for further such ruptures in the future. What has been lost is the possibility that Marxism might have evolved as the true dialectical overcoming, the Aufhebung, of the Hegelian system. To focus this greatest of missed opportunities more sharply, one should consider some exemplary instances of how things went after Marx. Marxists on Hegel. It is natural that attention should focus on Hegelian Marxism, and specifically on what is for it the key area of the philosophy of history, an area whose importance for present concerns has already been signaled. The greatest figure in the movement is George Lukács, and his major direct contribution to it is the young Hegel. It is all too easy to exhibit this work as being incoherent in its understanding and assessment of its subject. On the one hand, Lukács seems plainly aware that history is, for Hegel, solely the work of human beings. He remarks that respect and even reverence for the realities of history form the foundation of Hegelian philosophy. Hegel's sense of reality is displayed most keenly in an understanding of economic problems which was crucial for the emergence of a consciously dialectical mode of thought. Above all, he grasps the problem of work as the central mode of human activity. Hence, it comes as no surprise to be told that the main thrust of Hegel's view of history culminates in the concrete realm of human praxis. It aims at achieving a philosophical understanding of the real historical process that necessarily led to the establishment of modern civil society. Hegel's realism is, it appears, of the very best quality, the quality specific to a historical materialism. Alongside this strain of judgment in the young Hegel there is, however, another, and in the end predominant, strain to be set. Thus, we read of Hegel's wholesale mystification of the historical process, and of his hypostatization of a spirit which acts as the conscious principle in which it is grounded. Even more drastically, we are told that since, for Hegel, nature and history are the products of a spirit, history must realize the purpose which the spirit had posited as a goal from the outset. In consequence, Lukács continues, the whole process is thereby transformed into a pseudo-movement. Hegel, he concludes, lost his way in the miasmas of idealism where a mystified demiurge carried on its activities. This strain of judgment clearly echoes, even in the detail of its expression, the verdict of Marx cited earlier. It is true that Lukács believes he has theoretical reasons for taking such a view. Chief among them is the assumption that the teleology which is undeniably built into Hegel's conception of history requires a positing subject. This assumption is at work in the formulations quoted above, and is made even more explicit elsewhere in Lukács' work. It fails, however, to register the full significance of what he is also at another level aware, the role of internal teleology in Hegel's thought. This is not the teleology of the labor process, dealing instrumentally with tools and materials, but rather that of an immanent impulse of the subject matter itself. It is essentially Kant's purposiveness without purpose, or, one should add, a purposer. The failure to come to terms adequately with this theme in Hegel has a more general significance for Hegelian Marxism, but the issues involved cannot be explored further here. The point to note for the present is that, quite apart from any dubious theoretical considerations, there is, for Lukács, the inescapable and overwhelming authority of the model provided by Marx's break with Hegel. This ensures that he is in the end unable to carry through the best insights of the young Hegel. It is what makes the book a flawed work of genius rather than the complete aufhebung of all that went before and resolution of its contradictions, the crown of the dialectical sequence Hegel, Marx, Lukács. A similar double-mindedness is to be found in a second major work of the Hegelian Marxist tradition, Herbert Marcuse's Reason and Revolution. Marcuse recognizes that for Hegel the world is in its very essence the product of man's historical activity. Moreover, the concept of labor is, he affirms, not peripheral in Hegel's system but is the central notion through which he conceives the development of society. Elsewhere, Marcuse pays tribute to Hegel's realism, a realism that is founded, it appears once again, on materialism. At its roots, we are told, the philosophy of right is materialist in approach. In the philosophy of history, for its part, the historical development is, Marcuse declares, conceived as one in which man makes himself the actual subject of the historical process. There is no hint in all this of any eruption of transcendence into human history, and no hint that such an eruption might be necessary. Marcuse's final and, as it were, official judgment is, however, quite other than, and impossible to reconcile with, these insights. Hegel, we are told, tends to dissolve the element of historical practice and replace it with the independent reality of thought. An historical conception of the notion is constantly overwhelmed in his philosophy by the ontological conceptions of absolute idealism. These conceptions ensure that, while the world mind is the hypostatic subject of history, it is itself but a metaphysical substitute for the real subject, the unfathomable God of a frustrated humanity. Once again, the echoes of Marx's depiction of his break with Hegel seem unmistakable. For Marcuse, as for Lukács, the canonical authority of that depiction is in the end irresistible, however much their detailed insights may expose the shakiness of its foundations. To get a glimpse of what is, at least potentially, a more fruitful strategy, one should turn to a thinker who is certainly no less subject to Marx's authority than are Lukács and Marcuse. In the philosophical notebooks Lenin resolves to read Hegel materialistically, and explains, that is to say, I cast aside for the most part God, the absolute, the pure idea, etc. The suggestion that now arises is that it may well be more fruitful, from a historical materialist standpoint, simply to cast these notions aside, without seeking to interpret them, than to interpret them in the transcendent manner of Marx. For it may be more likely to enable one to unearth the substance of what, from that standpoint, is valuable in Hegel. It may, at any rate, be said to have done so for Lenin. His strategy of reading leads to a conclusion which he announces with unmistakable surprise and excitement. Movement and self-movement, spontaneous, internally necessary movement, change, movement and vitality, the principle of all self-movement, impulse to movement and to activity, the opposite to dead being, who would believe that this is the core of Hegelianism, of abstract and abstrusen Hegelianism. This sense of a revelation leads Lenin on to a hyperbolic and notorious claim. It is impossible completely to understand Marx's Capital, and especially its first chapter, without having thoroughly studied and understood the whole of Hegel's logic. Consequently, half a century later none of the Marxists understood Marx. These are all, of course, fragmentary remarks, never intended for publication. The line of thought they mark is, nevertheless, of great interest and fertility. It fits precisely with the approach favored in the present discussion to suppose that Lenin had indeed reached to the core of Hegelianism. All that is lacking on his part is the realization that what he had thus identified, the spontaneous, internally necessary self-movement, is the Hegelian absolute. There is nothing left over which needs to be cast aside in a materialist reading. To have taken this further step would have been to unlock all the resources of Hegel's system and put them at the disposal of historical materialism. That Lenin did not take it may be seen from one point of view as not the least of the missed opportunities which bulk so large in this account. That in a deeper sense, in view of who he was and his historical situation, he could not possibly have done so shows rather the ramified, Stultifying effects of the orthodox Marxist view of the Hegel-Marx connection. Politics of spirit. The question that now arises is what the implications of this historical sketch are for the idea of a dialectical, emancipatory theory. To pose the issues as sharply as possible, one must ask what are the politics of transcendent, as contrasted with those of immanent, spirit. The reception of Hegel's thought can once again offer some pointers. To take an obvious instance, the old Hegelians plainly knew what they were doing in trying to bring him into line with religious orthodoxy. They were well aware that success in this would make for a coherent fit with their own social and political conservatism, while interpretations such as that of Bauer raised practical as well as theoretical dangers. There is, however, a multitude of examples through which the basic relationships here might be explored. A particularly illuminating perspective on them is offered by a modern writer, Charles Taylor. This is so in large part because of the highly self-conscious and architectonic character of his reading of Hegel. For Taylor, Hegelian Geist is a cosmic spirit which is emphatically not to be identified with the merely human, one whose self-expression and self-awareness is something infinitely higher than our own. This has profound implications for the central thesis of Hegel's philosophy of history, that history is the development of the consciousness, and the actuality, of freedom. For the freedom in question, it now appears, is something immeasurably greater than the freedom of finite spirits. Thus, Taylor wishes to distinguish Hegel sharply from thinkers such as Rousseau or Kant who defined freedom as human freedom. For Hegel, by contrast, the thought or reason whose service is freedom turns out not to be that of man alone, but rather that of the cosmic spirit which posits the universe, a spirit which Taylor, quite understandably, identifies with God. Putting the point in philosophical language, it is that Hegel is not talking of the idea of merely human freedom, but rather of the cosmic idea. Taylor is quite clear and explicit as regards the social and political correlates of this doctrine. They derive, as he points out, from its displacement of the center of gravity of the idea of radical autonomy from man to Geist. What is conservative, or at least non-revolutionary, in Hegel has its source, we are told, in the thesis that the rationality of the real is not that of man, but of Geist. It is the view of cosmic spirit as the subject of history which, Taylor notes, rules out the possibility of a revolutionary praxis founded on reason. Hence it is that Hegel sets his face firmly against any further revolutionary transformations, believing instead that history had come to some kind of plateau, on which the need for revolution was past. The triumph of cosmic Geist ensures, to put the matter crudely, that in the world of modern capitalism we are already living at the end of history. Against the background of this interpretation of spirit, Taylor's account of Marx's break with Hegel is wholly consistent and predictable. It becomes clear why, as he tells us, the young Hegelians and particularly Marx saw the rejection of Hegel's Geist as the essential step from his philosophy to theirs. What they required was an anthropologizing of Hegel's thought which does away with the cosmic subject of history, and with the reason whose cunning is always beyond men's understanding at the time. By substituting man as the subject of history they allow for the time when the transformations he is bringing about are finally fully understood by him, that is, the epoch of the proletarian revolution. It seems plain that Taylor is endorsing the substance of Marx's understanding of Hegel's ontology, and, hence, of his conception of what was at stake in his repudiation of Hegel. Reactionary metaphysics has to be discarded to make room for revolutionary politics. To take a different view of Hegel's metaphysics from that of Marx and Taylor is, obviously, to open up other ways of conceiving of its political implications. What is revolutionary in Hegel will then turn out to have its source in his metaphysics of immanence, and specifically in the thesis that the rationality of the real is, and can only be, that of the human spirit. The discussion should now turn to the social and political vision that is projected by the idea of immanent spirit. If the goal of freedom ceases to be displaced onto a non-human subject, and has to be realized wholly within the confines of human life, how, one should ask, is its realization to be conceived? What institutional arrangements are required for that purpose? This is a large question to which nothing like justice can be done here. There is, however, a line of thought it may be fruitful to pursue. It begins by noting that the weight of Hegel's dealings with these matters falls overwhelmingly on the universal character of the freedom that comes about in history. In a superficial, but still suggestive, way, this is borne out by his standard classification of the successive historical epochs into those in which freedom is attributed to one, some and, finally, all. The theme is more usefully spelled out in such passages as the following. The substance of the spirit is freedom. From this, we can infer that its end in the historical process is the freedom of the subject to follow its own conscience and morality, and to pursue and implement its own universal ends. It also implies that the subject has infinite value and that it must become conscious of its supremacy. The end of the world spirit is realized in substance through the freedom of each individual. This passage encapsulates the movement of thought that now concerns us, from spirit to a radically universalistic and egalitarian vision of freedom. There is a general point of a negative kind which will serve to fix the issues more sharply. It is that the freedom now in question is emphatically not realized in the society depicted in Hegel's major work of political theory, the philosophy of right, and he is far from supposing that it is. To see this, it suffices to be reminded of the ethical corruption of the rich in that society, the spiritual impoverishment of the workers tied to a particular kind of work and cut off from its wider freedoms, and the alienation of the rabble who seethe with inward rebellion against the rich, against society and the government. Above all, there is the spectacle of large-scale poverty which takes the specific form, Hegel declares, of an injustice done to one class by another. Thus, the subject groups are condemned to live in systematic injustice and unfreedom. To suggest that each individual member of this society is accorded recognition of their infinite value would be absurd. It is notorious also that Hegel has no solution to offer for the greatest problem he depicts, that of poverty. Indeed, he acknowledges that no solution is possible within the given social framework, and takes his leave of the problem by simply consigning it to the workings of time. It seems obvious that Hegel's predicament flows inescapably from his basic premises and could be resolved by abandoning them. In particular, there is his commitment to private property, including private property in the means of production, and thereby to the capitalist market system. Indeed, some writers have supposed that there is an esoteric Hegel who, in this instance, had taken the necessary steps already. The image of him as a secret communist, or even as a radical, but uncandid, critic of bourgeois property relations, is, however, hard to sustain. For his attachment to the institution of private property is deep and principled. It is for him indispensable as the objective embodiment of personality and, thereby, of freedom. Apart from all theoretical considerations, he had early come to the view which he never relinquished that the fate of property has become too powerful for us to tolerate reflections on it, to find its abolition thinkable. As the context makes clear, it is individual private property he has in mind. The point is that, in view of its status as the manifest destiny of his time and place, reflection on its abolition could only be a form of wishful thinking or the elaboration of an abstract thought, a project with no place in dialectical theory. Thus, in the philosophy of right he remains in the grip of a truly iron dilemma. The institutional arrangements he depicts there cannot be the true home of freedom, and yet he has no alternative to suggest in their place. It follows that he quite literally does not know how freedom is concretely to be realized. In a certain sense it is, of course, true that he ought to have been a socialist. This would at any rate have averted his dilemma in the form in which it has been presented here. It is equally true that he was not, and, in virtue of his historical situation and personal convictions, could not have been. That the graphic realism of his picture of capitalist society should, nevertheless, point this direction out so plainly to others may be regarded by socialists as not the least of his services to the cause of human emancipation. Elements of continuity. The relationship of Hegel to Marxism is by no means simply one of ill-judged rupture leading to separate development. To suppose this would be to miss the important sense in which Marx understood Hegel better than any of the other Hegelians, old or young, the sense in which he remained always a Hegelian and in which his Hegelianism permeated classical Marxism. It is, therefore, also the sense in which, to echo Lenin, Marx and Marxism cannot be understood without understanding Hegel. The key issue is the role of theory, its relationship to its object and the connection between theory and practice. The basic Hegelian thesis is that theory is the bringing to consciousness and self-consciousness of the hidden movement of reality. This is an essential part of what makes it dialectical, as opposed to being merely explanatory, contemplative or utopian. Hence, there is truth in the stock formula that what Marx takes primarily from Hegel is the method of dialectics. Method should not, however, be taken as signifying any determinate and uniform set of procedures. The essence of the dialectical method is simply what Hegel calls surrender to the life of the object, and the thinking of that life in systematic, discursive form. This is the conception that is involved when he tells us that philosophy is its own time comprehended in thoughts. What Marx's work seeks to comprehend in thoughts is the revolutionary movement that is the emergent reality of capitalist society. The basic Hegelian thesis finds metaphorical expression in the demand of the young critic of Hegel that petrified conditions must be made to dance by having their own tune sung to them. In Marx's later writings, the image of theory as the voice or expression of the revolutionary movement is regularly invoked. Thus, the socialists and communists who are the theoreticians of the proletarian class are said to have no need to seek science in their minds, but have only to take note of what is happening before their eyes and to become its mouthpiece. Such a view becomes standard in the work of the major figures of Hegelian Marxism. Karl Korsch declares that the Marxist system is the theoretical expression of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat. Lukács for his part maintains that the theory is the intellectual expression of the revolutionary process itself. These formulations encapsulate the authentic Hegelian ingredient of Marxism, the conception of theory as the self-consciousness of a dynamic reality. That Marx conceives of his own work in these terms, and that his inspiration in doing so is Hegelian, should be borne in mind for a number of reasons. Most of all, it enables some puzzles to be cleared up which would otherwise be intractable. An example may be given which will advance the main line of argument. This discussion has offered a perspective on the striking antipathy Hegel displays towards the business of criticism, the business of finding reasons for changing or rejecting something by pointing out its defects. Such fault-finding is routinely regarded by him as facile, vain, pointless, juvenile and mean-spirited. Marx's sympathy with this strain of thought and sensibility is shown most clearly in the discussion of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon in The Poverty of Philosophy. Proudhon's fundamental error, according to Marx, is his insistence in imposing on Hegel's dialectic the dogmatic distinction between good and bad, and then setting the problem of how to eliminate the bad side. This cuts short the dialectical movement, the categories are deprived of all spontaneity, the idea ceases to function, there is no life left in it. For Hegel, by contrast, dialectical movement is the coexistence of two contradictory sides, their conflict and their fusion into a new category. Thus, the movement is the work of the contradictions themselves, accomplished without the mediation of negative appraisals. With Proudhon's fixation on such appraisals, the substance of Hegel's dialectic is lost and nothing remains but the language. Dialectics has ceased to be the movement of absolute reason. There is no longer any dialectics but only, at the most, absolutely pure morality. For Hegel and Marx, on the other hand, what is required of the dialectical thinker is not to moralize the immanent movement of reason and of reality but to surrender to it and seek to articulate it, to become its mouthpiece. On a larger scale, the Hegelian conception of theory shows itself in Marx's refusal, whenever he addresses the matter self-consciously, to allow a normative dimension to his own work. This refusal has been a scandal to some readers, and the occasion in recent years of intense and inconclusive debate. Most of the issues supposedly at stake in the debate will evaporate at once if one recognizes that Marx can quite consistently deny that his science is constituted as a critique of capitalist society, while personally detesting that society on normative, and specifically moral, grounds. The issue of the logical status of the theory needs to be separated from that of the values of the theorist. It has to be admitted, however, that insisting on this distinction in the present context gives rise to an urgent question. For if Marx's science is not essentially a critique of capitalism, how is its service of the cause of human emancipation to be conceived? It appears that its practical significance does not consist in an aspiration to supply reasons for acting to change its object. Hence, one must ask in what this significance does consist. What, to put the question still more sharply, constitutes it as socialist science? It is not possible to pursue this question at length here. All that can be done is to indicate the general form the answer must take. If the theory lacks a normative dimension, it must somehow be conceived of as bearing on practice just in virtue of its cognitive content. It has, one seems obliged to say, to be thought of as serving to form and transform the subject who grasps that content. It must do so through providing the subject with a scientific understanding of itself and of its situation in the world. In the case of Marx's science, the subject is the proletariat. It has to be thought of as acquiring class consciousness, and ultimately a socialist consciousness, through its developing ability to penetrate the fog of appearance and illusion that surrounds it in the capitalist world. This is the basic Marxist version of the Hegelian doctrine that self-knowledge is, in and of itself, a practical force. The self is altered just in being known, or in becoming the object of deeper, more systematic knowledge. Since, in such a case, object and subject are one, the knowledge is transformative of the knower also. Thus, spirit's development in history is presented by Hegel as a process of self-making through the acquisition of new, higher forms of self-consciousness. Within Marxism, the general theme is, as one might expect, to be found at its most explicit and developed in the luxus of history and class consciousness. It is, however, firmly captured in a passage from Marx which serves as an epigraph to the essay on class consciousness in that work. The question is not what goal is envisaged for the time being by this or that member of the proletariat, or even by the proletariat as a whole. The question is what is the proletariat and what course of action will it be forced historically to take in conformity with its own nature? The modality we have to deal with here is not that of normative reasoning but that of ontological necessity, of what the proletariat is forced to do in conformity with what it is, its own nature. Theory activates this necessity by disclosing to the proletariat what its nature is and what the truth is of the world in which it must live and act. Therein lies its practical efficacy and significance. Transition to critical theory. The dialectical conception of the relationship of theory to its object is the true legacy of Hegel to Marx. It must be acknowledged, however, that it is by no means a lasting legacy so far as Marxism is concerned. Indeed, in the work of the archetypal Western Marxists, the critical theorists of the Frankfurt School, one may study the process of its explicit rejection. It is in this context that one should set the aim of reason and revolution to show how the inner workings of Western philosophy necessitated the transition to the critical theory of society. Counterposed to that aim, one should set there also Marcuse's enduring belief that Korsch and Lukács represented the most authentic current of Marxism. The key document must, however, be Max Horkheimer's programmatic essay on traditional and critical theory. It contains some impeccably dialectical formulations. Thus, it speaks for a conception in which the theoretician and his specific object are seen as forming a dynamic unity with the oppressed class, and for the idea of a theory which becomes a genuine force, consisting in the self-awareness of the subjects of a great historical revolution. At the same time, some crucial positions occupied by Marx and Lukács have begun to be abandoned. This is most evident in the persistent concern to detach the fate of critical theory from that of their revolutionary subject. Even the situation of the proletariat is, in this society, no guarantee of correct knowledge. There is no social class by whose acceptance of the theory one could be guided. The conclusion to be drawn is that, in the end, the critical theory has no specific influence on its side, except concern for the abolition of social injustice. It is impossible not to recall here that this particular concern is consistently scorned by Marx as a form of motivation, and that he deliberately took every possible step to avoid having to appeal to it. Horkheimer's essay offers, one should note, its own version of the curious tendency to face two ways at once which has haunted this discussion. The direction towards which it ultimately points is, however, clear enough. It is towards the relaunch of socialist theory as an essentially normative undertaking, addressed to everyone in general, or at least to all who are capable of attending to the deliverances of practical reason. With the passage of time, the critical theory of the Frankfurt School came, however, to be addressed more specifically to the intellectuals, a group whose emancipatory potential figures scarcely at all in classical Marxism. This development may be said to close a circle in the history of thought. For it should be seen as a return to a standpoint which Marx had left behind in his youth, to the revolution of critical consciousness of which the young Hegelians had declared themselves to be the prophets and vehicles. The leading figures of the school were well aware of this pattern of movement. Such an awareness informs Adorno's taking to task the attitude to criticism of the mature Marx. In his youth he had demanded the ruthless criticism of everything that exists. Now he mocked criticism. But his famous joke about the young Hegelians, his coinage critical criticism, was a dud and went up in smoke as nothing but a tautology. It is plain that Adorno understands very well, while deploring, the fact that Marx's mature theory is not essentially constituted as criticism of anything, still less everything, that exists. Elsewhere, Adorno makes the young Hegelian connection even more explicit, as when he concedes that in the critical theory of society one is forced back almost inevitably to the standpoint of left Hegelianism, so scornfully criticized by Marx and Engels. He cannot, of course, be held responsible for the fact that at a still later stage this acute sense of the history was to be lost. In our own time Marx's theory is quite routinely assumed or asserted, at least by those who grasp that it must have a practical, and not merely explanatory, significance, to be a systematic critique of capitalism. This view displays the usual mark of the hegemonic, that no need is generally felt to support it with arguments or evidence. It is, moreover, so widespread that any citing of illustrations will be unnecessary, even invidious. Yet it is in essence a return to a distortion imposed on Hegel by his progressively minded followers, a distortion which it was Marx's great achievement to unmask and overcome. It is plainly necessary to be a dialectician, or a devotee of soap opera, to do justice to this expanse of intellectual history with its improbable twists, unprepared disappearances, bouts of amnesia, farcical repetitions, and returns from the dead. There seems little point in lamenting, or assigning blame for, these developments, and to do so would in any case show an undialectical spirit. Instead, they have to be understood as themselves reflecting the movement of objective reality in the period in question. What underlies the transition to the critical theory of society, and indeed to Western Marxism in general, is clearly indicated in Horkheimer's essay. It is a failure of nerve as regards the identification of the revolutionary subject, following a loss of confidence in the subject identified by Marx and Lukács, the proletariat of advanced capitalism. There is surely no need to labor the point that their identification cannot now be restored, at least in its original form. To suppose otherwise could only be to shut one's eyes to the subsequent course of history or to wish it away, a proceeding even more at odds with the spirit of dialectical thought. For anyone who is not content to fall back on social critique, that is, in practice, to abandon dialectics for morality, a problem arises at this point. It is the problem of how theory can continue to be both dialectically integrated with the imminent movement of reality and serve the cause of human emancipation. This is perhaps the central question that confronts anyone who now wishes to work in the intellectual tradition founded by Marx. All that can be done here is to suggest a way in which the burden of it may be eased. The suggestion is that there is still something more that socialists may learn from Hegel. Learning from Hegel. An indication of what that is was given in the discussion of Taylor's view of Marx's ontological break. It lies in the contrast he draws attention to between a cunning which is always beyond men's understanding at the time and transformations which are fully understood by those bringing them about. Taylor is clearly correct in associating the second part of this contrast with Marx and the Marxist tradition. It is a standard theme, at least of classical Marxism, that the revolution which inaugurates socialism is uniquely the revolution of self-consciousness. Among its many expressions in Marx's work, there is the statement in the manifesto that, in contrast to all previous historical movements, the proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority. The theme is captured in a light disguise in Engels' insistence that the German working class movement is the heir of classical German philosophy. Moreover, a sense of the unique function of consciousness in the class struggle of the proletariat is a central pillar of the intellectual structure of history and class consciousness. In this tradition, one might say, reason has to be realized in consciousness as the prelude to being realized in the objective world. The picture Hegel paints is strikingly different. In it, historical actors are never fully self-aware, nor is the true historical meaning of what they do ever available to them at the time of acting. Even the most perceptive, the world historical individuals, move in a setting which is neither blankly opaque nor wholly transparent, but in which, as one seems obliged to say with Taylor, they see through a glass darkly. To note this contrast is to be made aware of what is only superficially a paradox, that Marx is in a certain sense more of an idealist than Hegel. The sense is that which is crucial for Marx's own understanding of idealism, in which it is distinguished by the vital role it assigns to ideas in determining the course of history. What Hegel substitutes for self-conscious understanding in this role is, of course, as Taylor also indicates, the cunning of reason. The device has nothing mysterious or arbitrary about it in Hegel's scheme. On the contrary, it is directly grounded in, and required by, his basic ontological principles. At their core there is the thesis that just as reason or thought constitutes the substance of external things, so it is also the universal substance of what is spiritual. In the form that is historically significant, reason is present in human beings as a universal unconscious instinct. Hence, it is enabled to serve as the force that gives an immanent shaping pressure, an inner directedness, to historical development. Thus, for instance, it is what makes the world historical individuals irresistible to their contemporaries, thereby laying the foundations for their astounding achievements. In so far as these individuals pursue personal goals that promote the ends of rational spirit, they speak with the true voices of their followers, revealing to them the secrets of their own hearts, bringing their hidden rationality closer to the light of day. Hence it is that people flock to their standard, for it is they who express what the age requires. In this scheme all higher levels of self-consciousness are the fruits of historical action, not its presupposition or guiding light. They come on the scene with their revelation of meaning only when the episode in question has run its course. This is, moreover, what is signified by the image of the owl of Minerva. It is by no means an image of quietism or of the impotence of theory. The function of the owl is to embody the self-awareness of a way of life that has grown old and to prepare the ground for what will succeed it. The image is, after all, one of diurnal sequence in which the fall of dusk is eventually followed by a new dawn. Thus, the awareness that theory expresses at the end of one historical day is the starting point for the continuing struggle of spirit on the next. Hegel's position, in addition to being in a technical sense less idealistic, is, it now appears, in an everyday one more realistic than is that of Marx. For if the stretch of history that separates us from both of them demonstrates anything, it is surely that the revolution of self-consciousness is never going to happen. It is as reasonable to expect to be saved by a God. Seeing through a glass more or less darkly is the only kind that is possible in history, and we shall never encounter individual or collective actors whose practice is fully informed by a scientific grasp of their situation. Hence, it may be well to turn to the more modest standards set by Hegel for what a dialectical emancipatory theory can achieve in its relationship with practice. What is evidently needed, to put the point more concretely, is some version of the cunning of reason. It is, of course, a device with which Marx was perfectly familiar. Indeed, it plainly figures, though not by name, in his analysis of how British imperialism was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia. Instead of such isolated and opportunist, or at least not fully theorized, uses, it needs to be placed explicitly at the center of the conceptual field and to be generalist in its application, that is to be extended to the revolution of socialism as well as that of capitalism. These steps will, however, bring with them some problems. For it should be borne in mind that the cunning of reason is not literally a device in the sense of a neutral instrument which is always ready to hand. Its use by Hegel presupposes, as the discussion has shown, a set of theoretical, and specifically ontological, assumptions. The question is how much of this groundwork has to be taken over for the kind of transfer now being proposed to be successful. It seems likely that a concept of spirit as incorporating, and driven by, an impulse of reason, is indispensable. If, however, spirit is read immanently and anthropologically in the way outlined earlier, this will not present a theoretical difficulty, but at most a shock to conventional ways of thinking and classifying. The real problem is whether one needs the assumption that reason is the substance not just of spiritual but also of external things. It is whether one has to take on the full Hegelian idealist ontology, its vision of the world of nature as well as that of human society. To put it another way, in the terminology suggested at the start of this essay, the issue is whether spirit can after all be detached from the idea so as to form the basis of a viable, self-contained theory. This is rather obviously, however, a complex, many-faceted issue which would have to be the subject of a separate inquiry from that conducted here. The way ahead. This essay has explored some aspects of the relationship between Hegel and Marxism for the light they shed on the project of a dialectical, emancipatory theory. The emphasis has been on the legacy to that project of Hegel and of the common ground he shares with Marx. Something should be said in conclusion about the very extensive elements specific to Marx which it needs to preserve and take forward. They have in part an overtly philosophical character. For there is, perhaps surprisingly, nothing in Hegel to match the philosophical anthropology of Marx's early writings. Yet such a theory is essential for a comprehensive anthropological interpretation of spirit. The task of dialectical synthesis that is indicated here still remains in all essentials to be achieved. What is still more obviously important to incorporate in it is the explanatory power of Marx's analysis of capitalism. In this case it is not merely that, for more readily intelligible reasons, there is nothing remotely comparable in Hegel. There is also the specific value of the analysis in exposing and counteracting a large-scale misconception, indeed a fantasy, to which Hegel is subject. This is the fantasy of the rational state in capitalist society, the illusion that the contradictions of that society are susceptible to a political solution. That Hegel came to feel unease on the matter himself is shown by his, at least partial, awareness that the scheme of the philosophy of right founders on the rocks of injustice, alienation, and poverty. There is also the evidence of his late and deep pessimism over the creeping invasion, more especially in France and Britain, of the political realm by the values and interests of civil society. This development, with its implication of the primacy of economic forces, is, of course wholly in line with, and indeed may be seen as a starting point and inspiration for, Marx's analysis. Any judgment made from within the historical developments with which it deals has to be tentative and qualified. From our present vantage point in history, however, it seems hard to deny that, on the issues now in question, Hegel's unofficial suspicions and Marx's official convictions are well founded. Among the mass of confirmations of this, one may cite the apparent inability of the public realm in advanced capitalist countries to withstand the tide of commodification and privatization. More significant still, there is the helplessness of the nation-state in the face of the now fully emergent logic of the global market. In this area in particular, Marx continues to speak with the greatest directness to our situation, and to offer the best basis for getting an explanatory grip on it. He was sharply aware of the world market as the end state in which for the first time all contradictions come into play, and in which crises are the urge which drives towards the adoption of a new historic form. These insights have admittedly a programmatic, indeed a premature, character, and Marx was never in fact to carry through the systematic study of the world market and crises which he projected. With the full emergence of what he was able only to anticipate, the time is surely ripe to complete his program. If so, no greater theoretical contribution to the dialectic of human freedom could be conceived. The story sketched in this essay is essentially one of lost opportunities, but these do not, one should finally note, carry the tragic burden of being lost forever. We still live in the world in which they arose, the world of modern capitalism to which Hegel and Marx are indispensable guides. The contradictions to which Marx refers remain wholly unresolved, while, on the other hand, we have no clear view of the workings of the urge which drives towards the adoption of a new historical form. This situation calls for neither bravado and hollow presumption nor for renunciation and despair. The one is as much a post-dated check drawn on cognitive resources we do not actually possess as is the other. Once again, the more relaxed Hegelian view of what may properly be demanded of these resources will be helpful to bear in mind. We do not, and cannot, know where we are placed in history, and so have no compelling reason for supposing that the time is more inhospitable to our efforts than any other would be. It is also worth recalling a maxim of which, as the philosophy of right and capital can testify, both Hegel and Marx were characteristically fond. Hic Rhodus, hic salta, it enjoins us, that is to say, here is Rhodes, jump here. A non-metaphysical view. It is impossible to completely understand Marx's Capital, and especially its first chapter, without having thoroughly studied and understood the whole of Hegel's logic. Consequently, half a century later none of the Marxists understood Marx. Lenin. There are many who would agree with Lenin's claim that it is first necessary to understand Hegel's logic if one wishes to understand Marx's Capital. Indeed, has pointed out that Lenin's belief that a study of Hegel is essential to an understanding of Marx's is now commonplace. There is, however, a line of reasoning which flatly denies the truth of Lenin's dictum. From this point of view, Marx's economic thought might be said to stand alone. A familiarity with Hegel's metaphysical system is by no means a necessary precondition for an adequate grasp of the basic principles of Marxist economic theory. Patrick Murray, for example, tells us that, against the advice of Lenin's famous aphorism, a teacher of his once insisted that one need not have read all of Hegel's logic, or even a little of Hegel, in order to perfectly well understand Capital. Murray himself is of the opinion that there is at least some truth in this contention. Following the example provided by Klaus Hartmann's work on Hegel, we might describe such an interpretation of Marx as being a non-metaphysical interpretation. Although in the final analysis this interpretation of Marx's thought is not in our view defensible, nevertheless it is certainly of some interest. Even if in the end we reject it, a critical examination of it certainly does help to clarify our understanding of the relationship which exists between Marx and Hegel regarding questions of scientific method in the sphere of political economy. As most commentators have recognized, a key text for the discussion to follow is the afterword to the second German edition of Volume 1 of Marx's Capital, which Marx published in. It is in this text that Marx makes a clear distinction between two different aspects of his method, namely his method of inquiry, on the one hand, and his method of presentation of results on the other. As Guglielmo Carchedi has rightly insisted, this distinction is of the greatest importance for our understanding of Marx's method as a whole. It is, therefore, as well to record its significance at the outset. Marx and Ricardo. In response to the claim that Marx derived his method from Hegel, some commentators have argued that the source of this method lies, not in Hegel's logic, but rather in the economic writings of the members of the classical school of political economy, and especially in the works of Ricardo. Joseph Schumpeter, for example, has insisted that it would be a mistake to consider Marx's relationship to Hegel as the master key to Marx's economic thought. For although there are certain formal analogies between their respective methods of argument, and although Marx liked to testify to his Hegelianism and to use Hegelian terminology, this is nevertheless the full extent of Marx's debt to Hegel. There is actually no more to the Marx-Hegel relationship than this. According to Schumpeter, the reality is that with respect to economic issues, and specifically as a theorist, Marx was in fact a pupil of Ricardo. This is certainly true in general. More to the point, though, in the present context, it is also true where the question of method is concerned. It is true not only in the sense that his own argument evidently starts from Ricardo's propositions, but also in the much more significant sense that Marx learned the art of theorizing from Ricardo. He always used Ricardo's theoretical tools, and every theoretical problem presented itself to him in the form of difficulties which occurred to him in his profound study of Ricardo. Schumpeter's assertion should certainly not be accepted uncritically. It would be wrong to suggest that Marx simply accepts wholesale Ricardo's methodological approach to questions of political economy. He is, for example, overtly critical of Ricardo's method in his theories of surplus value. Moreover, Schumpeter does not make plain whether, in his view, the influence of Ricardo on Marx applies to Marx's method of inquiry, to his method of presentation of results, or to both. Having said this, however, it must be acknowledged that Schumpeter does have a point. Evidence in support of his claim that there is an important connection between Marx and Ricardo and the classical school of political economy certainly does exist. It is provided, for example, by what Marx has to say in the afterword to Volume I of Capital, where Marx refers with approval to a work by a Professor Sieber entitled David Ricardo's Theory of Value and Capital, which discusses his own theory of value, of money, and of capital. According to Marx, in this work Sieber describes Capital, Volume I as a necessary sequel to the teaching of Ricardo. Moreover, Sieber also maintains that the method adopted by Marx in Capital is the deductive method of the whole English school, a school whose failings and virtues are common to the best theoretic economists. It is of the greatest significance that Marx does not in any way object to this characterization of his own method by Sieber. On the contrary, he explicitly describes Professor Sieber's book as an excellent work in which the author demonstrates a consistent and firm grasp of his own theoretical position. The full significance of this becomes apparent once we have established the nature of the method which is actually adopted by Ricardo in his The Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. As Maurice Daub has rightly pointed out, until the publication of this work there was nothing that could be called a single theoretical system of political economy. For what characterized even the work of Adam Smith was its unsystematic character so far as theory was concerned. In contrast, Ricardian economic theory possesses something of the neatness and precision of a mathematical demonstration. According to Eric Rolle, Ricardo's approach was more scientific, and relied more on the principle of abstraction, than Smith's. To a far greater extent than Smith, therefore, Ricardo employed a rigorous deductive method based on a priori reasoning. As Robert Heilbronner has indicated, this was Ricardo's great contribution to the history of economic thought. Ricardo built a model world, a world which is as basic, bare, unadorned, and architectural as Euclid's world, with its set of pure geometrical propositions. In short, Ricardo gave the powerful tool of abstraction to economics, a tool that is essential if the distraction of everyday life is to be pierced and its underlying mechanism understood. In so far as Marx's method does indeed derive from that of Ricardo, then, as Joan Robinson suggests, it follows that what Marx must have learned from Ricardo was the trick of setting up what we now call a model, of stating the assumptions and then drawing the inevitable logical conclusions which follow from these assumptions. Ricardo and Marxism after Marx. In the 20th century, a number of commentators, many of whom are themselves Marxists, have highlighted this affinity between Marx's method, on the one hand, and the Ricardian deductive approach adopted by traditional economic theory on the other. Early evidence for this is provided by the debate which arose as a consequence of the publication of Eugene von Bohm-Bawerk's Karl Marx and the Close of His System In this work Bohm-Bawerk makes no distinction at all between Marx's method of inquiry and his method of presentation of results. He attributes to Marx a unitary method which, he suggests, relies on the deployment of a purely logical proof. Bohm-Bawerk praises Marx highly for his ability to employ such a method. In his view, the logical development and connection of Marx's key theoretical concepts, at least in the middle part of the Marxian system, presents a really imposing closeness and intrinsic consistency. As a result, the greater part of Marx's system is a masterpiece of close and forcible logic worthy of the intellect of its author. Bohm-Bawerk puts forward a number of criticisms of Marx in his book, of which just two will be singled out here. The first is his claim that because Marx relies heavily on the use of syllogism and tautology, then we are justified in concluding that his method relies entirely on a priori reasoning. As he puts it, Marx has evolved his doctrine entirely out of the depths of his mind. There is, therefore, Bohm-Bawerk claims, a deplorable lack of emphasis in Marx on the need to base the principles of economic theory on the evidence provided by observation and experience. The second is that, despite his efforts to present a system of economic thought which is based on the traditional notions of logical demonstration and proof, nevertheless Marx's economic thought is actually incoherent and self-contradictory. In particular, as is well known, Bohm-Bawerk accuses Marx of contradicting himself when discussing the so-called transformation problem in Capital, Volume 3. He insists that what Marx says here is logically inconsistent with the labor theory of value that is outlined in Capital, Volume I. As an account of Marx's economic theory in general, Bohm-Bawerk's book has a number of flaws, not least its identification of Marx's method of presentation of results with Marx's method of inquiry. However, from the standpoint of a non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx, what is important about the account which Bohm-Bawerk presents in his book is that, provided it is construed solely as an account of Marx's method of presentation of results and nothing more, then it is in fact quite accurate. Support for this claim is provided by the fact that a number of the Marxist economists who replied to Bohm-Bawerk's criticisms of Marx nevertheless acknowledged that his account of Marx's method was in fact, at least in one sense, perfectly correct. For example, one of the first responses to Bohm-Bawerk's book was Rudolf Hilferding's Bohm-Bawerk's criticism of Marx in this work. Hilferding has no objection at all to Bohm-Bawerk's characterization of Marx's method, taken as a method of presentation of results. He accepts that in Capital Marx attempts to develop an internally coherent argument in a logical and systematic manner. Thus, for example, he is quite happy to acknowledge that, when discussing the transformation problem, Marx's argument is indeed a logical demonstration, and that his conclusion is no more than a logical deduction from his premises. His principal objection to Bohm-Bawerk's criticisms of Marx lies simply in his belief that Bohm-Bawerk is wrong to claim that Marx's economic theory is logically self-contradictory. On the contrary, Hilferding maintains, it is in fact the model of logical consistency which Bohm-Bawerk's own interpretation of Marx's method claims it ought to be. Similar remarks might be made about Nikolai Bukharin's response to the criticisms of Marx put forward by the Austrian school, in his The Economic Theory of the Leisure Class of. In this book, Bukharin points out that the work of Ricardo affords astonishing examples of the abstract deductive mode of study which is so characteristic of the classical school of political economy. It is this method, Bukharin suggests, which was later to be adopted, not only by Marx, but also by the Austrian school of political economy in the 19th century. As a result, Bukharin acknowledges, there is indeed a formal similarity between this new attempt at abstract theory associated with the Austrian school and Marxism. This is so precisely because, like the members of the Austrian school, Marx also was a follower of Ricardo. Marxism in general, therefore, itself makes use of, and must make use of, the Ricardian abstract method. Like Hilferding and Bukharin, II. Rubin is also critical of the account of Marx's method that is presented by Baumgartner and the Austrian school. In his essays on Marx's theory of value, published in, Rubin follows Hilferding and objects to the fact that Baumgartner ignores altogether the sociological underpinnings of Marx's economic theory. For Baumgartner, Marx's economic thought is nothing more than a purely logical proof. Rubin acknowledges Baumgartner's praise of Marx's logical rigor. He insists, however, that the real power of Marx's theory does not reside in its internal logical consistency, but, rather, in the fact that the theory is thoroughly saturated with complex, rich social economic content taken from reality and elucidated by the power of abstract thought. It should be noted, though, that Rubin makes no objection to Baumgartner's account of Marx's method of presentation. He accepts completely Baumgartner's claim that Marx's method of presentation is based on the principle of internal logical consistency. He acknowledges that at first glance Marx's theoretical concepts all appear to be logical emanations of the concept of value. Every later concept carries the stamp of the previous one. Thus, one's first encounter with Marx's theoretical system might well lead to agreement with Baumgartner's view that Marx's system is a logical deductive development of abstract concepts and their immanent, purely logical development. A similar interpretation of Marx's method is presented by Henrik Grossman in his classic study on the law of accumulation and the breakdown of the capitalist system of. According to Grossman, Marx's proof procedure has the character of a logical deduction. Thus, for example, Marx's theory of breakdown was neither a generalization from purely empirical observations nor an elaboration of Hegel's dialectic of contradiction. It was, rather, derived through deduction as a self-evident consequence of the accumulation of capital on the basis of the law of value. Grossman insists that the Marxist method in the study of economics could not possibly be an empirical or a statistical one. This is so because economists must show the logically necessary character of their basic propositions. On this issue, Grossman even goes so far as to agree with Baumgartner, Friedrich Hayek and the Austrian school generally that empirically ascertainable relationships among economic facts remain theoretically problematic as long as, in Hayek's words, they are not reducible to underlying patterns whose logically necessary character emerges independently of their statistical determination. For Grossman, then, Marx's Capital constitutes an abstract deductively elaborated theory in the traditional Aristotelian or Euclidean sense. This is also the view advanced by both Karl Korsch and Paul Sweezy. In an introduction to Marx's Capital first published in, Korsch maintains that Marx's method could fruitfully be compared with the modern axiomatic method of the mathematical sciences, at least insofar as it is a method which uses a logical constructive procedure to deduce from certain simple principles the results already arrived at through detailed research. According to Korsch, therefore, there is nothing especially Hegelian about Marx's method. This method is nothing more than a strictly systematic logical deductive treatment of concepts. In his The Theory of Capitalist Development, first published in, Sweezy maintains that Marx's economic methodology appears strikingly similar to that of his classical predecessors and his neoclassical successors. This is so because Marx was a strong adherent of the abstract deductive method which was such a marked characteristic of the Ricardian school. More recently, such a view is also to be found in the writings of two of the most influential commentators on the works of Marx in the last 3 decades, Lucio Colletti and Louis Althusser. According to Colletti, Marx's references in the afterword to the breaking of the mystical shell of Hegel's philosophy constitute a clear reference to the recovery of the principle of identity and non-contradiction in Marx's thought. It follows from this, however, or so Colletti maintains, that Marx's method in Capital must inevitably recognize the irreplaceable role of the logico-deductive process. Marx's analysis in Capital begins with a study of the form of value, or the commodity form. It is from this that the logico-deductive course of the work proceeds. First, one begins with the commodity, then money, and finally, capital. Each of these economic categories is a link in a deductive chain, understood in the traditional Aristotelian sense. It is for precisely this reason, Colletti points out, that Marx acknowledges in the afterword that it may well appear to his readers that they have before them nothing more than an a priori construction. This assessment of Marx's method is also shared by Louis Althusser, who is well known for his attempt to minimize the extent to which Hegel might be thought to have had an influence on the thinking of Marx, especially with respect to matters of science and method. According to Althusser, what we find in Marx's Capital is an apodictic arrangement or demonstrational discourse of concepts, which amounts to a proof, that is to say a logical order, or deduction of the fundamental categories of Marx's economic thought. Needless to say, though, none of this has anything to do with the philosophy of Hegel. For Marx's discourse is in principle foreign to Hegel's. This, of course, leaves open the question of what Marx's original source actually was. With respect to this question, Althusser seems unable to make up his mind. At times, like J. Zeleny, he suggests that there is no such source. What Marx does in Capital is invent a new form of order for axiomatic analysis, even though he is actually unaware that this is what he is doing. At other times, however, he suggests that there is indeed an ultimate source for Marx's method. Regarding the question of the precise location of this source, however, one again Althusser is somewhat hesitant. As is well known, Althusser has a tendency to emphasize strongly the links that exist between the views of Marx and those of Spinoza rather than Hegel. He insists that we can regard Spinoza as Marx's only direct ancestor from the philosophical standpoint. On the other hand, though, he also acknowledges the affinity that exists between Marx and Ricardo regarding questions of method. For example, he points out that it is precisely Ricardo's merit that he conceived political economy in the true form of scientificity, that is to say, as a unified system of concepts which expresses the internal essence of its object. At one point he even describes Marx as Ricardo set in motion. There is then, we may conclude, a widespread body of opinion, specifically amongst a number of well-known Marxist commentators, to which a non-metaphysical reading of Marx's views on method might appeal for support. This body of opinion, as we have seen, locates the origins of Marx's method, not in the philosophy of Hegel, but rather in the economic thought of Ricardo and the classical school of political economy. Marx and the role of definitions in science. One implication of such a non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx is that it sheds new light on the role which definitions have to play in Marx's method. From this point of view, it is the task of economic theory to work out the logical implications of certain basic axioms or postulates which are, at the outset, assumed to be true by definition. The non-metaphysical interpretation attributes just such a procedure to Marx. It suggests, as Joan Robinson points out, that the method of presentation of results employed in Marx's Capital is indeed Ricardian, in the specific sense that it seeks to present a simplified or abstract model which captures the essential character of the capitalist mode of production, a model which Marx makes increasingly more complex and realistic as he develops his analysis in accordance with what is usually referred to as the method of successive approximation. This aspect of Marx's method has been well captured by Duncan Foley, who claims that in Marx's economic thought the key component concepts actually define each other as elements in a self-determined system. They hang together in such a way that it is impossible to understand any one of these concepts outside the system comprising all of them. As Foley points out, one possible objection to this is that such a method of procedure might strike some people as circular and tautological, a mere spinning out of logical categories. The final outcome of the adoption of such a method is, as Marx himself points out in the afterword, that it may appear that what we have before us is indeed nothing but a mere a priori construction, that is to say, an arbitrary system of propositions, all of which are true by definition, and none of which can tell us anything about the real world. It is, therefore, quite important to understand Marx's views on the role that definitions have to play in science. It is a commonplace of 20th-century linguistic philosophy that there are just two types of meaningful statement, analytic statements, on the one hand, and synthetic statements, on the other. From the standpoint of this distinction, it is quite impossible for a statement which is true by definition to provide substantive, scientific knowledge of reality. Marx rejects this distinction between analytic and synthetic statements, as it has been understood by philosophers from the time of Kant onwards. He is of the opinion that it is certainly possible for a statement to be true by definition and yet nevertheless at the same time provide us with substantive knowledge of the real world. That this is so is evident from some of the remarks which he makes in Capital about the role of tautologies in science. For example, when discussing the nature of capitalist production in Volume I of Capital, on one occasion Marx points out that since the value of the constituent elements of the product is equal to the value of the advanced capital, it is mere tautology to say that the excess of the value of the product over the value of its constituent elements is equal to the expansion of the capital advanced or to the surplus value produced. Nevertheless, he goes on to insist, we must examine this tautology a little more closely. For this tautology encapsulates the key to our understanding of the nature of capitalist production itself. Similarly, when discussing the long-term tendency for the rate of profit to fall in Capital, Volume 3, Marx insists that this is a law which intrinsic to capitalism itself. That there is a tendency for the rate of profit to fall is a consequence of the essential nature of the capitalist mode of production. According to Marx, it is a logical necessity that in its development the general average rate of surplus value must express itself in a falling general rate of profit. As Marx himself recognizes, this is indeed a tautology. Nevertheless, the fact that this decrease occurs at all arises from the nature of the development of the capitalist process of production. On this interpretation, then, Marx is not opposed to the employment of tautologies or definitional truths in science. On the contrary, they have a fundamentally important part to play in the process by means of which genuinely scientific knowledge is produced. This is so in two senses, each of which relates to a different aspect of Marx's method. In the first place, it is the task of all scientific knowledge to grasp the essential nature of its object. The task of science is to establish an adequate definition of the concept which is used to refer to this object. In the case of Marx's political economy, this object is the capitalist mode of production. Hence, according to Marx, it is above all necessary to produce a precise analysis of the concept of capital, since it is the basic concept of modern economics, just as capital itself, which is its abstract reflection, is the basis of bourgeois society. Such definitions are the outcome of the method of analysis which Marx refers to in the afterword, a method which is intimately associated with the empirical observation of the object in question. In the second place, it is definitions of this sort which constitute the starting point for a genuinely scientific method of presentation of the results of such a process of empirical investigation. According to a non-metaphysical reading of Marx, then, Andrew Sayer is quite right to say that, for Marx, the entire 3 volumes of Capital amount, in effect, to a definition of capital. Similarly, both Tom Sowell and Joan Robinson are right to say that the labor theory of value which Marx outlines in Capital, Volume I is simply a matter of definition. As Alan Wood has pointed out, Marx's exposition of the labor theory of value is actually a deductive argument, a logical working out of the implications of Marx's initial definition of the concept of value. This argument, Wood insists, looks very much like an attempt to deduce a universal theory of prices a priori from a few theses about the general nature of commodity exchange. It follows from this, of course, that a proponent of such a reading of Marx would find it extremely difficult to accept Geert Ruten's recent contention that Marx's method of presentation is certainly not the kind of axiomatic analysis that proceeds from definitions, or Ruten's contention that Marx does not define. Similarly, it would also be difficult to accept Daniel Little's contention that the central propositions of Marx's Capital are in no sense a priori truths. On the contrary, proponents of this interpretation of Marx would therefore entirely agree with Bertel Ollmann's claim that, insofar as capital is concerned, strictly speaking, all Marx's laws are tautologies. Some commentators would, of course, definitely reject this view. J. Zeleny, for example, maintains that what is significant about Marx's method is precisely Marx's efforts to avoid tautologies. James Farr, also, would take exception to Ullmann's claim. Indeed, he describes Ullmann's assertion as being patently false. It seems clear, however, that, like Zeleny, Farr's reason for objecting to Ullmann's claim is that he thinks that if it were established that the propositions of capital were indeed tautologies, then we would have to accept that they tell us nothing about the real world. According to Farr, these propositions are evidently not tautologies because their truth depends upon empirical data and because, for Marx, it is facts which furnish the test of theories. In other words, Farr's objection to Ullmann is one which is based on an acceptance of the conventional analytic, synthetic distinction referred to above. It might, of course, be said that there is a sense in which Farr does have a point here. Marx would certainly wish to make a distinction between statements which tell us nothing at all about the real world, on the one hand, and statements which encapsulate substantive or factual knowledge of that world on the other. However, in Marx's view, the way to record this distinction is not to differentiate between those statements which are tautologies and those which are not. What we must do, rather, is differentiate between statements which are empty or mere tautologies and statements which are not. The former are entirely arbitrary and have no grounding whatsoever in empirical observation. The latter, although they are indeed tautologies, are genuinely scientific, precisely because they do possess such a grounding in an empirical investigation of reality. They are in fact the products of such a process of empirical investigation. This aspect of Marx's thinking has been captured very well by Andrew Sayer, who has pointed out that if we refer to the theoretical statements of capital as tautologies, then it might well appear that they are conceptual necessities and nothing more. Thus Marx's theory has the appearance of what Marx himself called an a priori construction. According to Sayer, however, this is not strictly accurate. For Marx evidently believes that some conceptual necessities have a real basis. These conceptual necessities are based on real, necessary connections. In Marx's economic theory, these real, necessary relationships are and need to be taken up into the definition of capital. The theoretical propositions of capital, therefore, although they certainly are tautologies, are evidently not just tautologies, for if they were, then science could develop simply by inventing tautologies freely at will, and this is something to which Marx is evidently opposed. It is for this reason that so many commentators, like Sayer and Collier, have sought to locate Marx's views on science and method against the background of that school of thinking in the philosophy of science and social science which is usually referred to as scientific realism. For it is a basic principle of modern scientific realism that the task of all scientists is, in the words of Roy Bhaskar, to discover the real essences of things a posteriori and to express their discoveries in real definitions. Moreover, like Marx, scientific realists such as Bhaskar also reject the distinction between analytic and synthetic truths as this distinction has traditionally been understood. As Bhaskar himself puts it, the explanatory propositions of science may certainly be regarded as analytic truths. They are, however, analytic truths which are arrived at in the transitive process of science a posteriori, by empirical means. If anyone who thinks that the production of such truths is the main aim of science is a scientific realist, then it is certainly correct to include Marx in this category. Marx and traditional Aristotelian logic. A non-metaphysical reading of Marx is based on the assumption that in Capital, Volume I, and like his classical predecessors in the discipline of economics, Marx relies heavily on the canons and procedures of traditional logic, the formal logic first developed by Aristotle, and later employed in classical Euclidean geometry. It follows from this, of course, that the non-metaphysical reading has no sympathy for the view that Marx categorically rejects this traditional logic, or for the view that the development of Marx's argument in Capital is based on the principles of an alternative logic derived from Hegel, namely dialectical logic. On this interpretation, then, when Marx employs terms such as logical, a priori, tautology, definition in capital he is using these terms in their traditional Aristotelian sense. We may illustrate Marx's employment of the principles of traditional logic in capital by an example, namely the argument in capital, volume 3, which Marx uses in an attempt to establish that there is a long-term tendency for the rate of profit to fall. The conclusion of this argument amounts in effect to a working out of the logical implications of the definitions which Marx provides for certain of his key theoretical terms. Paul Sweezy has suggested, quite rightly, that the theoretical analysis which Marx goes through in order to establish this result is based on the definitions which Marx gives to key expressions such as rate of surplus value, rate of profit and the organic composition of capital. Sweezy also points out that these expressions can all be represented in mathematical language. The mathematical formulae which result can then be manipulated, in accordance with the rules of basic algebra, to establish a proof of Marx's law, as follows. Let S stand for surplus value, C stand for constant capital and V stand for variable capital. Further, let S stand for the rate of surplus value, Q stand for the organic composition of capital, and P stand for the rate of profit. Then S equals S/V, Q equals C/, and P equals S/. Given these definitions, it follows that P equals S/C plus V, S/C plus V equals SV/V, SV/V equals SC plus SV SC/V, SC plus SV SC/V equals SSC/V, SSC/V equals S/V SC/V, S/V SC/V equals S/V S/VC/, S/V S/VC/ equals SSQ, SSQ equals S, therefore, P equals S. Here the rate of profit is logically demonstrated to be a function of the rate of surplus value and the organic composition of capital. In brief, Marx's argument is that if the organic composition of capital rises then, other things being equal the rate of profit must necessarily fall, provided the rate of surplus value remains constant. As both Daniel Little and George McCarthy have pointed out, and as Marx himself acknowledges, the necessity here is strict logical necessity, in the sense of this term understood by traditional formal logic. From the standpoint of a non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx, what is interesting about this is the rigid mathematical demonstration of the argument. It is the fact that the argument evidently relies on the demonstrative procedures of traditional formal logic. The very fact that Marx's argument can be presented in this way indicates that, throughout, Marx is presupposing the validity of the conventional principles of logic, of demonstration, and of proof. We have already seen that Marx describes the argument which he uses to demonstrate this law as a tautology. The suggestion here then, once again, is that he means by this exactly what anyone else who subscribes to the principles of traditional logic would mean by it. Roy Bhaskar has contrasted Marx's empirically controlled mode of inquiry with his quasi-deductive method of exposition. A non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx would maintain that there is nothing at all quasi-deductive about Marx's method of exposition. As we have just seen, Marx's demonstration of the law asserting the tendency for the rate of profit to fall is deductive, pure, and simple. It is a matter of what Bertel Ollman has described as Marx's a priori arithmetic. A non-metaphysical reading, therefore, would entirely agree with James Bonner when he says that Marx's economics is as strictly deductive as Ricardo's and on the whole follows the same lines. In the light of these remarks, a proponent of such an interpretation of Marx would find it difficult to accept Tony Smith's claim that Marx's method of presentation in Capital does indeed constitutes an application of the principles of dialectical logic, and that the derivation of one categorical level from another is based on a systematic necessity which is not that which is found in the deductive systems of formal logic. It would also, from this point of view, be difficult to accept Chris Arthur's contention that Marx's Capital is not a deductive system in which an axiom is made the basis for a sequence of inferences that formally follow from it, the result being, as it is said, already contained in the premises. According to the non-metaphysical interpretation, at least in so far as the method of presentation of results is concerned, This is exactly what Marx's capital is. Rationalism and empiricism in Marx's view of scientific method. Insofar as the discipline of economics generally is concerned, the rationalist nature of its basic methodological approach has long been recognized. As J. L. Hansen has pointed out, the traditional method of pure economics has always been deductive. It could be argued that it is David Ricardo who was the original founder of this traditional approach to the study of economics. In the 20th century, at least in England, this particular approach is, perhaps, classically exemplified in the work of Lionel Robbins. According to Robbins, for example, the propositions of economic theory are obviously logical deductions from a series of basic postulates. In Robbins' view, as Hollis and Nell put it, economic theory consists of the logical consequences of conceptual definitions. The fact that this is so has led Caldwell to describe Robbins' approach to the study of economics, and hence the traditional approach generally, as being one that is fundamentally rationalist and a priorist. We have seen, however, that the similarities between Marx's own approach to the study of economics and that adopted by the classical tradition originating in the work of Ricardo are very great. This raises the issue of whether Marx's views on science and method are themselves rationalist or a priorist. Aristotelian logic was considered by the rationalist philosophers of the 17th century to be a necessary vehicle for the communication of all genuinely scientific knowledge. The procedure of starting out from definitions and then working out the logical implications of one's key theoretical terms so that the final result comprises a logically interconnected system of ideas is the hallmark of philosophical rationalism. Althusser's view that the source for Marx's views on method lies in the work of Spinoza is certainly far less plausible than the claim that this source lies in the work of Ricardo. Nevertheless, it does have the merit of associating Marx's views on science and method with the rationalist philosophical tradition. This is a tradition for which, as John Nason has pointed out, all knowledge is demonstrable in terms of pure concepts. Hence, from this point of view, logical deduction or demonstration, in the Aristotelian sense, is the only scientific method. To the extent to which Marx's method of presentation of results relies upon such a procedure, then, it might indeed be said that there is a rationalist component to Marx's views on correct scientific method. It is evident, however, that this is not the whole story. For to characterize Marx in this way, as some sort of extreme rationalist, would be to focus exclusively on his method of presentation of results, and to ignore completely his method of inquiry. Marx himself would, of course, have objected strongly to any interpretation of his own views on method which presented him as a Hegelian in this particular sense. That this is so is evident from the comments which he makes on the metaphysics of political economy in The Poverty of Philosophy, and from his criticisms of Adolf Wagner in his later notes on Adolf Wagner. In the former work, for example, Marx explicitly criticizes Proudhon for presenting the economic categories in a Hegelian manner, that is to say, in a way which makes them look as if they had newly blossomed forth in an intellect of pure reason. Proudhon, Marx suggests, sees actual social relations as the incarnation of the economic categories. Like Hegel, therefore, he holds things upside down. He does not realize that these economic categories, which he considers to be fixed, immutable and eternal, are actually nothing more than the theoretical expressions or abstractions of certain specific, and historically transitory, social relations of production. Thus, Marx goes on to say, Proudhon shares all of the illusions of speculative philosophy in his treatment of the economic categories. Like Hegel, he mixes up ideas and things. What he presents us with, therefore, is nothing more than Hegelian junk. Similarly, in the later work, Marx brings much the same sort of criticism against Wagner. He describes Wagner as an obscurantist who has not once noticed that his analytic method, that is to say his method of inquiry, has nothing in common with the academic German method of connecting concepts. According to Marx, Wagner signally fails to appreciate that his method of inquiry does not start out from concepts. It is, presumably, for precisely this reason that Marx, in the afterword, takes great care to point out to his readers that it is only his method of presentation of results which is dialectical. His method of inquiry certainly is not. Indeed, Marx praises one of his reviewers for his appreciation of the fact that the method of inquiry is, not idealist or German dialectical, but severely realistic. In short, it is a method which presupposes the need for the empirical observation and investigation of reality. This emphasis on the need for empirical observation and investigation in science provides a necessary corrective to the oversimplified view that Marx's method is purely rationalist in orientation. Indeed, a number of commentators have gone so far as to argue, on these grounds, that Marx is actually a philosophical empiricist, or even a positivist. It is certainly the case that a non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx is sympathetic to the broad thrust of such a suggestion. It would, however, as James Farr has rightly pointed out, be a mistake to conclude that just because Marx's method of inquiry is empirical, it is legitimate for us to conclude that Marx must be an empiricist, for being empirical is not at all the same thing as being empiricist. The empiricist conception of science is certainly not alone in emphasizing the importance of empirical observation for the scientific enterprise. This is also true, as Farr has indicated, of the doctrine known as scientific realism. As a matter of fact, Marx has much more in common with the latter doctrine than he does with the former. In particular, he has little sympathy either for the empiricist theory of causality or for the empiricist view of the ontological status of theoretical entities in science. Moreover, as we have seen, and unlike empiricists, Marx acknowledges that definitions have an important part to play in scientific explanation. With respect to all of these issues, then, as a number of commentators have noted, Marx's attitude is basically that of a scientific realist rather than an empiricist or positivist. Marx and the dialectic. A non-metaphysical reading of Marx has clear implications for our understanding of the role which dialectics, or dialectical thinking, has to play within Marx's economic thought. Of great significance, in this connection, is the fact that in his methodological writings, and especially in the afterword, Marx has a tendency to associate the term dialectical primarily with his method of presentation of results. As Scott Meikle has pointed out, this immediately raises the question, is dialectic, then, simply a method of expounding, or presenting results? Is there no more to Marx's dialectic than this? This issue is one which has been discussed by, who insists that for Marx dialectic properly describes only his method of argument, and that it is indeed the case that Marx confines his dialectic to the method of presentation. In the afterword, Marx points out that a review of Capital, Volume I, in the European Messenger of St. Petersburg, describes his method of presentation as being German dialectical. Marx does not quarrel with this description. He acknowledges that the reviewer in question presents an account of his method of presentation which is substantially accurate. It is a method which, if applied properly, will present the results in such a way that it may appear as if we had before us a mere a priori construction. Marx emphasizes that it is precisely this which constitutes the essence of his own dialectic method. Moreover, he is aware that this method of presentation might lead to possible misunderstandings. For example, at one point in the Grundriss he suggests that at some future date he will need to revise his manuscript to correct the idealist manner of the presentation, which makes it seem as if it were merely a matter of conceptual determinations and of the dialectic of these concepts. We have already noted that a number of commentators consider Marx's method of presentation to be basically Aristotelian or Euclidean in character. It is a method of presentation which relies heavily on deductive reasoning in the sense in which traditional logic understands that term. We have also noted that in the afterword Marx does not actually object when Professor Sieber describes his method of presentation as being the deductive method of the whole English school. It would seem to follow from this that Marx sees no necessary incompatibility between the apparently quite different descriptions of his method of presentation which are given in these two separate reviews of his work by Kaufmann and Sieber. A good case could be made out, therefore, that for Marx the method of presentation of results which he freely acknowledges is German dialectical, on the one hand, and the traditional deductive method of presentation associated with the classical school of political economy, on the other, are actually one and the same thing. From the standpoint of a non-metaphysical interpretation, then, Marx's dialectic is a purely conceptual dialectic which has to do solely with the logical relationships which exist between the key theoretical concepts in Capital. A commitment on Marx's part to a dialectical method of presentation does not, therefore, imply a commitment to any particular position with respect to questions of ontology. It has no metaphysical implications at all. As has claimed, Marx's dialectic is not an ontological or materialist dialectic. Moreover, Marx's method of presentation of results is not a method which is founded on an alternative dialectical logic. Nor does it imply an abandonment of the principles of traditional formal logic and demonstrative reasoning. This amounts to saying that if Marx's method of presentation is Hegelian, then it is so only in a severely emasculated sense. It is so only to the extent that Hegel himself, as Marx understands him, might be said to be committed to these same principles. This is something which has been noted by Maurice Daub. According to Daub, it is certainly desirable to appreciate the specifically Hegelian roots of Marx's method. Daub acknowledges, however, that although desirable, strictly speaking it is not actually necessary to do this in order to understand Marx's economic theory. For all that this does is enable us to catch the finer shades of meaning of the component concepts of Marx's theoretical vocabulary. According to a non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx's thought, it is in the light of these remarks that we should interpret and evaluate the assertion which Marx makes later on in the afterword that he had here and there, in the chapter on the theory of value, flirted or coquetted with the modes of expression peculiar to Hegel and the Hegelian philosophy. Marx's use of the words here and there and flirted or coquetted in this context suggest, it could be argued, that the influence of Hegel upon him, in comparison with that of Ricardo, is minimal. To suggest otherwise, as John Rees has recently done, would be to exaggerate greatly. This emphasis on the idea that the dialectic is primarily a method of presentation of results seems to suggest that, for Marx, the reasons for adopting a dialectical approach are not really scientific at all. They are, rather, more literary or stylistic. As Scott Meikle has pointed out, some people might take the view that the dialectical approach, understood as a method of presentation of results, is indeed a matter of mere style and arrangement. Marx adopts such an approach because it is more to the taste of the 19th-century German sensitivity than the gross English manner. Meikle himself emphatically rejects such an interpretation. A number of other commentators, however, have accepted it. According to Duncan Foley, for example, Marx's dialectic method is primarily a matter of style and presentation. From this point of view, as Paul Maddock Jr. has put it, Hegel's dialectical logic provided Marx with an irresistibly attractive rhetoric for the depiction of the system of economic categories in Capital. Indeed, according to James White, when the first French translation of Capital Volume 1 was produced in, any trace which remained of Hegel's philosophical vocabulary from the earlier editions of Capital had by that time come to perform a purely stylistic function. In White's view, therefore, this French translation of Capital represents the culmination of the task of excising the philosophical component from his thought which Marx progressively undertook between, and, a process which was far from complete when the first German edition of Capital was published in. Moreover, Meikle, Foley, Maddock and White are not by any means the first to present such an interpretation of Marx's thought. This interpretation of Marx's attitude towards dialectics actually has a long pedigree. Karl Korsch, for example, maintained in the S that Marx's employment of the phraseology of Hegelian metaphysics in Capital amounts to nothing more than a stylistic device, a sophisticated kind of metaphorical usage. And George Lukács also refers to this interpretation of Marx's attitude towards the dialectic in the preface to his History and Class Consciousness in Lukács' opinion far too much importance is attached to Marx's comments in the afterword, especially the phrase where Marx talks of flirting with Hegel's mode of expression. One consequence of this, Lukács suggests, is that it has frequently misled people into believing that for Marx the dialectic was no more than a superficial stylistic ornament. From the standpoint of a non-metaphysical interpretation of his thought, of course, this is exactly what Marx's employment of Hegel's philosophical vocabulary in Capital is. On the other hand, though, it is evident that things are not quite as simple as this. For someone who subscribed to a non-metaphysical reading of Marx's interpretation would wish to make a clear distinction between the method of presentation of results which Marx actually adopts in Capital and the Hegelian phraseology with which this method is usually associated. It is evident that the method itself, whether or not we describe it as dialectical, is in Marx's view an essential prerequisite for the communication of a scientific understanding of the nature of the capitalist mode of production. There is undeniably, therefore, a sense in which Ali Shamsavari, for example, is quite right to insist that what Marx means by presentation is not formalism or style, but the very comprehension of the phenomena resulting from the inquiry. According to a non-metaphysical reading of Marx, therefore, it is really only the characterization of this method by reference to the vocabulary of Hegelian metaphysics, as being specifically a dialectical method, that is unnecessary. It is Marx's employment of this particular descriptive label, together with the rest of the Hegelian phraseology in Capital, that is alleged to be a matter of literary style and nothing more. Conclusion. Until quite recently, the history of Marxism in the 20th century has often been seen as an ongoing debate between just two different and opposed interpretations of the views of Marx. The first of these is captured very well by the descriptive label of orthodox Marxism or dialectical materialism. The second is usually referred to as Western or Hegelian Marxism. There is, however, a third alternative, a non-metaphysical reading of Marx, the latest development of which, in the last 10 years or so, has been the development of analytical Marxism or rational choice Marxism. From the standpoint of such a non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx, what is particularly interesting about the ongoing debate between the proponents of the first two schools of thought is those respects in which they agree, rather than the respects in which they differ. It is the fact that they both appeal, in one way or another, to the ideas of Hegel. Each of these schools maintains, though in a different way, that the link between Marx and Hegel is an important one and that we cannot understand Marx's thinking generally, and especially Marxist economic theory, without first understanding Hegel, and without appreciating the fundamental importance of Marx's intellectual debt to him. As against this, the non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx's economic thought which we have discussed locates Marx specifically against the background provided by the history of economic thought rather than philosophy. It therefore rejects completely this contention that Marx cannot be understood without Hegel. In this respect at least, although not in others, it resembles the approach to Marx adopted by analytical Marxism. Someone who subscribed to this non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx would certainly agree with S. claim that the belief that a study of Hegel is essential to an understanding of Marx is in fact profoundly unhelpful or even seriously misleading. This is so because this belief seriously overrates the importance of Hegel, and even the notion of the dialectic, for an understanding of Marx's economic thought. Such a person would also, therefore, agree with Carver's contention that neither the dialectic nor Hegel's logic represents a master key to Marx's work. A discussion of the merits of this non-metaphysical interpretation of Marx's views on scientific method is something which will have to be left for another occasion. From the critique of Hegel to the critique of Capital. The thesis of this essay is that the critique of Hegel cannot be separated from the critique of Capital, and that the critique of economic categories is greatly advanced if modeled on the critique of Hegel. It is in truth the very same critique that is to be employed. This identity arises in virtue of the fact that Hegel's standpoint may be seen as a philosophical absolutization of the standpoint of Capital, on the one hand, and in virtue of the nature of Capital on the other, for the form of Capital may be understood as homologous with that of Hegel's idea. We shall begin by reviewing two opposed interpretations of Hegel, and we shall accept that both have merit, from which we shall conclude that Hegel's philosophy itself is systematically ambivalent and subject to fatal apories. We shall then turn to the explication of the value form and argue that the general formula of capital may be seen as a concept in Hegel's sense, and in sinking into production to ground value, capital may be seen as analogous to the Hegelian idea in its claim to incorporate itself in the real world. Once that has been clarified, it will follow that even the most objectionable feature of Hegel's idealism, its apparent panlogicism, is significant because this false ontology reflects an inverted world in which the value abstraction claims priority over its material bearers and the ideal logic of capital imposes itself on human beings. The question of Hegel. In the Marxist appropriation of Hegel there are two opposed positions. First, there is that expressed by Marx in when he complained that Hegel succumbed to the illusion of conceiving the real as the result of the self-movement of thought collecting itself, deepening itself, and unfolding itself out of itself. This may lead one therefore to interpret Marx's acknowledged debt to Hegel as his separating out a dialectic from the idealist ontology, as Marx seems to say in his afterword to Capital. The other position is a contemporary reading that defends Hegel against Marx and attempts to rehabilitate Hegel's method while relegating his mistakes to his substantive social analysis. In reality, it is Marx who suffers from illusion. There is no metaphysical idealism in Hegel, and the method is thus in no need of rescuing from such mysticism. Reading of Hegel is a strong version of the first position. He holds that Hegel's logic is a deduction of reality. This means that concepts wholly constitute the world and any empirical foundation to our experience is spirited away. He cites approvingly Marx's complaint quoted above that Hegel conceived the real as the product of thought. The second position is defended most articulately by Tony Smith. In his work he defends Hegel from the first sort of reading, a reading to which Marx was inclined. He concedes. In support of a contrary view of Hegel, he provides evidence that Hegel does not reduce the world to logical necessity alone. Faced with passages that seem to refer to a self-creative supersubject, Smith suggests such passages are merely picture thoughts designed to ease a Christian audience into the system. He dissents therefore from Marx's opinion just quoted. Smith finds that what is there in Hegel is a reconstruction of the logic of reality through the exposition of a categorical system. The goal is to present a systematic ordering of all the cognitive frameworks that can be used to comprehend reality. This is simultaneously a systematic account of reality itself ordered according to what aspects of reality fit within each cognitive framework. Smith then argues that such a reconstructive method is that systematically adopted by Marx in his Capital. It is unified through a systematic progression of socio-economic categories reconstructing the capitalist mode of production in thought, beginning with the simplest abstract category and dialectically advancing to the concrete whole. So from this review of the argument over Hegel we find that, on the one hand, he is seen as simply recognizing the complex forms of reality and providing a method for systematizing the categories we need to appropriate it in thought, while, on the other hand, he is seen as an arch-metaphysician, a panlogicist who holds that reality is nothing but the embodiment of the self-constituted idea, such that the categories evolved by the ideal movement posit the forms of reality, and their dialectic is its unifying principle. In my view, both readings of Hegel outlined above are justifiable in the sense that they have support in the texts, but, since I want to argue that what seems irrational and mystical in Hegel is significant, something more needs to be said about this aspect of Hegelianism and its relation to capital. Marx spoke of a rational kernel in Hegel's dialectic, which is standing on its head, to be extracted once Hegel is put back on his feet, so that we can reach some common-sense materialist dialectic. However, what if the secret meaning of Hegel's dialectic derives from an inverted world of capital's own making? After all, Marx referred in all seriousness to the commodity as abounding in metaphysical subtleties. On my reading, this is to be taken literally. When Marx characterized Hegel's idea as the demiurge of reality, he meant that as an objection, but what if it provides the guideline to a reading of Capital that uncovers the metaphysics of the value form? Indeed, The very characterization Marx gives of Hegel's idea in the above quoted passage from the introduction is precisely how I want to characterize capital, the result of the self-movement of the form produced through the activity of exchange, namely the value form, crystallizing itself, deepening itself and unfolding itself out of itself. I think both Marx's idealist reading and Tony Smith's non-metaphysical one are right there in Hegel. When a truly great thinker gets so muddled as to give warrant to apparently contradictory readings, this has to be explained from the social unconsciousness of the epoch. I believe, on the basis of what follows, that Hegel was afflicted with the double vision occasioned by the form of capital as self-valorizing value. On the one hand, there is the fetishization of capital as inherently productive of itself, and, on the other hand, its powerlessness to do other than to recognize and exploit the productiveness of labor. In spite of his great logical insights, Hegel's philosophy was still trapped within its bourgeois horizon and the distorted vision of the world to which this gave rise. However, even those who read Hegel in a wholly favorable way may still be convinced by my exposition that capital has an apparatic character similar to that to which I pointed when, rightly or wrongly, I attributed the contradictory readings of Hegel's philosophy to the problematic relationship of Hegel's idea to reality. Hegel's logic treated the fundamental categories of thought as pure categories independent of any contingent empirical instantiation. He presented them as systematically ordered, from simple abstract ones to more complex, and hence more concrete, ones. This system of categories was said to be self-moving in that one category necessarily gives rise to another contrary, or more comprehensive, one, until the most comprehensive is reached, the absolute idea. Hegel was an absolute idealist in so far as he seems to think that he has thereby shown the necessity of such relationships arising and developing in the real world. Moreover, he protested against the definition of the absolute as the unity of the finite and the infinite, of thinking and being etc., because in this formula the infinite only appears to be neutralized with the finite, just as the subjective is neutralized with the objective, and thinking with being. His absolute idea is absolute negativity, and in it the infinite overgrasps the finite, thinking overgrasps being, subjectivity overgrasps objectivity. I shall argue that the key thing about the bourgeois epoch is that real abstraction is present in exchange of commodities, and that on this basis there develops a form, namely capital, which is immanent in the phenomena and has effectivity in its objectification in them. Therewith we have a logic of inversion and reification. For the enchanted, perverted, topsy-turvy world Marx spoke of is that of capital itself. The system of capitalist production and reproduction is directed by the immanent law of development of capital. It is not a question of capital being in the hands of the capitalists and subject to their decisions, for these are constrained by the logic of the form itself. Marx went out of his way to stress this point. A capitalist, he said, was to be treated simply as capital personified, while the overriding subject of the process was capital itself. In the next section I develop the background to this notion in the idea of a real abstraction lying at the basis of the bourgeois epoch, and in the idea that capital is an inverted world. The exchange abstraction. In so far as traditional accounts of Marx's Capital are concerned, the only significant use of the term abstraction has been that associated with the distinction Marx draws between concrete and abstract labor, together with his identification of the latter as substance of value. However, two things have generally been overlooked: that the meaning of abstraction here requires as a consequence a recognition that thereby an inverted world is constituted, and that the same distinction and the same inversion arise prior to any discussion of the substance of value, being implicit in the value form itself. Let us explain. Commodities are brought to market because they are believed to be use values required by others, and if and when they are eventually consumed, this actualizes their original positing as use values. But along the way they are in a different phase of being, for while they are being exchanged they are not being used, and furthermore the ratio of exchange has no evident determinant in their use value as such. In the main the commodities exchanged are incommensurable as use values because their particular qualities are adapted to different uses. What happens in the formation of exchange value is an abstraction from such specificity, and the negation of this difference of use value. What is of great interest here is that this abstraction is not primarily a mental operation, it is a material abstraction. It is implicit in this purely material process of abstraction that it is not necessary for the parties to the exchange to understand the logical form of their practical activity. As a consequence of this material abstraction from the specificity of the use values concerned, which is suspended for the period of exchange, the commodities acquire as a new determination the character of exchange values, and the particulars concerned play the role of bearers of this determination imposed on them while passing through this phase of their life cycle. They become subject to the value form. Money evolves to serve as their universal equivalent. Granted by social practice the role of intermediary, it achieves the equation of all commodities as abstractly identical, being itself thereby abstraction in motion. Alfred Sohnrethel was the first to insist on setting aside the issue of abstract labor so as to leave in clear view the study of abstraction in the value form itself. He made the important preliminary point that it is not what people think that matters. It is how they act that is of primary importance in sustaining the relationships that constitute a particular mode of social synthesis. This epoch is characterized by a most peculiar social synthesis in that it is predicated on an essentially abstract form of relationship equating commodities as values. The key point is that abstraction is not exclusively the activity of thought but arises in commodity exchange, in practice. Accordingly, Sohnrethel analyzed the form of value as such which springs from exchange as such, bracketing any labor content. The chief difference distinguishing the Marxian treatment of economics from the bourgeois one lies in the importance accorded to the formal aspects of economic reality. The understanding of form as attached to being and not only to thinking was the main principle of dialectics which Marx drew from Hegel. Theoretical priority must be accorded to form analysis, he argued, even though the abstractness of value always transfers itself to labor and finds its real meaning there, because it is the form of exchange that establishes the necessary social synthesis in the first place before labors expended may be commensurate in it. The value form consequently constitutes a form of social unity. In it the commodity is determined as a value as such, not merely something valuable to you or to me. The value form of the commodity rests on a split between value as the identity of commodities, premised on an abstract universal posited through equivalent exchange, and their enduring particularity, differentiating them from each other as use values. Moreover, this doubling is a relation in which the form, the abstract universal, dominates the matter, the various use values. The development of the value form exhibits the categorical dialectic in which this basic contradiction gains room to move. The material abstraction implicit in exchange produces an inverted reality in which commodities simply instantiate their abstract essence as values. The very structure of the value form is a manifestation of the fact that capital is a realm of estrangement insofar as exchange value dominates use value. This identification of commodities as values requires a rigorous abstraction from their natural properties, and sets the natural body of the commodity as the mere envelope of the said value, a clear case of the inversion of universal and particular. In the first edition of Capital there is an appendix on the value form in which Marx points to the inversion consequent on the abstraction peculiar to the value form, such that value itself exists as a hypostatist abstraction. Within the value relation and the value expression included in it, the abstractly general counts not as a property of the concrete, sensibly real, but on the contrary the sensibly concrete counts as the mere form of appearance or definite form of realization of the abstractly general. This inversion characterizes the expression of value. At the same time, it makes understanding it difficult. If I say, Roman law and German law are both laws, that is obvious. But if I say, law, this abstraction, realizes itself in Roman law and in German law, in these concrete laws, this interconnection becomes mystical. What is at issue in the value form abstraction is by no means the same sort of abstraction as natural science employs when it studies mass, for example, and treats bodies under this description regardless of their other properties. For mass is indeed a given property of the bodies concerned, inhering in each. But, as Marx says, value has a purely social reality, not an atom of matter enters into it. Whereas in the mass case the principle of abstraction may quite properly be used to say two bodies, balancing each other on a scale, share the same mass. In the case of value this principle operates in reverse, so to speak, because we equate the commodities as values we in practice impute to them the same value as if value were a property inherent in them. The fetishism so posited is an objective phenomenon, not a confusion of social consciousness. The secret of the structure and development of the capitalist economy, then, is to be found right at the start when the material abstraction of commodity exchange creates the reality of pure forms, which then embark on their own logic of development. I stress that the thesis of this essay is that the objective movement of exchange, and Hegel's idealist philosophy, are the only two cases known to me where abstraction either is, or is supposed to be, objective, where abstractions embark on their own logic of development and realize themselves. All other abstraction is merely a mental process, whether the abstraction is understood to yield nominalist or real universals. Just as Hegel's logic follows the self-movement of thought as it reconstructs the categorical universe, so we can follow the self-movement of capital as a productive subject devoid of personality. The dialectic of exchange sets up a form-determined system in which the forms are indeed self-acting, not just in the sense of being categorially connected by our thought process. Hence it is possible to demonstrate in a systematic development the logic of such form determination. Insofar as the real is self-reproducing, it should be possible to show how this is achieved through certain inner necessities of its structure, in other words, how the logic of the system tendentially ensures its reproduction. Such a systematic presentation of the logic of the value form concludes with capitalist production through a process of specifying at each level a more adequate shape of existence of the abstract indeterminateness of the origin. It will be demonstrated that in the dialectical development of forms springing from commodity exchange, the value abstractly implicit in the commodity becomes explicit in money, becomes its own end in the formula of capital, and imposes itself on nature and labor in industry, really subordinating all its conditions of existence to its one-dimensional telos of accumulation. It is my view that only after developing the forms of exchange up to the circuit of capital can one give grounds for picking out as systematically important those commodities which are products. Generalist commodity exchange is thereby grounded in generalist commodity production. Because of its importance in shaping the character and direction of social material production, the value form should be analyzed first, bracketing entirely the origin of the objects of exchange, and the transition made to production in accordance with the determinations imminently required for the reproduction of capital according to the necessity of its concept. The next section depicts the dialectic of these categories. The dialectic of the value form. This presentation presupposes at the outset that generalist commodity exchange is the primary mode of synthesis of the social division of labor in the bourgeois epoch. It covers three successive domains analogous with those of Hegel's logic. Commodity exchange in its immediacy, value implicit in commodities, the mediation of exchange in money, the reflection and showing forth of value, exchange in its unity with itself, value in and for itself as capital. Goods appear as beings in the circuits of exchange, and pass into nothingness as they disappear from it, perhaps to be consumed. Their being, made determinate and fixed in this sphere, is that of exchangeable commodities, i.e. commodities become distinguished from being goods in general by the quality of being exchangeable. The quality of exchangeability requires further determination. It is not enough that goods be specified as having characteristics that make them exchangeable in a general indeterminate sense. For exchanges really to occur, a commodity must be definable as a separate item. When a bakery sells you bread, it in fact sells you so many loaves of such and such weight. A commodity has to be able to specify itself as an instantiation in delimited form of the good concerned. Through this notion of limit we make the transition to the category of quantity. The one commodity is presented for exchange as at the same time many, yet in these one and the same. This abstract identity necessarily posited in the offer for exchange of a quantity of the commodity in question reflects itself in the body of the good concerned. Every bag of apples in the supermarket is supposed to be the same as all the others. Since the quantum, the unit of exchange, cannot appear as a unit of any magnitude common to the natural bodies of the heterogeneous commodities exchanging, it may be expressed as a pure number. But the quantitative ratio practically uniting commodities in the bargain actualizes their common character as exchangeables, as drawing other commodities in exchange for themselves. Every ratio of exchange is thus implicitly a measure of their value in exchange. To sum up, goods entering the circuits of exchange become determined as commodities. Their quality as exchangeables requires a complementary quantitative dimension if bargains are to be struck. The ratios of such quantities given in exchange appear as measures of exchange value. But if a genuine measurable is to be posited, it must exist in a form that is absolutely indifferent to the way it is measured, to all the specific exchange values. It must be exchangeability per se. This means that, underlying the relation of commodities to one another, there is a common essence, a value in itself distinct from any particular relations that might be established between a commodity and others. Such a move to an intrinsic value is in no way a proof of value, as perhaps one reading of Marx's first section would hold. Rather, it poses the problem of further grounding such a postulate. If different commodities are identical as exchange values, this requires a ground for its meaningfulness. If such an underlying value exists, then we can speak of the commodities themselves as values as if a value were a thing, constituted by a persisting material that assumes the shape now of corn and now of iron indifferently. But if there is such a content hidden away behind the form of exchange, it must prove itself in gaining appropriate law-like expression in the phenomenal world. Such a posited essence must gain ground in more developed form. This is what makes money necessary, we shall see. The identity of commodities as values is not written on their foreheads, Marx observed in his discussion of the forms of value. It is true that the simple exchange relation posits the equivalent as the bearer of the value of that in the relative expression, but since the reversed relation is just as possible, this suggests value is an empty abstraction. In the expanded form of value, the very multiplicity of value expressions irresistibly suggests there is an identical content, but only when in the general equivalent form all commodities are unified in the same measure can we speak of a form of value that gives a consistent articulation of the relationship between value as an inner content and value in its outer manifestation. An interesting reversal now takes place in that it seemed originally that the power of exchange possessed by every commodity expressed itself in its positing the equivalent as its value material, but as a consequence of the development of a general equivalent, it is the latter that gains the power of immediate exchangeability insofar as all other commodities value themselves in it. It seems now that the other commodities have value only when they have it reflected in them through their recognition by the general equivalent, which solicits them to solicit it. In this correlation of forces, value measures itself against itself. While a purely formal possibility of considering one commodity as a general equivalent would be enough for the function of ideal measure of value, value can gain actuality only when such a universal equivalent socially exists as a single reality, i.e. with money. In money, as distinct from commodities, value gains real substantiality, and money can function as means of payment, medium of exchange, and store of value. It is perfectly useless to discuss which is cause and which effect, whether commodity value produces money as its visible form, or whether only money produces the value dimension as a virtual reality in the first place. The dialectical view to take is that each is mediated in the other. For value to be developed requires this doubling and the reciprocal action of money and commodities. But in such a doubling of the value form there is still an unmediated unity of immediacy and mediation, i.e. of commodities and money. Universality and particularity have here fallen apart. True, they are related, each gains sense only in relation to the other. But, if value is to be coherent, it must supersede this doubling of its determinations into separable, if related, manifestations. Its unitary individuality, i.e. its true concept, is constituted just in so far as it posits itself as being both, but neither, commodities or money. It is in fact nothing but the relatedness of which we have been speaking. The price form posits it in the form of the judgment: what does this bushel of corn cost? £2. Value is neither particular nor universal, but the combination of the two definitions in a single conclusion through the comprehension of these moments as a totality. But this conceptual unity is purely subjective, purely formal. We think it when we understand what a price list is, i.e. when we grasp the unity of the two sides. The next step is to elucidate the conditions for this concept of value to be objectively determining of itself. This begins with the concluding of bargains, the closing of sales. It is completed in what Marx accomplishes in the section on the metamorphoses of commodity circulation. In the price form, the particular and universal determinations of value are distributed between the commodity and money, and their identity is merely formal. But in the metamorphoses of commodities, both determinations get expressed as moments of a whole insofar as the contradiction between the forms of appearance of value is brought into motion and their unity established in the fluidity of circulation whereby each passes over into the other. The self-same value, doubled into different shapes of existence, appears now as commodity, now as money, now yet again as commodity. But the circulation of commodities, conceptualized as CMC, has no necessity, because the motivation for it is external to the process itself, in that the ends of the chain pass out of circulation. Hence the renewal of circulation depends on the continuance of demand and of supply. The interesting point about the possibility of a temporary hiatus in circulation is that the determination of money as a store of value now emerges, with money in hand. The possibility of renewing the circuit when required, or when conditions are favorable, is present. Starting from money gives rise to the movement MCM, and therewith a systematic advance is made possible in the interweaving of money and commodities, namely that the MCM circuit has built into it greater possibilities of continuity and self-reproduction than the CMC circuit. Value is now immanent in the activity of exchange. It is itself the object, not the effect and medium of other motives. With the form of capital, value becomes its own end rather than mediator of other relations. That is to say that with capital we have before us an individual subject. The self-development of such a subject can consist only in its self-valorization. Its circuit must take the form, MCM plus M, or, for short, MCM. The idea of capital is the unity of the objective circulation of commodities and money with the inner universalizing drive of limitless expansion. It may be doubted whether the mere form of self-valorizing value would be enough to pass from a possibility of accumulation to a drive for accumulation. But capital has already answered this question in so far as it appears as many capitals, thus enforcing through external competition the immanent tendency. Just as with life itself, the squeezing out of individual capitals in the ruthless struggle to survive only signals the greater permanence of capital in general perfecting itself through the survival of the fittest. The question to be faced now is whether the idea of capital as self-valorizing value can make itself absolute, i.e. truly self-determining. The idea of capital. In truth, the concept of capital so far developed is very far from exhibiting the form of self-determination. Indeed, even its being for self is not yet guaranteed. In Hegel's logic, in spite of its location in the first part, the doctrine of being, this category is of central importance because reference to self is the basic logical structure that allows a truly immanent dialectic to proceed within a totality. Let us then review Hegel's development of this category. He introduces first the incontestable notion that something only is what it is within its limit, and by virtue of its limit, that there is always something else beyond the limit which defines it, and that everything finite is subject to alteration as it surpasses its previous limit. Something becomes an other, but the other is itself a something, so it likewise becomes an other, and so on ad infinitum. This endless iteration Hegel calls the spurious infinite, which is superseded when something and other are grasped as phases of the same thing, and this relation to itself in the other is genuine infinity, he says. Therewith the category of being for self emerges. Now it is obvious that in the MCM movement there is precisely such reference to self in the reflux of money. But the only meaning this has is if it results in an increment of value. For if capital is to actualize its being for self here, then, in furthering itself through its moments, it must become different from itself in its own otherness as well as identifying itself in it. Alteration is the superseding of limit, which here must mean a limited amount, because in the case of money as a pure quantity the only possible difference between two instantiations of this universal is in amount. Thus simply to be itself capital must become ever larger. But the forms of value thus far developed rest on the presupposition of equivalence relations. Not only is there no reason why such a difference of amount should emerge, it even seems logically excluded. Thus the general formula of capital does not as it stands fully conceptualize capital if under the rule of equivalence the second money phase should be identical with the first in every respect. Empirically there would be no reason to engage in such a practice of exchange, and conceptually the claim that capital represents a new form of value is undermined. The cycle is not an articulated ground for its comprehensive self-positing. The sequence CMC exhibits difference, but insofar as C is grounded in production and C in consumption, the ends of the chain pass out of circulation and it lacks the reference to self in its differences that would make a totality of its determinations, a real individual. With MCM there is the opposite problem, there is no difference at all between the end and the beginning. For capital to emerge as a self-grounded form of value, both the reference to self and the difference from itself must be united. Its circuit must be MCM plus M. The one-dimensional logic of the forms of value cannot account for this, it therefore runs out of steam. It becomes necessary then to look outside it to solve the contradiction between the principle of identity and non-identity. We must look to the real content regulated by the forms to see if the solution to the contradiction may be found there. Thus far the material content of the commodity has been treated as a mere bearer of the form, and the latter has thus far been developed in indifference to the specificity of its material support. The logic of the value form, developed from the commodity form to the money form to the capital form, was premised on the absolute negativity of the movement of exchange in so far as all difference of use value that gave sense to this was neglected, i.e. negated, in the interests of following through the logic of identity arising from the common character of commodities as exchangeables. The unmediated opposition between use value and exchange value is characteristic of the logic of the value form in its purity. Use value has to be presupposed, but is at the same time set aside as a natural phenomenon to be contrasted with the social determination of the economy insofar as it is understood as the simple circulation of commodities and money. In the general formula of capital this immediate opposition is retained even in the mediating activity of capital itself as it unifies the moments of its circuit in its movement through them, for use values are still treated as mere bearers or supports of the form. Now we reach a crucial turning point which requires the exposition to take notice of the sphere of use values, for all exchange in its logic yet rests on a use value sphere. Indeed, only in this sphere can capital make its idea of itself an actual power in the world. In Hegel's philosophy the pure forms of conceptuality become absolute idea insofar as they are understood as at the same time the shape of the world. Thus Hegel's philosophy turns from logic to the external sphere of nature and then to the explicit unity of subjectivity and objectivity in spirit developing itself in world history. Indeed, strictly speaking, the idea is not part of the logic, for it is present only when the concept is united with the real material of the world so as to fill out, as it were, the pure forms of thought. From the point of view of reality in its comprehensive articulation, the categorical system of the logic, in spite of its inner complexity, is as a whole a simple immediacy. As Hegel puts it in his Science of Logic, logic in the absolute idea, has withdrawn into that same simple unity which its beginning is, the pure immediacy of being in which every determination is removed by abstraction. The idea then mediates itself through determining itself to concrete difference in nature and back to its unity in difference with itself in spirit. These three spheres are each totalities, each comprehending a moment of the absolute. To make a transition from one to another in the exposition of the absolute is therefore not to find a higher category of the sphere we are in, but to make a new start as it were. Thus there is a transition from the whole logic to the whole that is nature, and the initial categories of nature are not only not logical categories but are equally as primitive as the initial categories of the logic. The exact relation between logical principles and the natural shapes is a matter of controversy, but there is no doubt that Hegel saw nature, being the sphere of the idea in immediacy, finitude, and otherness, as having its truth outside itself. Logic is given the power to overgrasp nature, as was noted earlier. How does this movement between the spheres inform our account? It requires the logic of the value form in its purity to be redrawn as an abstract immediacy negatively related to the material content of the value form. Going over to the study of use value as a spatio-temporal sphere is then the necessary next move of the dialectic of capital, and we will be looking at the difference such externality makes to the concept of capital. Very roughly, capital may be shown to sink into the sphere of use value in three stages. These are merchant capital, the formal subsumption of production by capital, and the real subsumption of production by capital. In fact, the only categories from Hegel's philosophy of nature that we take are space and time. The parallel is therefore merely at the general level. Logic is related to nature as the form of value is related to the realm of the natural body of commodities and their location and origin in space and time. It remains to be seen how capital overgrasps them. In this dialectic, the first phase is to consider the immediate being of the general formula of capital in exteriority. What is the difference this introduces to the concept? To begin with, space makes a difference, for the rate of exchange at one place may be different from that at another place. This is how merchant capital makes its appearance, gaining a profit on arbitrage, a more or less exact concretization of the general formula MCM, but including implicitly the notion that the sellers and buyers of the commodities are distantiated spatially. Time makes a difference because what may be bought cheaply at one time may be sold for more later. Here the merchant functions as a speculator. At this level also may be mentioned money-lending capital, for what may not be saleable at one time may be so later when purchasers acquire the necessary funds. Here money-lending overcomes temporal distantiation through loans to purchasers redeemable at a later date at a premium. In effect, the commodity is again sold at one price and bought at another. It is important to notice that both these forms of capital rely on an already given set of marketable commodities, and the possibility of a surplus is contingent. Only with industrial capital does the commodity brought to market originate from capital's own circuit when it buys means of production and labor power and sets them to work to produce a new commodity which it hopes to market profitably. It is the difference introduced at the material level that ensures the process of production is simultaneously a valorization process generating surplus value, thereby resolving the contradiction in the general formula. Thus, if capital as self-valorizing value is to realize itself, the movement of value must appear in a much more complex form than in pure circulation. It must be the movement which simultaneously creates, produces, exchange values as its own premise. The phenomenon of circulation may now be viewed in a new light. As an immediacy it is pure semblance, but as grounded in production it is the necessary form of appearance of capitalist relations of production. Now formal logic, faced with the variety of ways in which the general formula of capital may be instantiated, would simply treat them as species of the generic form. Dialectical logic, however, asks, what is the proper content of the form? What gives the form its self-subsistence? I believe it is instructive here to return again to analogous cases in philosophy, and to a comparison of Spinoza's absolute with Hegel's absolute. Spinoza's absolute is substance, the one infinite reality of which everything else is an attribute or mode determined as a negation of it. Hegel, notwithstanding his admiration of Spinoza's ruthless negating of everything finite, complained that Spinoza's substance is not truly absolute, for all difference is swallowed up therein, whereas his own absolute idea includes an account of real external difference as emerging through its proper activity. Consider this passage from Hegel's lectures. Spinoza places substance at the head of his system and defines it as the unity of thinking and extension, without demonstrating how he arrives at this distinction and how he succeeds in tracing it back to the unity of substance. The defect of Spinoza's philosophy consists in the fact that the form is not known to be immanent to the content, and for that reason it supervenes upon it only as an external, subjective form. Substance is only the abyss in which all determinate content is swallowed up, and which produces nothing out of itself that has a positive substance of its own. Most importantly, in Hegel's view, Spinoza's philosophy lacks the principle of individuality. In contrast to this, Hegel's idea does so claim not merely to register in its own categories the material given to it, but to produce such a content out of its own proper activity and that this content be credited with its individual substance. This excursion clarifies the inadequate logic of merchant capital. It embodies in the real world of exchange the general formula of capital insofar as value transforms itself through its different instantiations to emerge as greater than it began. Thus it appears, a self-reproducing substance, but in a manner parallel to Hegel's critique of Spinoza we can say it only subsumes the different commodities it buys and sells within its own determinations, it is not bringing them forth from itself as its determinations. It cannot legitimately declare the commodities it trades in are nothing but its own forms of development because its content is not brought forth from itself. Industrial capital is hence a more authentic realization of what I call the idea of capital just in so far as it has reason so to claim genuine unity of form and content in the reality of its production and circulation processes. In fact, the empty formula of capital must be actualized in the whole round of production, circulation, and consumption. Capital gains actuality only as industrial capital, not as merchant or money-lending capital. The latter lack a proper content. The content traded in by merchant capital counts for it only as realizable value, whereas industrial capital is determined not as formally reducing a given content to itself as does merchant capital, but as having its own proper content in the individuality of its product, which indeed has a positive substance of its own, so to speak, and requires industrial capital to invest itself in a particular field of production. A merchant can set up as a general dealer. His stock is an unmediated unity of substance and accident, but there is no such thing as a general producer. Production is necessarily the production of individual products by individual enterprises. Industrial capital thereby unites infinite form and the realm of finitude. Earlier we saw Hegel attack a view of the absolute as neutralizing infinity with finitude. So here this unity of industrial capital may yet comprise a neutral balance of circulation and production if the latter is merely formally subsumed under capital while retaining its own rhythms. If capital is to overgrasp this alien sphere, the real subordination of production to the dictates of valorization must result in a thoroughly reorganized structure of industry, of labor, and machinery. In sum, a focus on production as the prime site of economically significant relationships is justified because the most glaring insufficiency of the formulaic definition of capital as self-valorizing value is that the bearers of value, namely the commodities as use values, are necessary for capital to feed off but only contingently available to it. Thus to gain control of its conditions of existence, to posit its presuppositions, capital must take charge of the production of these commodities. Productive activity must then be form determined by capital. Capital must make that activity its own activity, determining the motive and dynamic of production. But this is no easy task. When it sinks into production, capital, attempting to ground its form on its own action, tries to shape this matter into a content, but then, rather than dealing with things without a will of their own, it finds itself faced with another subject, namely the proletariat, which struggles against capital's positing of its labor as capital's own activity. When we pass to the appropriation of natural resources we see that, because of its very form, capital is unable to work with nature but despoils it and thus undercuts the very basis of all production, the ultimate condition of existence not only of capital but of life itself. This is because the value form determinations do not represent or mediate the free self-development of the matter's own form but the imposition of a set of alien determinations. Capital tries to subordinate its conditions of existence to its own aims, but there is always something in excess of its concept or an independent reality, an irredeemably other. There is what I call its internal other and what I call its external other. These are others in the sense that they are recalcitrant to capital's appropriation of them, thus they set limits to capital's development, and in the case of the proletariat it may become the counter-subject that negates capital. So, in the case of the proletariat, capital must not merely appropriate its other, as with nature, but actively negate its negation continually because the proletariat is potentially a force in its own right. Thus the capital relation exists only through a dialectic of negativity, continually generating a proletariat, but continually imprisoning it within its own forms, refeeing its activity, expropriating its product, and colonizing its consciousness so that it cannot think other than as bearer of capital, as its agent. Of course, just as capital needs its personifications, it needs its agents, including labor above all. So capital must employ people and machinery, but just as its engineers advise it about the right sort of materials, it manages its hired hands as advised by human resource teams and industrial relations people who know all about the right color to paint factory walls. However, it should not be thought that, if capital has to win its way through otherness, this marks a difference in the parallelism with Hegel's idea that I have been expounding, for in Hegel's philosophy too the absolute is only such in its return to itself from otherness, but it cannot avoid the seriousness, the suffering, the patience, and the labor of the negative. It must alienate itself and yet find itself still in its other. Capital is definable as self-valorizing value. But of what does it create value? And how is its magnitude determined? Every capital demands a recompense for the time in which it is tied up in production and circulation. But of all the times capital is tied up only one creates a positive, the time spent exploiting labor. I say this because the proto-subject capital faces in the proletariat a major obstacle to making of itself the absolute reality, for, as we saw above, capital must continually negate this its negation. Success in this endeavor is indeed a most significant positive achievement well worth its own category, value. So class struggle is constitutive of the central categories of capital insofar as it rests on the pumping out of labor from the worker. But this is not the view of capital itself, which can only admit labor acts as its agent when it sets the whole elaborate factory organization in motion under the constraints of its law of value and for the purpose of valorization. As we have seen, the possibility of this constitution of capital as an autonomous subject arises from the development of the value form. The commodity form of the product embodies an abstraction from the natural heterogeneity of goods, namely value. Commodity production embodies in its processes a self-moving abstraction, namely capital. Insofar as it controls production and successfully reifies labor, making of it a mere agent no different from machinery, the idea of capital epically achieves self-determination. Aporia in Hegel and in capital. It is necessary now to draw the consequences of the parallelism between the structure of Hegel's philosophy and that of capital. Our thesis is that the critique of economic categories is that of the social forms that Hegel's concepts absolutis and idealiza. In these forms an autonomous logic of development is indeed present, but it is immanent in the rule of capital because this social form is uniquely constituted through ontological inversion in a way that grounds an idealist dialectic. Developed capitalist society is an appropriate object of critique because there the social synthesis is constituted through a totalizing abstraction, namely value. So-called postmodernists deny the validity of the category of totality, as if Hegel and Marx were at fault for using it in their account of the bourgeois epoch, whereas they reflect, Hegel uncritically and Marx critically, the totalizing logic of the value form which imposes itself in such a manner that all relationships become inscribed within it. Now the parallel with Hegel is this: however highly mediated their relations, such forms have that same abstractness as the forms of Hegel's logic. The shift from his logic to the material world is paralleled in the sinking of the general form of capital into production, by capital grounding itself and its valorization in a real material process. Through this it has sunk into its substance. So capital as spirit, so to speak, is the return to itself from this self externally with all that has been won from its sojourn in otherness and finitude, battling with unreliable machinery and recalcitrant workers, namely, the surplus value arising from the material production process constituted ideally by capital as its own valorization process. If we look at the parallels between Hegel's logic and the value form, we find that the immediacy, emptiness, and self-referring nature of the categorical structure is parallel to the same characteristics in the development of the forms of value, commodity, money, capital. Then the self externally of nature, whose truth is outside itself in the categoriality of its logical principles, is paralleled in the case of the form of capital by its embodiment in a world of production which as such seems to have a purely material existence, but whose truth lies in its significance as a process of valorization whereby the social surplus product is simultaneously constituted as total surplus value. Capital is peculiar, and an illuminating way of pointing out its peculiarity is to make a parallel with Hegel. More precisely, that reading which sees him as illegitimately privileging logic would be that connection, as logic is supposed to govern the material world, so the pure forms of value are supposed to govern the mode of production in capitalism. The term supposed to is the tricky one and is a reference to the aporetic quality of the relation in both cases, between logic and the world, on the one hand, and between capital and material production on the other. The truth of logic is supposed to be self-fulfilling. The forms are their own content and their development results in a perfectly self-comprehending absolute. Yet Hegel admitted that the concept as such is not complete, but must rise to the idea, which is the unity of the concept and reality. However, the reality which the concept gives itself must not be received by it as something external but must, in accordance with the requirement of science, be derived from the concept itself. In the parallel case, at the outset it appears merely that a necessary condition of the ideality of value is the materiality of use value, then form and matter are united when capital drives to shape this matter into a content penetrated through and through by value in process. But the difficulty capital has in sinking into production, where it has to grapple with its other and gets bogged down in the finitude of obsolescent machinery and striking workers, paralleled in the difficulty Hegel has in giving an account of how the logical forms go over to the real world and function as its rational coherence. So we have two apories. In Hegel, does the dialectic of the concept create the world or simply appropriate it in thought? This question is paralleled by the question, does capital create wealth or does it simply expropriate under its own forms the wealth derived from labor and nature? But this last is not just a theoretical question. Since capitalism was historically produced, a resolution could be posited historically. Is labor nothing but a reified factor of production, or could it become capital's gravedigger? This can be decided only in practice. The hegemony of capital makes the ideas a real power in the world. Should the proletarians overthrow capital, they would overthrow this its spiritual apotheosis. Marx's intention that the presentation of the commodity capitalist system should be at the same time a critique of it follows from the observation that it is precisely its homology with the forms of Hegel's logic that condemns the object as an inverted reality systematically alienated from its bearers, an object which in its spiritualization of material interchange and practical activity into the heaven of pure forms virtually incarnates the Hegelian idea. In sum, the critique of capital is analogous to the critique of Hegel, but, where in the latter case we criticize a philosophical mistake, in the former case we criticize an inverted reality. To say this is ipso facto to criticize capital for the same things as Hegel's philosophy, and to say Hegel is relevant just because he is wrong for his wrongness models what is wrong with capital. That is why his logic can be turned back on it, and that is why capitalism stands condemned, just because it instantiates an idealist logic with the inversion that displaces creativity from labor to capital. The development of a Hegelian thesis. This essay argues that Marx's doctoral dissertation presents a Hegelian reading of the natural philosophies of Epicurus and Democritus, which serves as important evidence of Marx's subscription to a Hegelian style of theorizing, which informs his later, more famous works. Marx perceives Epicurean atomism to be superior to Democritean atomism insofar as Epicurus registers the self-determining character of thought and reality. A holistic, conceptual perspective is taken to inform Epicurus' understanding of concepts, nature, and self-consciousness. Marx's preference for Epicurus over Democritus reflects Marx's own commitment to what Ullmann has termed a philosophy of internal relations. Marx takes Epicurus to represent the world as being determined immanently by the principles invoked in its explanation. Epicurean atomism is seen as being opposed to the fabrication of causal explanations which construe things as merely being acted upon by discrete, external factors. Marx's sophisticated reading of the determination and interpenetration of concepts in Epicurean natural philosophy reflects Marx's own capacity to perceive connections between categorical standpoints. It also points to Marx's subsequent reading of capitalism as a relative, historical mode of production which generates an interrelated set of phenomena demanding explanation, in a holistic conceptual framework. Marx's reading of Epicurus mirrors Hegel's way of reading the logic of categories traced in his Logic. In his Logic, Hegel's entire enterprise is to envisage and explain thought as a self-determining totality, and Hegel explicitly praises forms of ancient atomism for their invocation of the negativity of thought, the motor of self-determination. Marx in his doctoral dissertation follows and practices a Hegelian mode of argument. He identifies and explains the arguments of Epicurus in Hegelian terms as exhibiting the self-determining character of principles, and the supremacy of self-consciousness. Marx's actual deployment of Hegelian argumentative techniques is direct evidence of the profound impact of Hegel upon his thinking at the beginning of the S. Marx's Hegelianist reading of Epicurus evokes subsequent works such as the Grundrisse, the arguments of which run along similar lines. Marx's mature explanation of capital follows a course charted in the dissertation's discussion of Democritus and Epicurus. The logical development of capital is a conceptual story of progressive but abortive self-determination, just as Epicurus' atomism registers distinct but limited progress in its expression of a form of immanent holistic explanation. The distinctiveness of the critical perspective on Marx's dissertation sketched above is highlighted by the tendency of previous critics, in particular Anglo-American critics, to pay insufficient attention to the intrinsic subject matter of the dissertation itself. Commentators on Marx have concentrated upon interpreting Marx's dissertation by focusing on his explicit remarks on Hegel and the young Hegelians and his suggestive but elliptical references to the nature of historical development in remarking upon the historical affinity between post-Aristotelian Greece and post-Hegelian Europe. This focus of critical attention can be explained in part by the fascination exerted by the elusiveness of Marx's comments on these topics and by the interest of commentators in scanning the dissertation for explicit references to names and subjects which occur in Marx's subsequent works. What has rarely been undertaken is a thorough examination of the style and substantive argument in the thesis. The lack of critical engagement with the substance of Marx's dissertation is exemplified by McClellan's compression of its consideration to a footnote in his otherwise excellent book Marx Before Marxism. In this note he deflects Marx's argument concerning the relative superiority of Epicurus' explanation of nature to that of Democritus by observing that Democritus, as a philosopher and natural scientist, is by far the more profound and original thinker. In fact, Marx's arguments on the relative merits of Epicurus and Democritus are not to be dismissed so lightly. Marx makes a thoughtful case for the merits of Epicurus. Perhaps more importantly, though, the case he makes is decidedly Hegelian and provides powerful evidence for Marx's subscription to a Hegelian mode of explanation. Indeed, Marx employs categories and a style of conceptual explanation drawn from Hegel's logic. Marx's substantive use of Hegel suggests that interpretations of the dissertation's elliptical comments on Hegel, history and the young Hegelians, which read Marx's Hegelianism as being refracted completely through young Hegelian standpoints, is questionable. Marx's dissertation reflects the influence of the young Hegelians and their preoccupations, but the substance of the text's arguments also reveals a familiarity with, and an expertise in deploying, the concepts and model of conceptual explanation entertained by Hegel himself in the Logic. Marx on Hegel and the young Hegelians. The major concern of this essay is with the substance and style of Marx's argument in his dissertation. Initially, however, the fragmentary explicit references in the dissertation and its accompanying notebooks to Hegel and the young Hegelians, and the elliptical comments Marx makes on contextual affinities between Hellenic Greece and his own contemporary world, will be considered. These fragmentary remarks raise important questions about how Marx, during the writing of the dissertation, conceived of his relationship to Hegel, young Hegelian theorists and his own historical situation. They have inspired commentators to see the dissertation as being influenced crucially by young Hegelian theorists and preoccupations. This essay observes that the remarks are not susceptible to such a neat interpretation. While signaling affinities between Marx and contemporary young Hegelians, they do not record an exclusive reliance upon young Hegelian theoretical perspectives. Although the fragmentary remarks are inconclusive, they do point to an independent engagement with Hegel which is confirmed by the actual substantive argument of the dissertation itself. A crucial if equivocal source of Marx's explicit understanding of his relationship to Hegel, young Hegelians and his own epoch is a note which has survived to an otherwise missing section of the dissertation entitled General Difference in Principle between the Democritean and Epicurean Philosophies of Nature. In the note Marx reflects upon a current tendency to explain Hegel's thought at various turns in terms of its accommodation to existing powers. He expresses a dissatisfaction with this style of argument which is seen as reducing a philosophical system to contingent, external considerations. His respect for Hegel and structural explanation is registered in his demand that any such argumentative maneuver must frame an explanation of how the philosophical system itself allows for such accommodation. In a series of dense passages, Marx then intimates that the latest turn in the interpretation of Hegel from within the Hegelian school is itself to be explained by the historical tensions generated in the contemporary quest to realize freedom in the world. He observes that the impulse to translate philosophy into practice involves a revisionary reading of philosophy. Their liberation of the world from unphilosophy is at the same time their own liberation from the philosophy that held them in fetters as a particular system. Marx observes that the strains and tensions involved in relating philosophy to the world are responsible for an explicit dualism in the contemporary world. On the one hand, a liberal party emerges which, though committed to philosophical principles, turns to the world, and a positive philosophy develops which, though embracing what exists, turns to a philosophical justification of the status quo. Marx's Delphic thoughts on the contemporary condition of philosophy are supplemented by his remarks upon the affinities between the contemporary condition of philosophy and the post-Aristotelian world of Greek philosophy. These remarks are contained in his notes on Lucretius on the Nature of Things, which form the sixth notebook on Epicurean philosophy, one of a series he made in preparation for the composition of his doctoral dissertation. The post-Aristotelian and post-Hegelian worlds are seen as of a piece in that philosophy, having sealed itself off to form a consummate total world, turns itself to a practical relationship to a world which is set apart from the philosophical system. The form that philosophy assumes in the aftermath of consummate systems such as those constructed by Aristotle or Hegel is taken to be one which highlights subjective self-consciousness, as is exemplified in Epicurean philosophy, and Marx observes that the character of such a period is an iron time, happy when characterized by titanic struggles. Marx's expression of his views on the context and character of Epicurean philosophy in the notebooks on Epicurean philosophy is echoed in the prefatory remarks he offers in the dissertation itself. At the outset of the dissertation he observes that the post-Aristotelian philosophies of Stoicism, Epicureanism, and Scepticism express forms of subjective self-consciousness which serve as prototypes for subsequent development in ancient Rome. Marx's estimate of post-Aristotelian Greek philosophy is related to but distinct from Hegel's reading of its character. Hegel disparages post-Aristotelian philosophy as not objective but dogmatic and rests on the impulse of self-consciousness to self-satisfaction. Self-consciousness lives in the solitude of its thought. Marx follows Hegel in recognizing its assertion of a limited, abstract form of subjective self-consciousness, but he sees it as presaging spiritual self-understanding and political development. Commentators such as Rawson, Baranovich, McClellan, and Kulikovsky signal the influence of young Hegelian theorists in shaping Marx's more positive reading of Epicurus and other post-Aristotelian Greek philosophers. The plausibility of this interpretation is evidenced by the contemporary significance attached to the post-Aristotelian period by Koppen, the young Hegelian and close associate of Marx, who likened the German Enlightenment to Greek theorists of self-consciousness. Marx's reading of the contemporary significance of the context of the Epicurean philosophy of self-consciousness reflects the standpoint of Bruno Bauer, the acknowledged leader of the young Hegelians. Rawson, in his book Bruno Bauer and Karl Marx, makes a convincing case that Marx's dissertation reveals Marx's affiliation to distinctive philosophical positions maintained by Bauer. Marx follows Bauer in his dissertation in seeing the context of post-Aristotelian philosophies as one of an apocalyptic struggle in which the positive, critical spirit of Epicurean self-consciousness subsequently informs the political culture of ancient Rome. The influence of Bauer on Marx is also evident in the strident atheism maintained in Marx's dissertation, in which religion is seen not in the Feuerbachian terms of a translation of human qualities onto a divine substitute, but as the transposition of subhuman qualities onto an imaginary divine object. Rawson, like Baranovich, sees the affinities between Marx and Bauer as amounting to an identity of standpoint. Rawson reads the note in the dissertation, referred to previously, which deals with the split in Hegelianism between a liberal school and a positive philosophy as indicating Marx's support for the Liberal Party, led by Bauer. The Liberal Party obviously symbolizes the young Hegelians of whom Marx was part, and therefore Marx identifies himself completely with it. This judgment is at the very least highly questionable. Marx's remarks on the breakup of the Hegelian school into two parties is elliptical, but he is by no means clearly endorsing the Liberal Party of young Hegelians. While he appears sympathetic to young Hegelian goals, he observes that a more rational standpoint requires a less contradictory relationship between theory and practice. Marx observes, the first, however, is despite its inner contradiction, conscious of both its principle in general and its goal. The ambiguous character of Marx's depiction of the young Hegelian Liberal Party intimates that Marx in his doctoral thesis cannot be assumed merely to align himself with young Hegelian doctrines. Marx's diagnosis of the standpoints of the rival Hegelian standpoints as contradictory, as Kulikovsky has recognized, signals his adherence to a more unified relationship between theory and practice to which Hegel himself subscribed. There is additional evidential support in the dissertation for Marx's concern to see a mutual accommodation between actual experience and practical volition. Marx observes that sense experience is an alignment between the sensuous human and the sensuous world which is observed. The explicit testimony in the dissertation on Marx's estimate of Hegel and his reading of the relative merits of young Hegelian and classically Hegelian standpoints is insubstantial. Nonetheless, Marx registers a sufficiently independent outlook to disturb the categorization of Marx by McClellan and Brazel, as a second-generation Hegelian, whose Hegelianism is essentially mediated through young Hegelian perceptions. Marx's dissertation and subsequent works register preoccupations and standpoints assumed by young Hegelian theorists with whom Marx collaborated and socialized. Marx, however, read Hegel closely, and his thinking reflects a personal engagement with Hegel. Marx's actual review of the natural philosophies of Epicurus and Democritus in his dissertation exhibits a sophisticated understanding and manipulation of Hegelian concepts which register an affinity with Hegel's systematic, holistic manner of theorizing. Marx's practice of a systematic form of Hegelian theorizing is powerful direct evidence of his assimilation of a Hegelian standpoint in which Hegel himself is not seen as a mere precursor of young Hegelian developments. The substance of Marx's doctoral dissertation is devoted to a comparative study of the natural philosophies of Epicurus and Democritus. Marx shows a detailed knowledge of the ancient authorities on the two philosophers, and he draws upon and interprets the works of Diogenes Laertius, the Epicurean treatises of Plutarch, Cicero's dialogues, and relevant sections of the works of Clement of Alexandria and Sextus Empiricus. Marx rejects the dominant ancient tradition, assumed in the intellectual histories of his time, that Epicurus adopted the atomism of Democritus, making only slight and retrograde changes. Marx observes that Epicurus maintains a distinct perspective on knowledge and reality, which supersedes that of Democritus by its respect for the principle of free self-determination. Marx takes Democritus as being preoccupied with observing trails of causal determination linking natural phenomena, whereas Epicurus is seen as highlighting the immanent self-determination of thought patterns which is fully realized in self-consciousness. Marx recognizes that these opposing perspectives are the standpoints assumed in practice by philosophers whose reported views on reality and knowledge involve paradoxes. Democritus is held to consider that only the atoms and the void possess reality while maintaining that truth lies in appearance. Epicurus, on the other hand, is observed to be represented as dogmatically asserting that truth lies in sensation while limiting his interest in, and study of empirical phenomena to, the ascertaining of evidence which is compatible with ataraxy, that is a state of mind which is not troubled by pain and fear. This general reading of Epicurus and Democritus informs Marx's account of particular aspects of their natural philosophies. Epicurus is taken by Marx as affirming the principle of self-determination maintained in thought and reality by allowing for the motion of atoms to decline from a straight line. This declination, for Marx, is testimony to the immanent determination of the atoms in Epicurus' philosophy, whereas Democritus is seen as providing only for the external determination of atoms. Again, Epicurus, in contrast to Democritus, is taken by Marx as distinguishing the formal, self-moving character of atoms from their material properties. Above all, perhaps, Epicurus is interpreted as refusing to view the heavenly bodies as exhibiting divine qualities in viewing their movements as explicable by a variety of hypotheses whose value is taken to reside purely in their capacity to remove anxiety from the human observer. This latter consideration emphasizes that for Epicurus, in contrast to Democritus, the prospect of human self-consciousness achieving an untroubled state of ataraxy supersedes other considerations, for human thought is taken to be the highest expression of the self-moving powers of thought, which are only abstractly realized in the motion of atoms. Bailey, in an article published in Classical Quarterly shortly after the initial publication of Marx's dissertation, and in contrast to the critical position generally ascribed to him, commends Marx's general account of Democritus and Epicurus. Bailey sees Marx as undertaking a scholarly review of Democritus and Epicurus which is original and generally convincing in its separation of Epicurean from Democritean atomism. Moreover, the source of the major criticism which Bailey offers is most revealing. He observes how Marx, like a true Hegelian, having once got his fundamental principle, attempts to apply it in its workings throughout the theories of the two philosophers. And here, from a modern point of view, is the weakness of the thesis. An a priori theory couched in the terms of contemporary philosophy, is forced upon ancient thinkers who really approached their problems in a far simpler frame of mind. Bailey recognizes the propriety of a reading of Epicurus which distinguishes his natural philosophy from Democritus in a number of ways. He is not persuaded, however, that these differences can be explained as deriving from a supposedly systematic rehearsal of the role of self-determination in Epicurean natural philosophy. For Bailey, this is to read Epicurus illicitly in the light of a Hegelian standpoint. The validity of Bailey's critique is arguable. Marx makes a good case for his reading of Epicurus, but prolepsism informs the practice of even the most subtle of intellectual historians such as Hegel and Collingwood. In any event, the Epicurean natural philosophy which Marx appraises as superseding Democritean atomism is identified and explained by Marx in Hegelian conceptual terms. The priority assigned to immanent self-determining conceptual explanation which Marx imputes to Epicurus reflects the priority assigned to the notion in Hegel's logic. The category of the notion, for Hegel, represents the self-determining character of thought itself. Hegel observes, the notion is not indeterminate but is in its own self determinate. Marx reads Epicurus as explaining reality in terms of the systematic identity of self-determining thought, epitomized by the freedom of self-consciousness, and this reading is an expression of a Hegelian understanding of reality and its immanent philosophical comprehension. For Marx, Democritus looks to the model of causal explanation whereby all aspects of reality are to be explained by their determination by external forces. Epicurus, in contrast, is seen as explaining reality as exemplifying the mutual interconnectedness and self-determination of thought. Marx sees the differences between Epicurus and Democritus as emerging clearly in Epicurus' distinctive conceptualization of the declination of the atom from the straight line. What is common to the atomism of both Epicurus and Democritus, for Marx, is that the basic elements of reality are conceived as being atoms in a void, and that two forms of motion, namely falling in a straight line and repulsion from one another, are ascribed to the atoms. What distinguishes Epicurus from Democritus, according to Marx, is the notion of atoms departing slightly from a straight line in their fall. Whereas some ancient authorities disparage as either frivolous or misconceived Epicurus' account of this form of motion, Marx sees it as exemplifying the pure form of self-determination on the part of atoms. Marx observes that insofar as the atom is conceived of as a point or as moving in a straight line, it is seen as relative to space, and surrenders its individuality. Motion that declines from a straight line, however, attests to being pure form, negation of all relativity, of all relation to another mode of being. For Marx, declination from movement in a straight line represents the negation of relative and external determination. It is the negation of a negation, the transcending of otherness, which Hegel in the Logic takes as being the trademark of being for self, a category registering categorial self-determination. Epicurus' representation of this form of motion as the negation of external causation is taken by Marx as registering abstract individuality, which Hegel in the Logic characterized as self-mediation and absolute negativity. Marx sees Epicurus as developing his notion of atomic individuality in his account of the repulsion of atoms from one another. Marx accepts Lucretius' reading of Epicurean repulsion, whereby the atom's mutual repulsion is generated by the negation of relative determination, which is effected in the declination of their movement from a straight line. Marx depicts this notion of self-determination in language which he self-consciously construes as evoking a concept of Geist which forms the basis of Hegel's philosophy. The immediately existing individuality is only realized conceptually, in as much as it relates to something else which actually is itself. Hegel himself had conceptualized repulsion in similar terms, observing, the negative relation of the one to itself is repulsion. Marx notes that Epicurus, in discussing the qualities ascribed to atoms, is concerned to maintain the formal concept of the atom as self-determining. This is effected by Epicurus' predication of contrary specific and determinate qualities to the atom, which undermines their fixity, and allows for the immanent self-determination of the atoms. Marx notes that in ascribing shape and size to atoms, Epicurus does not envisage infinite specifications, for this infinity would entail a purely relative determination of qualities which derogates from the individual self-determination of atoms. Likewise, the atoms are conceived as possessing weight, but only comparatively, for the determination of weight in terms of a specifiable center of gravity outside of themselves would undermine their formal power of self-determination. Hence, Epicurus is seen by Marx as investing the specification of the qualities of atoms with contradictions to allow for the individuality of atoms. Marx observes, he therefore determines all qualities in such a way that they contradict themselves. Marx also interprets the dualistic manner of Epicurus' treatment of the atom as exemplifying a recognition of the distinction to be drawn between formal powers of self-determination and specific, material nature of atoms as basic constituents of reality. For Marx, Epicurus sees the atom as both a principle and a material entity, whereas Democritus is credited with a merely materialistic understanding of the atom. For Marx, Epicurus' dualism registers the contradictory nature of being and empirical appearance, and in so doing highlights the contrary characters of self-moving conceptual determination and the external determination of natural phenomena. Marx sees this contradiction as expressing the abstract character of the individuality ascribed to the atom by Epicurus. Marx also notes that the Epicurean account of the infinite rehearses a notion of the self-determining character of thought and being, notwithstanding its tendency to hypostatus aspects of its determination. While Marx takes Epicurus to represent the infinite in distinct ways, at times implying it to stand for an entity separate from other entities, he observes that an ultimate recognition of the infinite as being a process of self-determination on the part of the basic elements of reality is a token of Epicurean conceptual sophistication. This interpretation of the Epicurean notion of the infinite accords with the notion of the good infinite elaborated by Hegel. The good infinite, for Hegel, is not seen as the bad infinity of opposition to the finite masquerading as the indeterminate goal of endless finite activities, but rather as a process of determination by which the finite expresses the free and universal power of thought. Marx observes that the Hegelian notion of bad infinity applies to the endless processes of motion attributed to the atoms by Democritus. Hegel himself recognized that forms of ancient atomism had expressed the character of a good infinite. Epicurus is read by Marx as conceptualizing reality in terms of immanent self-determination. Epicurean atomism is taken by Marx as expressing the abstract individuality of the atomic constituents of reality. The individuality of atoms entails that they are conceived as self-moving, and reality, in turn, is not explained as an endless process of causal determination by external factors. But Marx takes Epicurean atomism as registering at the same time the abstractness of the individuality of atoms. Their operations do not bear the express and explicit self-determination of self-conscious human thought. The empirical world of natural phenomena composed of atoms does not exhibit clear examples of processes of immanent self-determination. Contradictions emerge between material phenomena and the formal self-determining character of atoms. The Epicurean notion of time is taken by Marx to be integral to the world of matter and appearance. It is the serial negation and definition of moments of matter. It defines the non-essentiality of matter. Marx sees Epicurus as correlating time to sensuous empirical self-consciousness just as the concept of the atom is the principle of abstract self-consciousness. Marx explains Epicurus' theory of meteors and the celestial bodies as epitomizing an Epicurean understanding of the primacy of self-consciousness. Marx remarks that the Epicurean account of the celestial bodies appears paradoxical on first reading. The heavenly bodies, as traditionally understood in classical thought, would appear to offer the prospect of resolving the contradictions within Epicurus' understanding of reality. Epicurus is taken by Marx as perceiving contradictions between the formal explanation of atoms and their general material manifestation, but the heavenly bodies, insofar as they are traditionally conceived as eternal and unchangeable, possessing a center of gravity within themselves, would appear to represent coherent material embodiments of the abstract self-determining individuality of atoms. The paradox of the Epicurean account of meteors and the heavenly bodies, for Marx, resides in the Epicurean dismissal of a single and particular explanation of meteors which would, in effect, designate meteors as concrete individuals capable of self-determination. The seemingly paradoxical Epicurean dismissal of a single necessary explanation of meteors is governed, in Marx's reading of Epicurean natural philosophy, by a concern to preserve the equanimity of self-consciousness. Marx observes that the Epicurean determination to explain meteors by a variety of hypothetical explanations is designed to maintain the peace of mind of human observers. Marx understands the Epicurean derogation of the status of the celestial bodies as highlighting the principle of abstract self-determining self-consciousness which he interprets as representing the master concept of Epicurean philosophy. The development of Marx's thesis. Marx's dissertation is a Hegelian thesis. Its Hegelian character is revealed by an analysis of its substantive focus on the natural philosophies of Epicurus and Democritus. Marx follows Hegel in taking the Epicurean philosophy as affirming abstract self-consciousness. What the dissertation provides in the detail which Marx signals as being of prime importance in intellectual history, is a decidedly Hegelian reading of the elements of Epicurean natural philosophy. Epicurean atomism is appraised as superseding its Democritean predecessor because of its systematic elaboration of an atomism expressing abstract individuality. Where Democritean atomism is explained as assuming the aspect of an unreflective empiricism, Epicurean atomism is interpreted as conceptualizing atoms as formally self-determining. Marx's reading of the conceptual logic of self-determinism in Epicurean atomism reflects Hegel's conception of the logic of categories expressed in his Logic. The dialectical understanding of thought undertaken by Hegel is predicated on the free, self-determining power of thought itself, which is expressed in the movement of categories rehearsed in the Logic. Hegel himself remarked that ancient atomism, in contrast to its modern form, expressed something of this self-determining character of thought and reality. In framing his Hegelian account of Epicureanism, Marx appraises Epicurus' conception of infinity as realizing the self-related character of Hegel's conception of a good infinite. This notion of infinity highlights the self-determining character of thought, in which the infinite is not taken to be a goal external to finite determinations. Again, Marx's reading of the Epicurean resolution of abstract individuality into individual self-consciousness reflects the realization of the human conscious determination of thought in Hegel's logical category of the notion. Marx's recognition of the abstract character of this Epicurean resolution of abstract atomic individuality into abstract self-consciousness rehearses the terms of Hegel's diagnosis of Epicurean philosophy. This evidence of a direct theoretical engagement with Hegel in the expression of Marx's thesis signals that Marx's cryptic explicit references to the young Hegelians and their preoccupations should not be taken as affirming unqualified support for their standpoints. In his dissertation, Marx reveals an assimilation and employment of definitive aspects of Hegel's Philosophie, and his Hegelianism should not be construed as entirely mediated by young Hegelian intermediaries. The methodological and conceptual influence of Hegel on Marx, exemplified in the detail of Marx's reading of Epicurus, informs the methods and concepts maintained in Marx's subsequent works. It would be absurd to deny the significance and scale of the changes in theoretical standpoint registered in Marx's writings subsequent to the writing of his thesis of / Inter alia. Marx famously develops a focused understanding of the alienation of capitalism, an elaborated materialist theory of history, and a systematic conception of the logic of capital. What is evident in the dissertation and continues to inform Marx's subsequent theoretical understanding of capitalism, communism, and the division of labor is Marx's profound affinity for and assimilation of Hegel's conception of the internally related and immanently determined character of concepts and human practices. Marx construes Epicurean atomism in Hegelian terms as exhibiting abstractly a self-determining character which is expressed most appositely by the self-consciousness which comprehends it. Subsequent to his dissertation, Marx develops a conception of capitalism as a system of internally related phenomena, which are determined by capital that produces and reproduces its own conditions. In my essay Good and Bad Infinities in Hegel and Marx, this Hegelianist depiction of capitalism is explained in the following way. Capital expresses the self-mediating character of the good infinite, by acquiring in commodity form fixed and variable capital which it deploys to generate the conditions of its own production. Capital, for Marx, however, is conceived as inwardly flawed, and its defectiveness derives from its failure to maintain an inwardly coherent, self-mediating, and self-determining system. The process of capitalist production is continually subordinated to an alien, endless pursuit of surplus value. The appeal of communism, for Marx, in his elaboration of it in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of, derives from its coherent expression of the self-determining and internally related powers of the individual and the species in producing a human world in which the social powers and needs of individuals are harmonized and satisfied. This conception of communism as self-determining and self-mediating reflects Hegel's conception of thought determining itself. Marx's concentrated critique of the division of labor in his most elaborated theoretical account of historical development involves a recognition of the contradiction expressed in the externality of relations obtaining between human beings in class societies. It testifies to Marx's sensitivity to the alienation involved in an organization of production in which men and women are externally related to one another and do not collectively determine the conditions of their own social and productive lives. Throughout his intellectual and political career, Marx maintained a Hegelianism in attending to the internal relations between the concepts invoked to explain reality and in recognizing the self-determining character of human social life and the contradictions to which the process of social self-determination is liable. Marx's Hegelianist reading of Epicurus offers an understanding of concepts and human subjectivity in terms of a non-mechanistic notion of immanent movement and self-determination, which is invoked in Marx's subsequent critique of capital and conceptualization of communism. Livergood, in his book, Activity in Marx's Philosophy, observes, in Epicurus Marx discovered an idea capable of transforming materialism into a complete system of thought, a system able to explain change in non-mechanistic terms. Livergood's observation is apposite if its validity is recognized to turn upon Marx's discovery of the Epicurean idea as being inspired by Hegel's non-mechanistic understanding of conceptual change and development. Hegel and Marx on Needs, the Making of a Monster. Ian Fraser. Need and labor form on their own account a monstrous system of community. A life of the dead body, that moves itself within itself, one which ebbs and flows in its motion blindly, like the elements, and which requires strict dominance and taming like a wild beast. Hegel. Capital is dead labor which, vampire-like, lives only by sucking living labor. By incorporating living labor power into the material constituents of capital, the latter becomes an animated monster. Marx. For Hegel and Marx, the simple satisfaction of needs leads to the creation of a society that becomes an animated, monstrous beast over individuals. Both focus on this development through the contradictory movement of human beings in the shaping and making of their world. Hegel concentrates on the subject as will manifesting itself in society through the satisfaction of its needs. Marx's concern is with workers' antagonistic satisfaction of their needs within capital. To understand properly how Hegel and Marx comprehend this development requires reference to their methods. Hegel operates with a universal and particular concept that finds direct correspondence in Marx's general and determinate abstractions. Both thinkers understand the determinate abstraction and the particularization to be forms, that is, the mode of existence of the general abstraction or universal concept in society. Both begin by analyzing these forms to discover their inner connection. Consequently, they analyze the forms needs take in society. They have a universal concept and general abstraction of natural needs which they contend applies across all societies. However, they also realize that these natural needs will be satisfied in many different forms. Analyzing these need forms will reveal the dialectical basis of need satisfaction. It will show how humans, through the attempt to satisfy their natural needs, can create a world which seems to dominate them. Attention to form is essential therefore for a proper understanding of needs in Hegel's and Marx's writings. Charting the path to the creation of the monster begins with a discussion of the universal concept and general abstraction of natural need. The various forms these natural needs take are then elucidated, starting with needs satisfied in a particular form, the mediation of labor, through to the expansion of needs into luxury. Hegel and Marx capture the contradictions and antagonisms of this process and leave it up to us human beings to slay the very monster we have created. Natural needs. Both Hegel and Marx share a notion of basic needs which they capture with the term natural needs. For Hegel, examples of natural needs are food, drink, and clothing. Natural needs play a crucial role in Hegel's need theory. They are the universal concept which takes various forms of satisfaction in society. Hegel makes this quite clear when he states, in the element of being as such, the existence and range of natural needs is a multitude of needs. The things serving to satisfy those needs are worked up, their universal inner possibility posited as outer possibility, as form. Individuals continually have to satisfy their natural needs to live. They do this in many different forms of need satisfaction, from immediate to deferred gratification. Natural needs exist, therefore, in the form or mode of existence of a multitude of needs. Hegel's concern is to grasp the movement from natural needs, satisfied in an immediate manner, through various mediations to the form of a multitude of needs. Marx offers a similar understanding of natural needs with food, clothing, fuel, and housing serving as examples. Indeed, it is in the German ideology in particular that Marx actually refers to Hegel's influence when emphasizing the fundamental nature of having to satisfy such natural needs. Consequently, Marx concludes that the first historical act is the production of the means to satisfy needs of eating and drinking, housing, clothing, and various other things. The satisfactions of such needs are a fundamental condition of all history and are essential in order to sustain human life. Natural needs are therefore a general abstraction. Such needs are universally present in all societies and must be satisfied for people to continue living. Marx's concern is to analyze and elucidate the forms these natural needs take in capitalist society through a critique of classical political economy. Natural needs exist universally in all societies, but in divergent forms of satisfaction. As Marx notes, what could be more varied than the objects that form the staple food of different peoples? So the movement from the general to the determinate abstraction is required to focus on the forms these needs take in a society in a particular historical period. Both Hegel and Marx, therefore, understand natural needs as the universal concept and general abstraction respectively, which take various forms of satisfaction in society. These forms of need forms, are analyzed to discover their interconnection. Hegel and Marx analyze these need forms to reveal how the simple satisfaction of natural needs leads to a complex and overbearing system of need satisfaction. The creation of this monstrous system begins with a particular need form. Particular needs. Hegel captures the particular basis to the satisfaction of the universal concept of natural need by defining need as a feeling of separation, whereas the overcoming of the feeling of separation is enjoyment. In the philosophy of right he delineates this process through the dialectical development of the will. Hegel argues that the will can make itself universal by abstracting from needs, desires and drives. When it steps into existence and becomes determinate, however, it is particular. The will, in this immediate state, now finds itself naturally determined by drives, desires and inclinations and the needs derived from them. Hegel wants to focus on the objective element of these drives, and the shape this element assumes in its truth and existence. This arbitrary will encounters the problem of balancing the satisfaction of these drives with each other. As a dialectic of drives, a human therefore has to liberate himself from this immediate form of existence. Humans' drives must become the rational system of the will's determination. Humans must not be the prisoners of their drives as non-human animals are. Instead, a human must stand above his drives and determine and posit them as his own. For Hegel, therefore, the will, in its immediacy, must master its drives and needs in some way in order to be free. One shape these drives and needs take are particular. This is essential to recognize because of Hegel's emphasis on the importance of form. Hegel understands drives as taking the form of needs that take further forms through the progression of the will. Hegel begins his discussion with the complete abstraction from needs and drives. These very needs and drives then naturally determine the will in its immediate form of existence. Such natural determinations are common to everybody, a universal. The will then externalizes itself as a particular will. Such contingency also arises, however, in terms of the needs of individuals. As Hegel notes, the concrete person of civil society is a particular person who looks only to his or her own end. As a totality of needs, this person is a mixture of natural necessity and arbitrariness. These needs are naturally necessary because a person has to satisfy them to live. They are the aforementioned natural needs. Hegel captures the arbitrary aspect of a person's need with the term contingent need that he links with subjective caprice, the whims of an individual. An individual as a particular being is therefore a combination of both natural needs and contingent needs. The person shares the requirement of satisfying natural needs with all other human beings. However, in his or her particularity, the person cares only for the satisfaction of his or her own particular or subjective need, which is opposed to the universal will of the rest of society. Marx also captures the particular manifestation of the satisfaction of natural needs. He argues that on the one side humans have vital powers which exist within them as drives. On the other side, outside them, exists the object of these drives. These are objects of his need, essential objects, indispensable to the exercise and confirmation of his essential powers. He indicates how in capitalist society humans satisfy their needs egoistically. Marx refers to egoistic need as being in conflict with social need, which is the need of society as a whole expressed as effective demand. So a cobbler, for instance, satisfies a social need through making shoes for others. Marx contends that such social needs can have a very negative effect on the worker who becomes determined by these social needs which are alien to him and which act upon him with compulsive force. The worker submits to this force of social need. From egoistic need, from necessity. This leads Marx to contrast the social need of society with the egoistic need of the individual. Marx argues that society sees the worker as only the slave that satisfies its needs. Similarly, the worker looks to society only for the satisfaction of his or her own egoistic needs. Workers are not recognized as human beings, as an end in themselves, but simply as a means to fulfill the ends of others. For Marx, the realm of private property inevitably reduces an individual to an egoistic man of civil society who has private desires and interests that are separated from the community. The only bonds that hold individuals together are natural necessity, need and private interest, the conservation of their property and their egoistic persons. Individuals relate to each other not as person to person, human to human, but merely as means to the end of satisfying their egoistic needs. So both Hegel and Marx capture the tensions between the particular and universal or social satisfaction of needs. Such tensions increase through the mediation of labor, which eventually results in a rapid expansion of needs and their forms of satisfaction. The mediation of labor. For Hegel, labor, as the mediation between need and enjoyment, works on and transforms an object, rather than simply nullifies it. Labor therefore introduces the moment of deferred enjoyment. The level to which individuals can satisfy their natural needs is contingent on factors such as natural resources and labor productivity. Hegel emphasizes that the satisfaction of our own needs in civil society mediates with the satisfaction of the needs of others. Such a mediation arises because in satisfying our particular needs we receive the goods produced by other people. Similarly, through our own labor we produce for others to consume. A moment of universality asserts itself, therefore, out of the very particular satisfaction of our own needs. It is through this dialectical movement between the particular needs of an individual and the universal needs of society that Hegel discerns the development in needs and their satisfaction. In contrast to one person satisfying his or her own needs, now many people become involved. Consequently, their labor applied to the object as an entirety, is partitioned, which increases productivity and thereby reduces necessity. Individuals in the division of labor produce not simply for themselves, but for others, and their particularity takes on a more universal aspect. However, the division of labor also has the negative effect of making their labor mechanical and deadening. Despite this, the increase in productivity means that an individual creates a surplus that goes beyond the satisfaction of a particular person's need. The production of this surplus leads to the process of exchange. The performance of surplus labor means that the link between an individual and part of what he or her has produced becomes broken. The individual has not worked on the object for his or her own need and own use, but for the need of someone else. With the development of the division of labor, and the interdependence this creates between individuals, such control is no longer possible. Individuals work to satisfy their own needs and create a surplus to satisfy the needs of others. The form in which they satisfy these needs is money. As Hegel states, labor, which leads to a surplus, leads also, when mechanically uniform, to the possibility of universal exchange and the acquisition of all necessities. Oni is the universal, and the abstraction of these, and mediates them all. Trade follows as money is posited as activity, where surplus is exchanged for surplus. Hegel argues that this movement from labor to surplus to money leads to the domination of one person over another. The singular individual now exists among a plurality of individuals. The difference of power and might between these individuals results in the relation of master and servant. As Hegel explains, the master is in possession of a surplus, of what is physically necessary, the servant lacks it, and indeed in such a way that the surplus and the lack of it are not single aspects but the indifference of necessary needs. Hegel recognizes that in an exchange economy some will dominate and force others to work for them through sheer power and control over the surplus produced. The servant's lack of the surplus is not accidental, but instead arises from the indifference of necessary needs. These necessary needs are what we have previously referred to as natural needs. Satisfying such needs is physically necessary for a person to carry on existing. The indifference or totality of these necessary needs is the surplus and the lack of surplus. For the master and the servant, these two aspects take a particular manifestation, the form of indifference for the master and the form of difference in the servant. Marx also discusses how natural needs are satisfied through the mediation of labor. In making his crucial distinction between labor and labor power, he refers to Hegel's comments in the Philosophy of Right on how the alienation of my power to act to someone else indicates how the use of my powers differ from the powers themselves. Marx explains that it is through the expenditure of labor power that the individual worker uses up a definite quantity of human muscle, nerve, brain, etc., which he or she has to replace for the valorization process to begin anew. Even a worker's laboring activity is not an end in itself because it is reduced to nothing more than the maintenance of his individual existence. The worker's labors are simply a means to the end of ensuring his or her own physical survival. The problem for the individual as a human being in capitalism, therefore, is that he or she cannot directly satisfy natural needs because the means of production are under private ownership. The form or mode of existence within which workers satisfy their natural needs in capital is through the mediation of labor and the wage. Expenditure of the wage on goods means that they are positing their needs as necessary needs, within the alienated system of capital. So a person is born with natural needs that he or she has to satisfy in order to live. To do so he or she has to become a worker and sell themselves as labor power. The value of this labor power will determine the worker's necessary needs. These necessary needs will be the greater the higher the value of labor power, prices remaining constant. The natural needs are therefore being satisfied, but this will be in a qualitatively and quantitatively different way. A high value of labor power could offer the possibility of accruing meat instead of gruel, for instance, or a rented house instead of a hut. Necessary needs are the form that the satisfaction of natural needs takes in capital. Natural needs are satisfied through the sale of labor power and in the form of necessary needs. When workers cannot sell their labor power, they have to satisfy their natural needs in a form that is not mediated through the wage. They have now entered official pauperism, or the part of the working class which has forfeited its condition of existence. They are thereby reduced to satisfying their natural needs in their immediate form. No positing of necessary needs is therefore possible at this level of need satisfaction. So within this process of need satisfaction the extraction of surplus value takes place. The struggle over the extraction of surplus value between capitalist and worker reveals the antagonistic basis to the satisfaction of needs in capitalism. Opinion and luxury need. Hegel and Marx further recognize the developmental aspect of needs in their concepts of opinion and luxury need. Hegel indicates how concrete or social needs divide and differentiate through education. Education resolves the concrete into its particulars, and makes concrete or social needs take the form of abstract needs. Abstract needs are abstract in the sense that particular needs multiply to such a degree that they become relative to the subjective whims and refinement of different individuals. As Hegel recognizes, this can easily lead to a situation where a need can be created by those who seek to profit from its emergence. The multiplication of needs therefore allows the possibility of their manipulation. For Hegel, then, taste and utility become criteria of judgment so that it is no longer need but opinion which has to be satisfied. Natural needs exist in the form of opinions which are linked to a mere fancy or whim. Hegel is understanding the contingent needs as taking the form of opinions through the multiplication of taste and levels of refinement. For Hegel, the natural need for food, for instance, takes the form of a particular or contingent need for meat. The latter comes, in the end, to be an opinion for something because it has been subject to the influence of taste and utility, which is an expression of a person's character as a spiritual being. As needs multiply in number and variety, people are not as dependent on any one of them. Necessity, therefore, becomes less powerful. So we may be satisfying a natural need for food, but this has developed to such a stage that the form it takes is an opinion of steak, well done, in a brandy sauce. Hegel's emphasis on the multiplication of needs to the form of opinions is echoed in Marx's notion of luxury needs. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx suggests that luxury consumption is possible for the working class because certain luxury items can be cheaper than necessary items. In Capital, Marx argues, in contrast, that luxury consumption is the preserve only of the capitalist class. However, he then reverts to his original formulation when he argues that in situations of prosperity the working class takes a temporary share in the consumption of luxury articles that are otherwise for the most part necessary only for the capitalists. What Marx means here is that at a certain time luxury goods are those which are out of reach of the working class. However, with increases in productivity and spending power these luxuries can, in time, be made necessary. So when Agnes Heller suggests that luxury needs posited as necessary cease to be luxury needs, some care is required. Reference to form means that luxury needs posited as necessary have not ceased to be luxury needs, but exist in the mode or take the form of necessary needs. This is important because it allows us to understand the interconnection of all need concepts and trace this connection back to class conflict in the production process. As Marx points out, such production is founded on the antagonism of orders, estates, classes, and finally on the antagonism of accumulated labor and immediate labor. Such an antagonism is mediated through the various forms needs take in capital. Luxury needs, as the preserve of the capitalist class at a point in time, are posited as necessary by the working class. Initially, these needs seem diametrically opposed. However, attention to form indicates how needs can mediate into different modes of existence of each other. Recognition of such forms is therefore crucial for a proper understanding of needs in Marx's writings. With the similarities between Hegel's and Marx's understanding of needs elucidated, the next two sections consider how this results in the creation of a monstrous system of need. Hegel's monstrous community of need. Hegel is fully aware of the problems that the development of need satisfaction can bring. He notes how civil society is an immense power which tears individuals away from the family and makes them subject to contingency. The arbitrary nature of people's existence in the free market, based on inequalities in resources and skills, leads to the emergence of poverty. Individuals reduced to poverty have the needs of civil society, but are deprived of its advantages. The contingency that arises out of subjective help to alleviate this distress means that society has to try to offer a more universal solution to the problem. This proves very difficult because of the dialectical operations of the free market. The unrestricted development of civil society leads to the positive effect of bringing people together through their needs, and the various ways in which they satisfy them. But it also leads to the accumulation of wealth and profit in society. Moreover, in the production process specialization intensifies, and the nature of work becomes more limited, resulting in the dependence and distress of the class that is tied to such work. This class becomes unable to feel and enjoy the wider freedoms and spiritual advantages of civil society. Hegel introduces various mediations to try to overcome the conflicts that arise out of need satisfaction, most notably the police, corporation, and the estates. The police have a direct responsibility to interfere into the free operation of the market system to ensure the welfare of all individuals. The very multiplication and interdependence that arises from individuals' daily needs leads to universal arrangements for their satisfaction. Hence, Hegel perceives a need for public control over industries on which the whole community are dependent. The public authority therefore requires oversight and advance provision to ensure collective welfare. Hegel includes a wide and extensive number of tasks that the police should undertake to counter the selfish ends that are blindly followed by supporters of free trade and commerce. With the further mediating institution of the corporation, individuals come together through recognition of their particular trades and skills, and thereby come into contact with the universal. The corporation, therefore, acts as a second family for its members by protecting them against contingency, ensuring a secure livelihood, and offering education to others to enable them to join. Individuals now become conscious of the fact that they are providing for others. The particularity of need and satisfaction and abstract legal universality are now inwardly united within the corporation. The welfare of individuals becomes a right and actualizes itself within this institution. However, despite these attempts to overcome the contradictions of need satisfaction, problems still remain, especially with the antagonisms that exist within the estates. Commentators often translate the term estate simply as class, but, as Alan Wood suggests, Hegel does make a distinction between these two terms. Historically, estates represented constituted bodies of various kinds that existed in feudal and early absolutist societies. Such estates offered people social positions and economic roles in society. In contrast, Hegel sees class as referring to inequalities in wealth, upbringing and education. When Hegel uses the term stand, therefore, we must interpret it as estate and not as class. Consequently, different classes can exist within the same estate. This distinction is important because some commentators criticize Hegel for excluding those workers that are directly involved in production from these mediating institutions, a criticism that has been leveled at Hegel's early writings as well as the philosophy of right. According to this view, Hegel brilliantly captures the alienating existence of workers tied to mechanical and factory production without incorporating them into the system of estates. Yet Hegel does refer to the presence of mechanical and factory labor in the business estate. In a strange statement, however, he raises the possibility of sacrificing part of the business estate to the barbarism of such labor for the greater good of society. Harris has quite rightly suggested how this comment sits oddly with Hegel's persistent concern with the negative aspects of mechanization and work in factories. Indeed, in the lectures of Hegel explains how a person is alienated and no longer counts as an individual. Instead, society measures a person only by his or her money. Such harshness of spirit or complete mercilessness is symptomatic of the way factories, manufacturing, base their subsistence on the misery of one class. Similarly, in the philosophy of right, the estate these workers belong to is the estate of manufacturers, a sub-estate of the estate of trade and industry, which performs the more abstract work of mass production. Within this estate is a class of people who suffer particularly through the expansion of civil society. They become a large mass of people which sinks below the level of a certain standard of living. The certain standard of living is itself at a level necessary for a member of the society in question. All members of society should at least be at this minimum level. When people fall below this level, they lose the feeling of right, integrity, and honor they gain through their work. So a mass of people exist who descend into poverty due to the contradictions of civil society. Within their midst arises a section of society who are at the lowest level of subsistence, which Hegel calls the rabble. Hegel suggests that the minimum level of subsistence defines itself automatically as the minimum needed for an individual to live. Constituted socially in this way, it must therefore differ from society to society. The poor, then, are people who are below a certain standard of living for a society. Within the poor are the rabble who live at the lowest level of existence. As Hegel states, poverty in itself does not reduce people to a rabble is created only by the disposition associated with poverty, by inward rebellion against the rich, against society, the government, etc. The hardship associated with poverty is itself a wrong inflicted on this class. Moreover, the tendency for disproportionate wealth to be concentrated in a few hands further exacerbates such a wrong. The poor are in a dire situation because they cannot by themselves use the mediation of work to satisfy their natural needs. Hegel notes how certain societies have attempted to address this problem. One approach is simply to provide the poor with enough to maintain their standard of living without work, but this seems to go against their own self-worth. Another way is to make the poor work for money, but this only increases production, which is the very cause of their impoverished state in the first place. Consequently, Hegel concludes that despite an excess of wealth, civil society is not wealthy enough to prevent an excess of poverty and the formation of a rabble. The natural operation of the market therefore produces poverty. Poverty is not an accident, but emerges from the natural working of the system itself through overproduction, necessitating a movement of goods to other economies to try to dissipate such a glut. This allows the development of international trade and law, but also leads to the establishment of colonies. Colonies originate because of the emergence of a mass of people who cannot gain satisfaction for their needs by their work when production exceeds the needs of consumers. Overproduction and the onset of poverty, therefore, eventually lead to mass emigration. So contradictions abound in civil society. As an immense power, it not only creates its own victims in the guise of the poor, but pushes itself beyond the boundaries of the nation-state into the rest of the world. The mediating institutions of the estate seem ill-equipped to ensure the satisfaction of everyone's natural needs beyond a meager level. Similarly, the very expansion of the contradictions of civil society suggests that the police's attempt to provide some moment of universality could be far from successful. The corporation itself excludes a mass of individuals who will not satisfy their need for recognition and achieve a moment of universality within this institution. Even the emergence of the state as a moment of greater universality offers little to combat the destructive effects of natural necessity in civil society. After all, the dialectical development of the will goes beyond the boundaries of the state into world history. Moreover, as Hegel declares that the state is actually subordinate to world spirit, then it cannot be an endpoint of the will's dialectical development. Again and again, Hegel presents a constant movement back and forth between universal and particular moments of humans' progression and satisfaction of their needs. He persistently depicts movements of mediation that turn into opposites. The immediate satisfaction of natural needs becomes deferred through the mediations of labor and money. The very needs individuals begin with return to haunt them like a monstrous beast which they themselves have created. Not surprisingly, then, Hegel sees the activity of laboring and need growing into the movement of the living dead. From Hegel's initial starting point of need as a feeling of separation in an individual, the result is a huge overbearing system of need satisfaction mediated through labor and money. Hegel is tracing the form needs and their satisfactions take through the dialectical interaction between their universal and particular moments. It is a little strange, therefore, that Lukács can criticize Hegel for ignoring the fact that crises of the economic system are due to contradictions within the system itself. Hegel discerns the very contradictions Lukács speaks of from humans' initial attempt to satisfy their natural needs. All individuals have to satisfy these natural needs if they are to continue existing. The initial forms these needs take are particular, but they gain some form of universality by satisfying the needs of others. However, as individuals interact with each other, the conflict of master and servant arises. Contradictions abound, therefore, in the system of needs. Even the estates, which are meant to ensure greater contact with the universal, contain within them a new breed of dehumanist workers, dehumanist by the system of needs itself. Hegel leaves us, therefore, with a feeling of unmediated contradictions. As Avinri rightly concludes, for Hegel, human beings become enslaved by their own needs and the modes of satisfying them. However, Avinri considers Hegel to be quietistic in trying to overcome this problem. Yet Hegel is actually leaving it up to the will, us, human beings, to defeat the very monster we have created. Even within this monstrous system, Hegel recognizes that there are moments when human beings are satisfying their more spiritual needs. Labor itself, for instance, is immersed in necessity and external compulsion but still contains a moment of liberation through its creative aspect. Making such moments total and fully satisfying spiritual needs is the task all individuals must accomplish. Hegel was, therefore, either a poor philosopher for leaving so many contradictions within his system, or he was trying to suggest something else with the contradictions he highlights. My contention is that Hegel is speculatively analyzing the various forms in which the will satisfies its needs and attempts to overcome any contradictions present. Consequently, human beings should be a master of, and not a slave to, the very world they have created by overcoming this monstrous community of need that imprisons them. Marx's animated monster. The earlier discussion of Marx's egoistic needs gave a clear indication of the contradictions that arise from need satisfaction within capitalism. Marx shows how capitalism reduces individuals to a preoccupation with their own egoistic needs and not the needs of others in society. Dragged into the capitalist production process in order to satisfy their natural needs, individuals create a system over which they have little control. Individuals relate to each other not as person to person, human to human, but merely as means to the end of satisfying their egoistic needs. In capitalism, the laboring activity of individuals, instead of being the free expression and enjoyment of life, simply becomes a torture, nothing more than forced labor imposed. Not through an inner necessity but through an external arbitrary need. Labor may be the living, form-giving fire through which humans realize themselves, but it quickly becomes a deathly activity in capital. Through the pumping out of surplus value, the worker is turned into a fragment of a man, a mere appendage of a machine. Wealth accumulates for capital, whereas for labor there is only the accumulation of misery. The absorption of a person's labor power into the animated monster of capital is the rule of dead labor over living labor. The mediation of the selling of labor power results in a dead world that humans have themselves created. The initial need becomes lost as a person is made subordinate to the alien substance of money, which is the very estranged essence of work and existence. Money acts as a pimp between need and object, between life and man's means of life. The object needed becomes secondary to the prior need for money. Consequently, money, and not the object, becomes the real need of all individuals in the perverted realm of private property. As a dialectician, however, Marx is aware of the positive moments within the alienated system of capital. He notes how communism, or the true community, which is the essence of man, actually arises out of the need and the egoism of individuals. The true community of man contains the real, conscious, and authentic existence of human species activity and species spirit through social activity and social enjoyment. As the realm of private property does not allow humans to recognize themselves as humans or give the world a human organization, this community appears in the form of estrangement. So even in the alienated form of a system of private property, elements of the true community are present. In the very satisfaction of egoistic needs, moments of human need are also being satisfied, but in an estranged form. To overcome this estrangement properly and fully establish a true community, human need has to replace egoistic need totally. Yet, moments of human need exist within the alienated form of egoistic need. The mode of existence or determinate abstraction of human need in capitalism is egoistic need. For Marx, then, slaying the monster of capital is the responsibility of its creators, the workers. The movement from the general abstraction of natural needs to the forms needs take in capital results in mediations that dominate individuals. The cruel nature-imposed necessity is that workers have to sell their labor power to satisfy their natural needs. In doing so, capital takes on monstrous proportions, but the antagonistic presence of labor also indicates the potential for its downfall and the eventual creation of a true community based on human need. Conclusion. Hegel and Marx follow a very similar path from need to the creation of a monster. Natural needs, needs that are universally present in all societies and which humans must satisfy to subsist, are the universal concept and general abstraction for Hegel and Marx, respectively. They both analyze the forms this universal notion of need takes in society. For Hegel, the focus is on the will, human beings, who have to satisfy their natural needs in order to exist. The satisfaction of these natural needs passes through various mediations: immediate satisfaction, labor, surplus, and money. Similarly, Marx follows the form natural needs take through the antagonistic presence of labor in capital. He too emphasizes the mediation of need through the moments of labor, surplus, and money. For both thinkers there is an initial mention of drives. For Hegel, such a drive manifests itself in the form of need, which is itself a feeling of separation. Humans have to overcome this feeling of separation to satisfy their natural needs to live. For Hegel, humans must try to master these drives if they are to be free. For Marx, drives exist within humans as vital powers which take the form of natural needs that humans have to satisfy. Hegel and Marx then both emphasize the important mediation of labor to satisfy natural needs. Both grasp how labor leads to productive developments that can result in the creation of a surplus. They also realize that control over the surplus produced leads to exchange and forms of domination that are rooted in humans' needs. For Hegel, this domination is encapsulated in the master-slash-servant relation. Needs are the persistent, reverberating presence in this process, culminating in the form of money as an abstract sign of need and leading to opinion, mere whim and fancy. At the very same time, however, Hegel also notes how a mass of people have to satisfy their natural needs in a very rudimentary form. The poor remain outside any mediating institutions. Even worse, a section of the poor become a rabble, and their condition is a result of the very contradictions inherent in a system based on free exchange. The system of needs, therefore, contains deep antagonisms that cannot be mediated. The incipient presence of the working class, which Hegel grasps within the estates, suggests further rupture, not less. Even the institutions of the police and corporation find themselves ill-equipped to overcome such contradictions. For Marx, the workers pump out a surplus which the capitalist appropriates. Workers posit their needs as necessary through the mediation of the wage. Marx emphasizes the tendency for the production of severe inequalities through this pumping out of the surplus. Some people are reduced to satisfying their needs at a very rudimentary level. Others can actually satisfy their needs through the form of luxury needs, which may at times be the preserve of the capitalist class. For Marx, the contradiction between the needs of workers and the needs of capital is fought out on this terrain of need and labor. For Hegel and Marx, then, the various mediations that develop from the initial satisfaction of needs results in a monstrous system that seems to dominate individuals. By emphasizing the antagonisms and contradictions within this process, however, they also suggest that we, the creators of such a monster, have it in our own hands to defeat the beast and constitute our needs free from subordination and strife. Recognition and social relations of production. Andrew Chitty. Social relation of production is a key term in Marx's theory of history, for the social relations of production of a society give that society its fundamental character and make it, for example, a capitalist rather than some other kind of society. In Marx's words, the social relations within which produce, the social relations of production, in their totality form what are called social relations, society, and specifically a society at a determinate historical stage of development, a society with a peculiar, distinctive character. Ancient society, feudal society, bourgeois society are such totalities of relations of production, each of which at the same time denotes a special stage of development in the history of mankind. For Marx, the major institutions of a historical epoch, specifically its legal and political systems, are deeply conditioned by its social relations of production. In his metaphor from the preface, the social relations of production form a base and these institutions a superstructure which arises out of it. Accordingly, his general strategy for explaining these institutions is to show how the relations of production give rise to them. The base is explanans and the superstructure is explanandum, and to say that some aspect of social life belongs to the base or the superstructure is simply to say what its role is in this conditioning process, and so in Marx's explanation of social institutions. However, Marx never says in so many words just what social relations of production are, and the concept has been strongly criticized by non-Marxists. In some places he appears to equate them with property relations. In moralizing criticism and critical morality he states that private property consists in the totality of the bourgeois relations of production, and in the preface to the contribution to the critique of political economy he says that property relations are only a legal expression for relations of production. Yet if property relations are legal relations, and this is the most obvious way to understand them, then they cannot be identical with social relations of production, for the legal system is meant to be part of the superstructure of society, the character of which is explained by the relations of production. Legal property relations would have to make up the base and yet also belong to the superstructure. This difficulty has been called the problem of legality. Problems like it have given rise to the criticism that the very idea of social relations of production in Marx is incoherent, or as Playmenitz put it, that it is a phrase used not to express thought but to cover up its absence, and is therefore not to be rendered into meaningful English. In this essay I shall try to understand the idea of social relations of production as a development of the account of right given by two of Marx's immediate philosophical predecessors, Fichte and Hegel. I begin by elucidating Fichte's account of the relation of right as a relation of mutual recognition between self-conscious subjects through which they mutually constitute each other as self-conscious. I then show how Hegel's account of right can be understood in terms of a plurality of such relations of mutual recognition. Finally, I outline an interpretation of Marx's notion of social relations of production as a transformation of this idea of relations of recognition. I suggest that this can explain in what sense relations of production are, and are not, property relations. Fichte's account of Recht. The German Recht is sometimes translated as law or justice, but I shall translate it by the generic word right. Broadly, Recht is the generic equivalent of ein Recht, a right. It is that which unites, is common to or underlies all particular rights and the laws that enforce those rights and their correlative duties. So in translating it by the English word right we need to keep in mind the usage of that word in which it is specifically tied to the idea of rights. Fichte, in his Grundlage der Naturrechts, attempts to give a philosophical account of right by relating it closely to the kind of beings that we are, specifically, beings that are self-conscious. His account takes the form of a transcendental deduction of the concept of right from that of self-consciousness, that is, an argument. To show that a being can only be self-conscious if it acts in accordance with right. The argument provides at once a philosophical account of right and a philosophical justification of it. Very roughly, the argument is that an individual can be self-conscious only if it thinks of itself as one self-conscious being amongst others, and it can think of itself in this way only if the individuals concerned think of, and treat, each other as free. Now right, according to Fichte, consists fundamentally in this relation of mutually thinking of and treating each other as free, as well as in what necessarily follows from it, namely in his view private property and the other legal institutions that he goes on to derive in the book. Fichte describes both the act of thinking of another as free, and the act of treating another as free that expresses such thinking, as recognition. I shall distinguish his two senses of the word by using cognitive recognition for the first and practical recognition for the second. It is important to notice that both cognitive and practical recognition involve the thought of the other's freedom as to be respected. As a result, they are both normative ideas, in contrast to the ideas of, for example, recognizing a banknote as Swiss or recognizing the law of gravity, which imply no such respect and are not normative. Using this terminology, we can then say that for Fichte right consists fundamentally in the relation of mutual cognitive and practical recognition between self-conscious beings, and in the further kinds of thinking and action that follow from this relation. In fact, he calls this relation of mutual recognition the relation of right. The deduced relation between rational beings, namely one in which each individual restricts its freedom through the concept of the possibility of the freedom of the other, under the condition that the other simultaneously restricts its own through that of the first, is called the relation of right, and its formula, stated here, is the principle of right. An awkward result of Fichte's argument for the necessity of the relation of right to self-consciousness is that it seems to make it literally impossible for one self-conscious being to infringe the freedom of another. I shall not look into this or other difficulties with the argument. Instead, I want to draw out 2 points from Fichte's account. The first is that his relation of right is an interactional relation, that is, one that consists in two individuals thinking of and acting towards each other in complementary ways over some period of time. I shall argue below that Hegel's relations of recognition and Marx's relations of production are also interactional relations. The second is that the argument for the relation of mutual cognitive and practical recognition implies that this relation is partially interconstitutive of self-consciousness. That is, any self-conscious being is constituted as self-conscious only through engaging in this relation with others, while these other self-conscious beings are in turn constituted as self-conscious only by engaging in the same relation, although of course there is more to self-consciousness than just engaging in this relation. It follows that self-consciousness is only possible as a feature of members of a group of mutually recognizing beings. Insofar as self-consciousness is an essential characteristic of being human, the same goes for humanity. Humanity can only exist in the plural. Fichte draws this conclusion explicitly. A human becomes a human only among humans, and since he cannot be anything else but a human and would not be at all unless he were this, if humans are to be at all, there must be many of them. This is not an arbitrary assumption, or an opinion based on past experience or on other reasons of probability. It is a truth to be proved strictly from the concept of a human. As soon as one determines this concept fully, one is driven from thinking a single to the assumption of a second, in order to be able to explain the first. Hence the concept of human is not at all the concept of a single one, for such a one is unthinkable, but of a species. It would not be far-fetched to say that in this passage Fichte anticipates Feuerbach's and the early Marx's accounts of humans as species beings. Hegel's argument. In this and the following sections I shall argue that Hegel, in the Encyclopedia Philosophy of Mind and the Philosophy of Right, takes up but also transforms Fichte's account of the connection between self-consciousness and right, and his conception of relations of mutual recognition as interconstitutive. Hegel's dialectical derivation of right from consciousness in the Philosophy of Mind provides both an account and a justification of right, just as Fichte's deduction of right does. Hegel's argument leads from consciousness to self-consciousness, to desire, to particular or related self-consciousness, to mastery and servitude, to universal self-consciousness, to intelligence, to will and finally to right, so that its starting and finishing points are similar to Fichte's, although Hegel's consciousness is not quite the same as Fichte's self-consciousness, and Hegel does not simply begin with consciousness but derives this in turn from soul, animal, plant, and so on, back through the encyclopedia. Furthermore, each of the main stages in Hegel's argument corresponds to a stage in Fichte's. However, there is a fundamental difference in the form of the argument. Whereas Fichte's argument is transcendental, and proceeds from self-consciousness by successively uncovering the necessary conditions for its existence, Hegel's argument is dialectical and phenomenological, by which I mean that it works in the following way. It understands consciousness, self-consciousness, and so on as distinct forms of subjectivity, that is, as distinct basic ways in which a subject conceives itself and the main elements of its world and which constitute it as one kind of subject or another. For each of these, the argument shows how a contradiction internal to the form of subjectivity forces the subject to conceive itself and the elements of its world in a new way, that is, to transform its form of subjectivity into a new one. Thus the argument begins by defining consciousness as that elementary form of subjectivity in which the subject conceives of itself merely in contradistinction to independent objects outside it. The argument then shows how a contradiction internal to consciousness forces the conscious subject to transform its form of subjectivity into self-consciousness, in which the subject conceives itself not just as counterposed to objects outside it, but also as an object, and conversely conceives other objects as somehow imbued with subjectivity. In turn, self-consciousness as a form of subjectivity suffers from an analogous contradiction, so that the subject is forced to change its form of subjectivity again, to particular self-consciousness, a collective form of subjectivity consisting in each of two subjects attributing self-consciousness both to itself and to the other. Particular self-consciousness has to give way to the next form of subjectivity, and so on. The argument is dialectical in that it proceeds by uncovering and resolving contradictions, but also phenomenological in that it reenacts the process through which a conscious subject is forced successively to reconstitute itself in the light of its discovery of these contradictions. This means that for Hegel, unlike Fichte, right is not a necessary condition of consciousness. His argument is rather only that a conscious subject, insofar as it successively becomes aware of and resolves the contradictions inherent in its forms of subjectivity, must eventually be driven to establish with others the form of subjectivity called right. For Hegel, that faculty in me that makes me become aware of contradictions and try to resolve them is my rationality, so if I as a conscious being fail to establish relations of right with others, this is a failure of rationality on my part, but such a failure of rationality does not mean that I am not conscious. From particular to universal self-consciousness. To understand Hegel's account of right, it will be necessary to trace the part of his argument that runs from particular self-consciousness via universal self-consciousness through to right itself. In particular self-consciousness, each of two subjects sees both itself and the other as an object which is self-conscious and so free, so that each conceives the other as another I. The subject, says Hegel, counterposes itself as a distinct I to itself. As a result, in confronting this other, I see in it, as an I, me myself, but also an immediately existing other object as an absolute I opposite me. This form of subjectivity is contradictory, for on the one hand the first subject conceives the second as a self-related physical entity outside it, and yet on the other hand it sees the other not just as another being just like me, but as quite literally itself, as I. It sees at the same time two distinct subjects and a single subject, at once difference and identity. According to Hegel, this contradiction can only be overcome, for each subject, through that subject displaying itself as free to the other, and being recognized by the other as free. This contradiction gives the drive to show oneself as a free self and to exist as such for the other, the process of recognition. Since it was part of the definition of particular self-consciousness that each subject sees the other as free, Hegel must be distinguishing recognition from simply seeing the other as free. So presumably, like Fichte, he conceives recognition, whether cognitive or practical, as involving a conception of the freedom of the other as to be respected. His argument then appears to be as follows. If the other cognitively recognizes me as free, then it in some way identifies with me as a decision-maker, for in thinking of my freedom as to be respected it conceives my decisions as somehow to be deferred to, and therefore as partly authoritative over its actions, in just the same way as I think of my decisions as authoritative over my own actions. Hegel expresses this identification by saying that when I am recognized by another then I have given myself an existence in the ground or soil of the other's consciousness. When the other expresses this cognitive recognition practically, the practical recognition will provide me with the proof of the cognitive recognition behind it. Only then will I be able to reconcile my sense that the other is both distinct from and identical to myself, for I will then be able to conceive the other as distinct from me in that it is a self-conscious physical being outside me, yet as identical to me in that it shows through its actions that it somehow conceives itself as identical with me as a decision-maker. So in order to resolve the contradiction of particular self-consciousness I must be cognitively and practically recognized as free by the other. Of course, this is a demand that each of the subjects must make of the other. But these two demands are incompatible, because Hegel claims that at the stage of particular self-consciousness subjects have an individualistic conception of freedom. That is, in their eyes to be free means to be, as an individual, a completely self-originating source of decisions and actions. They do not yet have a sense of freedom as a single autonomous decision-making activity shared by a plurality of self-conscious beings. From this individualistic point of view, for me to recognize the other as free means for me to take the other's arbitrary individual decisions as partly authoritative over my own actions, and to act accordingly. But to do this would be partly to lose my own freedom, again in the individualistic sense of the complete self-origination of my own decisions and actions. In fact, it would be to lose my freedom completely, for Hegel assumes that freedom is an all-or-nothing affair, in the sense that to be unfree in any of one's actions is to be completely unfree. It follows that I cannot recognize the other as at all free without becoming completely unfree in my own eyes. Therefore, while I must demand that the other recognize me as free, I must refuse to recognize the other as free at all. Furthermore, I must demand that the other become completely unfree in its own eyes in order that it be able to recognize me, and thus take my decisions as not just partly but absolutely authoritative over its actions. I must demand a recognition that has an absolute or self-surrendering character, one in which the other identifies not just in some way, but absolutely with me as decision-maker, seeing itself as nothing but an agent of my decision-making. By the same reasoning, the other must demand the same absolute recognition from me. The result is the well-known struggle for recognition and its resolution one way or the other in a master-servant relation. This relation can best be described by introducing the term assertion to mean the same thing as recognition, but referred to oneself rather than to another, so that to assert oneself cognitively as free is to see oneself as free and to think of that freedom as to be respected, and to assert oneself practically as free is to act accordingly. The master-servant relation is then an interactional relation consisting in one-sided recognition combined with one-sided assertion. In it, both cognitively and practically, one subject recognizes a second as free and does not assert itself as free, while the second subject asserts itself as free and does not recognize the first as free. The relation is fully interconstitutive of mastery and servitude, in that simply by engaging in it they constitute themselves respectively as servant and master, being a master or servant, in the special meanings that Hegel gives to these terms, consists in nothing but engaging in this relation. As a result of the all-or-nothing character of freedom, the recognition and the assertion in question are absolute. So the servant's cognitive recognition and the master's cognitive assertion both take the form of taking the master's arbitrary decisions to be absolutely authoritative over the servant's actions. The servant's practical recognition then takes the form of obeying the master unconditionally, while the master's practical assertion takes the form of giving the servant orders at will. Because of the dual cognitive and practical character of Hegel's recognition and its correlative assertion, mastery and servitude are a form of subjectivity that is not only collective but also practical, for it consists in two subjects not only conceiving but also acting towards each other in a certain way. But this form of subjectivity in turn fails to resolve the contradiction of particular self-consciousness, even for the master who has won the struggle for recognition. The master aimed to resolve the contradiction through the servant somehow identifying itself with the master as a decision-maker, since in so doing the servant would become, in a sense, identical with but at the same time distinct from the master. In fact, the all-or-nothing character of freedom forced the master to demand more from the servant, an absolute identification with the master as decision-maker. The servant's unconditional obedience would give the master the assurance that this identification had taken place. But in the process of bringing about this identification, the servant has surrendered its authority over its own decisions and the master has not. This means that the master now sees in the servant a being of a quite different kind to itself. Thus the servant's recognition of the master fails after all to enable the master to think of the servant as identical to itself. The master-servant relation cannot solve the contradiction of particular self-consciousness because of its asymmetry. It must therefore give way to an interactional relation consisting in mutual recognition and assertion, in which each of two self-conscious subjects cognitively and practically recognizes the other, and asserts itself as free. In such a relation each knows itself recognized in the free other, and knows this, in so far as it recognizes the other and knows it as free. This relation forms a new collective and practical form of subjectivity, which Hegel names universal self-consciousness. The relation is fully interconstitutive of universal self-consciousness, in that by engaging in it individuals constitute each other as universally self-conscious beings. It is made possible by their giving up the individualistic conception of freedom mentioned above, one in which freedom consists in the individual's self-origination of its own actions. Instead, freedom is now thought of as something like acting with others, or the collective self-origination of action. Here to be free is to be the representative and agent of a single decision-making activity, one which is no longer identified with the arbitrary decisions of any one individual, as in the case of the master-servant relation, but which is universal or common to all. This single free decision-making activity is something like Rousseau's general will, although Hegel reserves the actual term will for its successor, discussed below. Given such a conception of freedom, each can recognize the other as free, in the absolute sense of recognition described above, without ceasing to think of itself as free. In recognizing the other as free, and being recognized as free by the other, each identifies with the other as decision-maker, and knows that the other identifies similarly with it, and since the decision-making in question is a free decision-making that is common to all of them, this does not lead to the division of statuses that characterized the master-servant relation. In recognizing each other as free, they do not simply think of each other as having the same property of being free, any more than in particular self-consciousness they simply thought of themselves as sharing the common property of being self-conscious. Rather they think of themselves as representatives of a single freedom, a single free decision-making activity. Thereby they experience themselves as identical, as literally a single I. The self-conscious subjects related to each other have through the supersession of their dissimilar particular singularity risen to the consciousness of their real universality, of their freedom which belongs to all, and thereby to the intuition of their determinate identity with each other. Yet while as representatives of a single freedom they experience themselves as a single I, still as separate self-conscious physical entities they continue to experience themselves as distinct I's. Just as in particular self-consciousness, they simultaneously experience themselves as identical and different, a double experience captured in the phrase universal self-consciousness happened, but this identity now takes a form in which it no longer contradicts their difference. Universal self-consciousness therefore finally resolves the contradiction of particular self-consciousness. The universal reflecting of mutual recognition and assertion in universal self-consciousness not only involves individuals thinking of and treating each other as possessing a common freedom. It also, Hegel implies, constitutes them as actual possessors of such a freedom. Likewise it not only produces a sense on the part of the individuals that engage in it of themselves as a single I. It also actually constitutes them as members of a common substance, a substance that is at once unitary and plural because it is constituted by nothing but the relations of mutual assertion and recognition between its own members. This substance is the immediate precursor of Hegel's mature concept of spirit, and the common freedom its members possess, which we could now call substantial freedom, immediately anticipates the freedom that for him is the essential property of spirit. From spirit to right. In universal self-consciousness a plurality of individuals see themselves as representatives of a single freedom and thus as identical to each other. So one individual confronting another conceives itself as at root identical to an object outside itself. According to Hegel, such individuals will generalize this attitude to the object from the special case where the object is another self-conscious being to the general case of the objective world as such. The resulting perception of oneself as at root identical with the objective world outside one is what Hegel calls reason, and insofar as a community of individuals possess it they become spirit. In that they see themselves as everywhere related only to that which is at root identical to them, they see themselves as self-determining or free with regard not only to each other but also to the objective world, and thereby, According to Hegel, for the first time they become properly free. So at this point the substantial freedom constituted by mutual recognition and assertion becomes true freedom, the freedom of which Hegel can say that freedom is the one authentic property of spirit. Yet spirit in turn suffers from a contradiction. On the one hand, it is confident that in the world it will find its own self. Yet on the other, the objective world still appears as physically other to and distinct from it. Although Hegel does not spell it out, more specifically the contradiction seems to be that the universal freedom constituted by the general relation of mutual recognition and assertion lacks any determinacy, since to speak simply of mutual recognition and assertion as free is not yet to say anything about what determinate kinds of thinking and action this involves, whereas by contrast the objective world is an extensively determinate one. In order to overcome this contradiction, individuals are driven to make the identity between themselves and the world explicit by progressively evaporating the determinate detail of the objective world, and discovering a universality inherent in it which will be identical to the universality of their own freedom. This universality is that of the regularities of nature. Hegel calls the effort to discover it intelligence, or theoretical spirit. Yet even when successful, this effort to discover universality in nature does not overcome the tension between the indeterminacy of universal freedom and the determinacy of the objective world. So individuals are in turn driven to overcome the difference by progressively realizing that freedom in the world, by giving it a determinate objective existence there. Hegel calls this effort will, or practical spirit, and the freedom that they attempt to realize the free substantial will, the free will of their substance. Accordingly, objectifying freedom, giving it a determinate existence, will consist in elaborating specific relations of mutual recognition and assertion which will give a determinate content to the bare idea of mutual recognition and assertion as free. These interactional relations will take the form of shared practices and social institutions, sustaining which will then be the means whereby individuals objectify and so realize their own freedom. In the philosophy of right, Hegel successively derives the various practices and institutions that he thinks can objectify this freedom, through the same process of discovering and overcoming contradictions that has led him up to this point. Their totality, the objectification of freedom or the free will as a whole, is what he calls objective spirit or right. The existence of the free will is right, which is to be taken comprehensively, not just as limited juristic right, but as the existence of all the determinations of freedom. Or as he also puts it, the system of right is the realm of actualized freedom, the world of spirit brought forth from itself, as a second nature. We can therefore summarize Hegel's account of right as follows: right consists in that set of specific relations of recognition and assertion which is required in order to resolve the contradiction of spirit, by giving a determinate content to the bare idea of mutual recognition and assertion as free, and thereby giving an objectivity to the substantial freedom that individuals constitute through such recognition and assertion. We can call each of these specific relations a form of right. Their most general principle is that of asserting one's own freedom, and recognizing that of others, in all its aspects. So whenever one individual claims a particular kind of right and another respects it, at root the first is simply asserting, and the second simply recognizing, a particular aspect of their substantial freedom. Thus in the case of the first form of right, which Hegel calls abstract right, the principle of right is be a person and respect others as persons. Being a person turns out to mean claiming property rights over some piece of nature, while respecting others as persons means respecting the corresponding claims of others, specifically through contract. In turn, this claiming and respecting is the way in which individuals respectively assert and recognize, and thereby objectify, the most elementary or immediate aspect of their freedom. Similarly, each of the further forms and subforms of right described in the philosophy of right, morality, the family, civil society, and so on, should be understood as consisting essentially in a specific relation of mutual recognition and assertion as free between individuals, which is required, according to Hegel, in order to objectify a specific aspect of their substantial freedom. Together, he claims, they objectify that freedom as a whole. We said that for Fichte right essentially consists in a relation of mutual cognitive and practical recognition as free. If what I have said so far is correct, then Hegel's analysis of right is similar. The difference is that for him right consists in a relation of assertion as well as recognition, and in fact in a series of such relations. Furthermore, in Hegel these specific relations are the means of objectifying a substantial freedom which is constituted through mutual recognition and assertion as free as such. Despite these differences, Hegel's specific relations of recognition and assertion are, like Fichte's relation of recognition, interconstitutive. Each relation of recognition and assertion is a collective and practical form of subjectivity, consisting in a number of different subjects both conceiving and acting towards each other in a certain way, and thereby constituting each other as a certain kind of subject, as a person, a moral subject, a family member, a bourgeois, a citizen and so on. So the relations are fully interconstitutive of personhood, moral subjectivity, and the rest. In right the object is the person, in the moral standpoint the subject, in the family member, in civil society in general the burgher. At the same time personhood, moral subjectivity, and the rest are only single aspects of objective freedom, so the totality of the specific relations of recognition and assertion is fully interconstitutive of objective freedom as a whole, just as Fichte's relation of recognition is interconstitutive of self-consciousness. Individuals constitute each other as objectively free by engaging in the totality of the relations of recognition and assertion that make up right. However, where Hegel goes decisively beyond Fichte is in historicizing his account of right. In the philosophy of mind and the philosophy of right he derives, from the idea of substantial freedom as such, a set of basic forms of right, an outline of natural right as he calls it in the subtitle of the latter book. This turns out to approximate to a description of the actual social and political institutions of post-French revolutionary Europe. But in the philosophy of history he attempts to describe historical sets of social and political institutions as earlier, less adequate attempts to objectify spirit and the substantial freedom that is essential to it. Thus there were earlier forms of property, morality, the family, civil society, and the political state. So we can speak not only of the system of natural or true forms of right described in the philosophy of right but also of an ancient Oriental set of forms of right, making up what Hegel calls the Oriental state or the Oriental world, and similarly for the ancient Greek world, the Roman world and the German world. Each of these historical systems of right, on the interpretation proposed here, consists in a system of interactional relations of mutual recognition and assertion. Each system is organized around some aspect of freedom and of spirit that it realizes best, the spirit of a people that animates the system, and accordingly in each of them one particular form of right dominates and colors the rest. Oriental right is dominated by the family, Roman right by property, and so on. Although they are all inherently restrictive in some way and so do not realize substantial freedom in full, they all realize it in part. Even the first and most despotic system of right, the Oriental world, where only the emperor is thought of as properly free, is still in some way a system of right, a partial realization of spirit. So the emperor is free as the unique embodiment of the substantial freedom constituted through a system of mutual assertion and recognition. By contrast in the master-servant relation, which in its pure form can only have existed in a prehistorical period prior to the foundation of states, there is recognition and assertion but no such system of mutuality, and the master has no genuine freedom. Furthermore, we can think of each of the historical relations of mutual recognition and assertion as interconstitutive of the identities of the individuals that engage in it, just as those of the philosophy of right are. Emperor and subject, citizen and slave, are constituted as such by the relations of mutual recognition and assertion between them and the rest of their society. In short, the philosophy of right provides the key to Hegel's philosophy of history. The different historical worlds described in the latter are systems of right which are partial realizations of substantial freedom. Because each is only a partial realization, it is eventually felt by the people that sustain it as restrictive, and has to give way to a system that realizes freedom more adequately. The resulting succession ends only with the emergence of a system of right that fully embodies substantial freedom, and this is the system set out, according to Hegel, in the philosophy of right. So that system is in effect the ideal towards which the successive historical systems of right move. The movement is a teleological one, even though none of the actors in history has a conception in advance of the final point towards which they are all moving. Humanity and social relations of production. In Hegel's mature system, and even more so in his phenomenology of spirit, relations of recognition and assertion are often bound up with economic relations, interactional relations of producing, transferring and acquiring goods capable of satisfying human needs. Specifically, Hegel frequently portrays an economic relation as the form that a relation of practical recognition and assertion takes. To take two examples, the master-servant relation is a relation of recognition and assertion whose practical aspect takes the form of the servant not just obeying, but working for the master, producing material goods to satisfy the master's desires. An abstract right is a mutual relation of recognition and assertion of individuals as persons whose practical aspect takes the form of individuals possessing, working on and contracting to sell material goods to each other. In this and the next sections I outline how we can see Marx as inverting Hegel by giving such economic relations, under the heading of social relations of production, the central place in his account of history that Hegel gives to relations of recognition and assertion, while relegating relations of cognitive and practical recognition to a closely related but derivative position. I begin by looking at Marx's early concept of humanity and the social ideal associated with it, for it is in articulating his idea of the human that he first uses the term social relation. In his writings Marx conceives humans in their essence as species beings, that is, beings who are constituted as the kind of being that they are by virtue of creating products to satisfy the needs of, and satisfying their own needs with the products of, other beings of the same kind. The activity of creating, exchanging, and enjoying such products is therefore fully interconstitutive of the human essence. In the notes on James Mill Marx calls this activity as a whole species activity. The exchange, both of human activity within production itself and also of human products with each other, equals species activity and species spirit, whose actual, conscious and true existence is social activity and social enjoyment. By exchange, Marx here means the interchange of human products and activities in general, rather than specifically the conditional exchange of privately owned products in the market. Elsewhere he describes this collective activity as the social relation. In the Holy Family, speaking of the product, he and Engels say that the object, as being for man, as the objective being of man, is at the same time the existence of man for the other man, his human relation to the other man, the social relating of man to man. The close association between relation, activity, and relating in these passages make it clear that the social relation Marx has in mind is an interactional one. Through engaging in it individuals constitute each other as possessors of the human essence, so that the terms social and human are effectively equivalent, and in passages from this period Marx often treats them as such. However, in a society of private property, this activity or relation has an alienated form, and so is not a genuinely social relation and does not constitute individuals as properly human. In a well-known passage at the end of the notes on James Mill, Marx describes the ideal form of this activity, the form in which it would be properly social, and would properly constitute its participants as human. If we had produced as humans, he says, in your enjoyment or use of my product I would have the direct enjoyment, both of being conscious of having satisfied a human need in my work, and thus having objectified human nature, and of having thereby created an object corresponding to the need of another human essence. I would have been for you the mediator between you and the species, and would therefore have been known and felt by you yourself as a completion of your own essence, and as a necessary part of yourself. What distinguishes such genuinely social production and enjoyment from this activity as it has existed until now is that it is uncoacted. In it, individuals do not produce and consume in ways that are somehow imposed on them from outside, but instead in ways that freely express their own needs for activity and enjoyment, needs which are ultimately expressions of their own urge to realize themselves as fully human beings. Such uncoerced mutual production and enjoyment, I suggest, is Marx's materialist version of the relation of mutual recognition and assertion as free that underlies the philosophy of right, materialist in that it is based on production, and the early Marx tends to assume that all production is the production of material objects. Just as for Hegel individuals objectify freedom, and constitute each other as objectively free, by mutually asserting themselves to each other and recognizing each other as free, so for Marx individuals realize humanity, and constitute each other as fully human beings, by mutually enjoying each other's products and producing for each other's needs. Furthermore, just as Hegel understood historical systems of right as inadequate attempts to do what the system of right in the philosophy of right does, namely objectify freedom in all its determinations, so in the same way Marx could now understand historical systems of production as inadequate attempts to do what the production described in the passage from the notes on James Mill finally does, namely genuinely realize humanity. Thinking in this vein, we could suggest that Marx's idea of social relations, relations of production or social relations of production, as formulated in the German ideology and the poverty of philosophy, is conceived as just such an historical precursor to the genuinely social form of mutual production and enjoyment described in the notes on James Mill, making it analogous to the idea of a set of historical relations of recognition and assertion that I have attributed to Hegel. Just as Hegel's historical relations of recognition and assertion consist in more or less adequate approximations to relations of genuine mutual recognition and assertion, so Marx's social relations of production would consist in more or less adequate approximations to the uncoerced relations of producing for and using the product of sketched in the notes on James Mill. Such relations would be interactional and interconstitutive of humanity, but by engaging in different social relations of production individuals would constitute each other as human in more or less adequate ways. Unfortunately, this way of seeing social relations of production runs up against the problem that in the German ideology, which develops the theory of history in which the concept plays a central part, Marx and Engels appear to reject the ideal of a realized humanity which had informed the writings, and see the idea of the human or the human essence as itself nothing but a philosophical expression of prevailing social relations. To sidestep this problem, we can reformulate the suggestion above as follows: social relations of production should be understood as relations that are interconstitutive of humans as the kind of humans that they are in any given society. This much can be said without claiming either that there is or is not such a thing as a genuine humanity which is constituted by genuinely social relationships in communist society. Furthermore, even if there is no such thing, with this suggestion the equation of human and social remains. For as Marx says in the quote with which we began, the relations of production in their totality form society, and specifically a society with a peculiar, distinctive character. So it is the same relations that constitute society as one kind of society or another that also, I suggest, constitute humans as one kind of human or another. Social relations of production and property ownership. The idea that humans are constituted as what they are by their social relationships is a recurrent one in the German ideology. To take one example, does not conceive humans in their given social interconnection, under their existing conditions of life, which have made them what they are. However, to say that social relations of production constitute people in general as what they are in any particular historical epoch is not yet very informative. Over and above that, I shall now claim that for Marx, relations of production constitute the individuals who engage in them as owners of different kinds of property, and thus as members of one class or another. This claim does not come through as clearly as it might in the German ideology, where the concept of social relations or relations of production has an unclear connection to that of the division of labor. In this book it is the division of labor which is credited with constituting people as property owners. However, social relations are described as having the independence and intractability to the will of individuals which would be necessary to constitute them as property owners. How is it that The personal relating of the individual is bound to be reified, estranged, and at the same time exists as a power independent of him and outside him, created by intercourse, and is transformed into social relations, into a series of powers which determine and subordinate the individual. Furthermore, this formation of independent and thing-like social relations is directly associated with individuals' own positions vis-a-vis each other, also gaining a thing-like character, that is, a character impervious to the individual will. The fact that Marx conceives social relations as composed out of individual relating shows that he continues to think of them as interactional relations, even if what now makes an interactional relation between individuals into a social relation is that, on a social scale, it has become independent of the will of any individual. Presumably. What this means is that its mere existence on such a scale exerts pressure on each individual to continue to relate to others in the same way, thus to continue to occupy the same position vis-a-vis others, so that the relation as a whole is self-sustaining, independently of the will of any one individual. From saying that such self-sustaining social relations impose social positions on individuals, it is a short step to stating that they constitute individuals as owners of particular types of property, conferring on them ownership statuses which they cannot change at will. In his later descriptions of capitalist society, Marx takes this step explicitly. For Marx, relation of production is generally a type term rather than a token term, so that, for example, if two different capitalists hire two different workers, then the two particular relationships established are not two different relations of production but two instances of the same relation of production. I shall follow this usage of relation, reserving the term particular relationship for referring to an individual instance of a relation. Marx thinks of capitalist society, like every other, as characterized by a mass of particular relationships of production which fall into a set of distinct types, a set of distinct relations of production. He describes money, capital, credit, and so on, as relations of production of capitalist or bourgeois society. These relations are interconnected into a single system. The relations of production of every society form a whole. Each capitalist relation of production is expressed by one of the categories used by political economists, for economic categories are only the theoretical expressions, the abstractions of the social relations of production. Marx's project in Capital, as he makes clear in the introduction to the Grundrisse, is to give a systematic exposition of the capitalist system of relations of production using for the most part the same categories, although in such a way as to make clear for the first time the historically transient character of that system. It follows that the best guide to Marx's understanding of the social relations of production of capitalism is capital itself. We should understand the sections on commodity, money, capital, and so on in that book as expositions of the different relations of production of capitalism, in which each is shown as necessitated in some way by the previous one, so that they form an interconnected whole. Each relation of production constitutes the human products that are involved in it as a distinct kind of entity, the kind of entity after which Marx names the relation. Thus, roughly speaking, a human product is constituted as a commodity by virtue of being produced for exchange, and then exchanged for other such products in the market. A commodity is constituted as money by virtue of being used exclusively for buying other commodities. Money and commodities are constituted as capital by being used in a process of repeatedly buying labor power and other commodities from others at one price and selling them, or what is made with them, to others again at a higher price. What Marx says most often of capital is just as true of commodities, money, and the rest. Capital is not a thing, it is a determinate social relation of production belonging to a determinate historical social formation, which presents itself as a thing and gives this thing a specific social character. What is more, though, I claim that the relations also constitute the individuals who engage in them as owners or non-owners of certain types of property, as commodity owners, as owners of capital, and so on. Thus what makes working-class individuals the owners of their own labor power as a commodity is that they work for employers to whom they sell that labor power. Here Marx says explicitly what he only suggested in his general account of social relations in the German ideology. The worker's propertylessness, and the ownership of living labor by objectified labor, or the appropriation of living labor by capital, both merely expressions of the same relation from opposite poles, are fundamental conditions of the bourgeois mode of production, in no way accidents irrelevant to it. These modes of distribution are the relations of production themselves, but subspecie distributionis. Factual recognition. It is tempting to think of these relations as presupposing property of some kind, to think, for example, that unless individuals are first recognized by each other as owners of their respective products they cannot engage in the relation of commodity exchange with one another. But Marx is emphatic that this kind of recognition arises through the relations in question rather than being presupposed by them. Thus in the notes on Wagner he says of the relation of commodity exchange, with there is first right and then intercourse, in reality it is the other way round, first there is intercourse and then a legal order develops out of it. In the analysis of the circulation of commodities I have demonstrated that in developed trade, the exchangers tacitly recognize each other as equal persons and owners of the respective goods to be exchanged by them. They do this even while they are offering each other their goods and agreeing to trade with one another. This factual relation, which first arises through and in exchange itself, later obtains the form of right in the contract etc., but this form creates neither its content, the exchange, nor the relation of persons to one another present in, but vice versa. The notion of tacit or silent recognition in this passage is an obscure one. What Marx may have in mind is an analogue of the practical recognition of something as belonging to another. My practical recognition of something as yours would be my respecting your possession of it in my actions, where this respect is based on my thinking of your possession as to be respected, in other words, on an underlying cognitive recognition. My tacit recognition of the thing as yours could then be my acting towards you in just the same way, but with or without any underlying cognitive recognition. It would be my behaving towards you exactly as if I cognitively recognized the thing as yours, but without necessarily having the corresponding thoughts. This would be an effective, or factual recognition. Whereas the practical recognition would have a normative content, the factual recognition would not. Now my act of consensually exchanging goods with you, rather than simply trying to seize possession of your goods, is just such an act of factual recognition, for doing so is doing what I would do if I thought of your possession as to be respected, regardless of whether as a matter of fact I do think of it in that way. With this understanding of tacit recognition, we can see Marx as describing a two-stage process in the above quote. The relation of exchange is, in itself, a relation of mutual factual recognition in the above sense. This is what Marx means when he says that such a relation arises through and in exchange. In a first stage this factual recognition constitutes each of the parties as the owner of what I shall call factual property, that is, as someone who is treated by another as if the other cognitively recognized one's possession as yours. In a second stage such factual recognition, on a social scale, eventually gives rise to the publicly stated recognition of exchangers' possessions as theirs by legal system, a system of right, and the enforcement by the system of their stated property rights over these possessions, making contracts possible. This legal recognition constitutes them as the owners of legal property or property by right. Both kinds of property are distinct from de facto power over or possession of a thing, for both are constituted by some form of recognition. If we generalize this account from commodity exchange to relations of production in general, the implication is that relations of production are in themselves relations of factual recognition, through which those who engage in them constitute each other as factual property owners or non-owners. Hence if we understand property in the sense of factual property we can see how the different types of property ownership involved in capitalism, property in commodities, in capital, and so on, are not presupposed by the relations of production but are rather constituted by them. Relations of production would then be relations of producing for and transferring the product to between individuals by engaging in which they constitutively confer property on each other, factual property of a different type for each relation of production. Thereby they constitute each other as certain types of humans. Thus the kinds of humanity which have existed, at least up until now, consist at root in kinds of property ownership, and thus of class membership. It might be said that it is all very well to say that relations of producing for and transferring to are in themselves relations of factual recognition and so constitute factual property, but this evades the issue of how such relations could ever get off the ground and sustain themselves without a prior legal recognition of property rights by a functioning legal system, or else a prior cognitive recognition of possessions by the participants. To see what Marx might have in mind, imagine a number of people who set out to collaborate in producing goods and transferring them to each other to enjoy, to form, in Marx's terminology, a society. In order for them to succeed in this, they must somehow arrive at a way of dividing between them the various physical tasks involved. But they must also arrive at a way of dividing the decision-making over how and when these tasks are to be carried out, over who is to do what and who is to get what. Equally, they must find a way of allocating the second-order decision-making over how and when such decision-making powers are to be acquired, lost, or transferred from one individual to another. However they initially arrive at this division of decision-making, whether by agreement, by the imposition of force by some over others, or by falling into it through a process of piecemeal adjustment, every act of producing and transferring goods in accordance with it will be, in itself, an act of factual recognition of the decision-makers as having authority over their respective areas of decision. Likewise, every act of decision-making by them will be an act of factual assertion of that authority, where factual assertion is understood as the self-referred equivalent of factual recognition. So the system of production and transfer will be at the same time a network of relations of factual recognition and assertion. The most natural way of delineating an area of decision is by reference to some entity which enters into the production process, be it a piece of land, a tool, a building, a person, or a person's labor power. So, if we slightly expand the above definition of factual property so that it is constituted by factual assertion as well as factual recognition, we can say that this network of relations of factual recognition and assertion will in effect constitute a distribution of factual property in such entities. Furthermore, as soon as the system of production and transfer is established, it will have some tendency to sustain itself. For if all the individuals meet certain of their needs as a result of the workings of the whole system, then they all know that if they continue to do as they have been doing until now, they will at least continue to meet those needs, so they have at least that incentive to carry on as they have been doing. Also, over time the system will tend to give rise to cognitive recognitions corresponding to its factual recognitions. For the natural person to look to for a decision on some issue is the person who took the decision last time, and any individual who acts in contravention of the existing division of decision-making is likely to interrupt the process of production and provoke negative reactions from all those who are adversely affected. As a result, individuals are likely to come to actually think of the decision-makers as having an authority over their areas that is to be respected, instead of merely treating them as if that was what they thought. A normative consciousness will emerge in them, which is consciousness of existing practice. In turn, this cognitive recognition will tend to re-express itself in action, transforming merely factual recognition into genuine practical recognition. We could call the resulting jointly cognitive and practical recognition, when it is verbally articulated and shared across society, social recognition, and the kind of property it constitutes, socially recognized property. Social recognition will further help to sustain the distribution of decision-making, and so the system of production and transfer as a whole, although it would not be able to sustain the distribution of decision-making by itself. Suppose, finally, that the property statuses of individuals do not vary continuously but fall into a small number of types. The individuals with each different type of property status would then form a class. At a certain point, those with the most advantageous property status might organize themselves to formulate explicitly the extent of the factually recognized decision-making authority of each individual, as the individual's property rights, and to establish a mechanism for punishing those who flout these rights. In other words, they might institute themselves as a ruling class with the state. Factual property would then become legal property. Such a mechanism would again help to sustain the distribution of decision-making, but it would not be able to maintain the distribution of decision-making by itself. It would only be able to ride on the back of the overall activity of production and transfer, and of the informal processes through which that activity tends to maintain the distribution of decision-making. For example, the mechanism might draw passive or active support for its punitive actions from those who depend most on the smooth running of the production process. If the number of people involved in this society is small, then it would be rather easy for a determined individual or group radically to change the existing distribution of decision-making. But if the number is large, then the process of production and transfer might reinforce the existing distribution of decision-making so strongly that it became completely self-sustaining and thing-like, and impossible for any but the largest and most determined group to overthrow. In this way, the social production process as a whole would sustain the systems of socially recognized and legal property, and so the economic and political power of the propertied over the rest. The definition of social relations of production. The plausibility of this story depends on a number of psychological and other assumptions. But if it is plausible, then it shows how relations of producing for and transferring to which constitute a system of factual property can be self-sustaining, and that they can give rise to and sustain corresponding systems of socially recognized and legal property, even if those systems in turn help to reinforce them. This makes possible the definition of relations of production that, finally, I would like to propose. Social relations of production are those self-sustaining relations of producing for and transferring to that are at the same time relations of factual recognition and assertion of individuals as first and second order decision makers over entities involved in the production process, and thus that are interconstitutive of individuals as owners or non-owners of factual property. It may be objected to this account that individuals' property or propertylessness does not seem to them at all something which is brought into existence by their participating in relations like the commodity relation or the capital relation, but rather something which is a precondition of such participation, and in fact which forces them into it. The response would be that for Marx each individual's factual property status is not determined by the particular relationships in which that individual engages, but it is determined by the totality of particular relationships in which the members of society as a whole engage, each of them an instance of one of the society's relations of production. This totality of relationships confronts the individual as thing-like, as something they can do nothing to change, but it consists in nothing but intentional activities of individuals directed towards each other. It was, therefore, precisely the personal, individual relating of individuals, their relating to one another as individuals, that created the existing relations and daily reproduces them anew. In turn, of course, this totality gives rise to a system of socially recognized and legal property, and in standard cases the individual may feel that it is the system of social recognition, or the legal system, that maintains the individual's property status. Marx's point would be that these systems in turn ride on the back of the system of relations of production. It may also be objected that to define relations of production as relations of producing for and transferring to is to make them into what G. A. Cohen has called work relations or material relations of production, that is, relations defined and differentiated from each other by the physical characteristics of the production process or the product being transferred. However, this is not the case. Of course, every particular relationship that is an instance of a relation of production involves some particular production process or product, which will have physical characteristics. But it is not these characteristics that make the particular relationship count as an instance of one relation of production or another, rather, it is the characteristics of the particular relationship as one of factual recognition and assertion that make it count as such an instance. To take as an example the commodity relation, a particular relationship between two individuals counts as an instance of the commodity relation by virtue of the fact that each individual transfers a good to the other by mutual consent, for it is in virtue of this aspect of the particular relationship that their actions count as acts of recognition and assertion. The technical aspect of the particular relationship, the fact that the exchange is of bricks for wine, say, is irrelevant. The relationship would be an instance of the commodity relation no matter what the particular goods exchanged were. On this account of Marx's social relations of production, they are akin to Hegel's historical relations of recognition and assertion in that they are themselves relations of recognition and assertion of a certain kind. Thereby, like Hegel's, they are fully interconstitutive of different kinds of human beings. Yet relations of production are distinct in that for Marx the recognition and assertion they constitute is not cognitive and practical but factual, and in that it is exclusively recognition and assertion of individuals as property owners. Most importantly, relations of production are distinct from Hegel's relations of recognition and assertion in that they are not merely recognitive relations. They are relations of producing for and transferring to that as such are relations of factual recognition and assertion. This gives them a stability, rooted in the needs that human production supplies, that relations of recognition and assertion standing alone could never have. The problem of legality. Much more would need to be done to spell out properly the interpretation of social relations of production that has been sketched here, and to show that it both fits Marx's overall use of the term and renders his views on the structure of human societies coherent. Here I will conclude by briefly pointing out how it deals with the problem of legality, and comparing it in this respect with what is perhaps the best known interpretation of social relations of production in this country, that advanced by G. A. Cohen. To recall, the problem stems from the fact that Marx seems to identify relations of production with property relations, yet if property relations are legal relations they would seem to belong to the legal superstructure. In the present interpretation, social relations of production are relations of producing and transferring which, as at once relations of factual recognition, constitute factual property. Marx's apparent identification of them with property relations can be explained by assuming that when he makes it he is thinking of factual property. But such property remains quite distinct from legal property, which can therefore be placed unambiguously in the superstructure. Cohen interprets social relations of production as relations of de facto power over means of production and labor power. He then solves the problem of legality in a way akin to that proposed above. He explains Marx's apparent identification of relations of production with property relations by arguing that these relations of de facto power are typically maintained by legal property rights that are backed by force, so that Marx found it convenient to use the language of property in an extended way as a means of referring to the de facto powers that are maintained by property rights. Such powers are clearly distinguished from the legal property rights that maintain them, so again the latter can be assigned unambiguously to the superstructure. However, in Cohen's definition a relation of production consists only in the ability of an individual to use a thing, or to direct another individual's actions, in various ways. It does not consist in any actual pattern of interaction between individuals that results from their exercising such abilities. So for Cohen relations of production are not interactional relations. By contrast, as I have argued above, Marx consistently thinks of relations of production as interactional relations, so that an ability-based definition of relations of production flies completely in the face of Marx's usage of the term. The definition proposed here, instead, explicitly understands relations of production as interactional, and so in this respect at least fits Marx's usage better than Cohen's does. Space does not allow a fuller comparison of the present definition of social relations of production with Cohen's, or with others in the literature. Here I hope to have shown that it is at least intelligible, and accordingly that there is a case for taking the Fichtean and Hegelian ideas of mutual recognition and mutual constitution more seriously, in our attempt to understand Marx, than most commentators have done until now. In Hegel and Marx, despite many differences of detail and their fundamental metaphysical clash about idealism and materialism, Hegel's and Marx's views of history are very similar. The assumptions they share in common are: the development of human history falls into distinct stages or epochs. These stages represent a change in gravity in the location of historical development from east to west. World history is progressive. There is an improvement from the more primitive condition of mankind to the more advanced. This is not just a material improvement, there is also a cultural and moral improvement. Human freedom represents one of the main goals of this progressive development. there is a distinct point of culmination where the higher level of society is achieved. For Hegel this point of culmination is in the Germanic Protestant world, for Marx it is communist society. This endpoint is dynamic. There is a high point reached, but the high point is a continuous process. Both Hegel and Marx therefore take a teleological view of history. They believe there is a purpose underlying the unfolding of events in world history. Another way of putting this is to say that Hegel and Marx both believe that the course followed by world history is a necessary one. There is one fundamental point of difference that stands out in Hegel and Marx's appreciation of history. This difference is to be found in their choices of agency in bringing about the necessary steps forward. Ultimately, Hegel has the one agent who is both worldly and otherworldly, namely Geist or spirit. Spirit for Hegel calls the tune in the unfolding of history. Human individuals are the agents of the one higher agent. Marx rejects this theological standpoint. His agents are, in contrast, social classes and the forces of production. Amongst these agents there is one candidate for the heroic role. With Marx the proletariat or the working class steps on the scene as the agent which can complete the task of world history. The following discussions of Hegel and Marx are intended to illustrate and help account for the similarities in their views of world history and to bring out the differences in the dramatis personae. Flowing from this one fundamental difference in terms of agency, there is one further distinction that I shall try to highlight in this essay between Hegel's and Marx's account of history. With Hegel, because the agent behind history is spirit, our actions as human individuals appear as its secondary effects. In Hegel's philosophy of history we are not conscious of the overall outcome of our actions. There is no question of our individually shaping history. With Marx in contrast, because his principal agent is identified as a social class, there is an opportunity for conscious intervention to shape the course of history. Many of Marx's writings are devoted to the question of precisely in what way the working class, and individuals within it or acting on its behalf, can most effectively shape history in the desired direction. Marx considers many modes of social and political action, from public and private debates, to strikes, to political agitation, legislative reform, government executive action, revolution, and war. It is arguably the case that the form of social and political action that most takes his eye as the catalyst for progressive social change is revolution. In Marx's view, social conflict quite often comes to a head in a revolution which inaugurates a period representing a new and higher stage in our history. Hegel. In understanding Hegel's views of history we have also to understand his view of philosophy, because the two are intertwined. Hegel regards history as it is ordinarily understood as the outward manifestation of a deeper process of the developing of spirit. History is a conscious, self-mediating process, spirit emptied out into time. The goal, absolute knowledge, or spirit that knows itself as spirit, has for its path the recollection of the spirits as they are in themselves and as they accomplish the organization of their realm. Their preservation, regarded from the side of their free existence appearing in the form of contingency, is history, but regarded from the side of their comprehended organization, it is the science of knowing in the sphere of appearance. The two together, comprehended history, form alike the inwardizing and the Calvary of absolute spirit, the actuality, truth, and certainty of his throne, without which he would be lifeless and alone. Only from the chalice of this realm of spirits foams forth for him his own infinitude. Theology also comes into this general philosophical vision of the realization of spirit. True philosophy for Hegel comprises within it the most important teachings of the Christian religion. The key concept in Hegel's philosophy is, in our view, the concept of spirit or Geist. The concept of Geist states in the shortest form possible Hegel's philosophical idealism. Hegel is not an idealist in the everyday moral sense that he expects well of other individuals and the world in general, but in the deeper philosophical sense that he thinks that reality is ultimately thought or idea. Philosophers may broadly be categorized into idealists or materialists. These are broad categories Hegel himself accepted and did much to foster. Materialists are those who believe that the world is ultimately matter in origin and makeup, and idealists are those, like Hegel, who believe in the intellectual roots and makeup of the world. Some philosophers try to bridge the two standpoints and others try to ignore it altogether, but even with these types of philosopher some materialist or idealist tendencies can be read into their writings. Hegel would argue that all genuine philosophers have to take a stand on this issue, and he would go further to suggest that all true philosophy is idealism. Commentators on Hegel tend to differ in their reading of his concept of Geist. At one end of the spectrum, Hegel's concept of Geist may be seen as broadly equivalent with the Christian idea of God, and at the other end of the spectrum the concept is seen as a kind of secularistic social mind. It is arguable, however, that Hegel wishes to see spirit as a wholly comprehensive concept which includes within it both the Christian view of the deity and the more secularist notion of a human collective consciousness. As Hegel sees it, each individual mind is both part of and distinct from this greater mind. In other words, as individuals we can both be at one with mind in general but also at odds with it in our behavior and action. As Hegel sees it, the world is a product of spirit, but not in the sense that each individual person knows what spirit is. Each individual has the task of acquainting himself or herself with spirit. Spirit can only be known in its entirety through philosophy. But this does not mean that those who have not read philosophy will be permanently estranged from spirit. Living in the world and being part of society, each individual comes partially to know spirit. Hegel's philosophical idealism is highly concrete and social in character. He does not, for example, accept the biblical account of creation as empirically correct. For him this is not how spirit comes down to earth. Hegel preferred to accept the latest scientific accounts of the origins of the universe. He was deeply impressed by natural science and he devoted a volume of his major philosophical work, the Encyclopedia, to the philosophy of nature. Many Hegel scholars regard this book as highly as any other of Hegel's principal publications. But for all this realistic acceptance of scientific knowledge, Hegel still regarded nature as ideal. He sees nature as the other of spirit which demonstrates itself in the end to be a part of spirit. Another way of putting this for Hegel is to say that nature represents the idea in its alienation or externalization. The great achievement of natural science is to reduce the mass of external data on nature to a comprehensive totality in the scientific law. As laws are the product of thought, Hegel takes this to imply that nature is ultimately thought. So Hegel presents the philosophy of nature as the overcoming of the alienation of spirit, or the alienated relation which we initially have with nature. This brief summary illustrates how with Hegel nothing can resist the philosophical power of spirit. Materialists who see the existence of nature as the refutation of idealism are for Hegel shown to be wrong by the science of nature. Hegel approaches history in much the same frame of mind. He is convinced it has to be reduced to a pattern that is compatible with the intellect. History is therefore another respect in which spirit steps into the world. We might see the writing of history as a way of bringing order to what in itself is diverse and confused. The philosophy of history we might then see as another way of bringing shape to the immense variety of individual historical works. For Hegel, in contrast, the task of the historian and subsequently the philosopher of history is to bring out the order that is already present in history through the activity of spirit. The impression that Hegel gives that history has come to an end in his time gains weight from the more marked impression that Hegel gives that philosophy has reached its highest point in his time. Hegel's key thesis is arguably not about the end of history but about the end of philosophy. Here the evidence seems indisputable. A new epoch has arisen in the world. It would appear as if the world spirit had at last succeeded in stripping off from itself all alien objective being, and apprehending itself at last as absolute spirit, in developing from itself what for it is objective, and keeping it in its power, yet remaining at rest. The strife of the finite self-consciousness with the absolute self-consciousness which seemed to the former to lie outside itself, now ceases. Finite self-consciousness has ceased to be finite, and in this way absolute self-consciousness has, on the other hand, acquired the actuality which it lacked before. This is the whole history of the world in general up to the present, and the history of philosophy in particular, which only depicts this strife. Now it seems to have reached its goal, when this absolute self-consciousness, which it had the work of representing, has ceased to be alien, and when spirit is thus actualized as spirit. Hegel's idea of the end of history rests upon a cumulative view of the history of philosophy. This in turn influences Hegel's view of contemporary philosophy and his own philosophy within that contemporary picture. In essence, Hegel attempts the impossible with his philosophy. He would like to regard his philosophical system as the logical culmination of all previous philosophy as well as the summation of the key debates in philosophy in his own time. Academically, Hegel wants to take on all comers, not simply by defeating them in a head-to-head confrontation, but rather by including what is true in their ideas within his own philosophy. Hegel's philosophy aims at totality, a totality which in academic terms reduces all other points of view into moments of his own thinking. This is a vigorous and extraordinarily ambitious approach. What is most difficult to accept is that Hegel went some way towards achieving this goal. He does give a plausible account of the development of the history of philosophy as the development of the one philosophy, and, by the end of his intellectual career at Berlin University he was regarded as preeminent amongst German philosophers. However, if Hegel's philosophy is to be regarded critically, we cannot take it at his evaluation. Hegel was an impressively well-read and successful philosopher, but he cannot be said to have brought philosophy to a close. At best we can regard him as bringing to a close one existing episode in the development of philosophy. Hegel's own account of philosophy does not rule out this possibility, it is simply that he does not himself put much emphasis on it. His vocabulary in describing the conclusions and implications of his own philosophical idealism is almost entirely triumphalist and celebratory. In the early phenomenology of spirit we are told about the emergence of absolute spirit from its conflicts with all forms of finite spirit. In the science of logic the absolute idea emerges from the labyrinth of forms of logical concepts, and in the philosophy of right the state in its fully accomplished form is deduced from modern civil society. Hegel presents his philosophy as the truth revealing itself. Although Hegel does not rule out the possibility that his own philosophy is just one shape the absolute philosophy takes on, the whole thrust of his approach tends to create the opposite impression. In philosophical terms, Hegel takes on the appearance of being at the top of the evolutionary scale. But an alternative view of philosophy might simply regard him as representing one peak in a large vista of similar peaks. In trying simultaneously to scale all the philosophical heights, Hegel, if we are to see him as successful, would rob others of the autonomy of thought. His approach in this respect contrasts markedly with Kant, who is anxious to encourage everyone to think for themselves. Kant is conscious that every philosopher wants to create his own system and desires not to be bound by the conclusions of others. Hegel seems to want all his contemporary philosophers to give up, and possibly all future philosophers, by accepting the truth of his system. Hegel does not entirely rule out philosophical pluralism, but his approach does not invite or encourage it. Hegel's vision of the end of history emerges from his comprehensive, totalizing engagement with philosophy. Since absolute spirit has unveiled itself in philosophy, it has now to be shown to have realized itself in the social world. Hegel's synthesizing efforts are not without their parallel in the history of philosophy. Aristotle in a similar way studied the history of Greek philosophy and sought to draw from it insights that informed his own philosophy. In attempting to answer Plato, Aristotle drew heavily upon the work of the pre-Socratic philosophers. Hegel seems to have followed this lead in trying to answer Kant. Hegel is also inspired by Aristotle in the way in which he looks upon nature and society functionally. Aristotle believed that objects and institutions had an immanent telos which it was the job of the philosopher to discover and outline. Hegel takes this approach to history and the history of philosophy. Schools of thought, institutions, and political leaders are seen as part of one purposeful picture leading towards a successful present. The philosophy of history follows on from and is subordinate to Hegel's general philosophy. The philosophy of history outlines the development of the process of evolution which has already been observed within philosophy itself. World history is the way in which spirit manifests itself in the world. That the history of the world, with all the changing scenes which its annals present, is this process of development and realization of spirit, this is the true theodicia, the justification of God in history. Only this insight can reconcile spirit with the history of the world, viz. That what has happened, and what is happening every day, is not only not without God, but is essentially His work. Spirit does not manifest itself immediately in its complete form. The spirit of the world gradually reveals itself in a number of ascending forms, leading finally to freedom. Universal history exhibits the gradation in the development of that principle whose substantial purport is the consciousness of freedom. As Hegel sees it, these ascending forms are implicit in spirit from the beginning. Here we have only to indicate that spirit begins with a germ of infinite possibility, but only possibility, containing its substantial existence in an undeveloped form, as the object and goal which it reaches only in its resultant, full reality. The development of spirit begins in the Orient. Here human history dawns. In Asia arose the light of spirit, and therefore the history of the world. But it receives its completion only in the West. The history of the world travels from east to west, for Europe is absolutely the end of history, Asia the beginning. Like the physical sun, the sun of self-consciousness first arises in the east, but it reaches its greatest brilliance in the west. Freedom is the goal. The question of the means by which freedom develops itself to a world, conducts us to the phenomenon of history itself. Although freedom is primarily an undeveloped idea, the means it uses are external and phenomenal, presenting themselves in history to our sensuous vision. The outer development of world history is evidence of the inner essence. The whole process is teleological. The history of the world begins with its general aim, the realization of the idea of spirit, only in its implicit form, that is, as nature, a hidden, most profoundly hidden, unconscious instinct, and the whole process of history is directed to rendering this unconscious impulse a conscious one. An endpoint is certainly reached, but this endpoint is itself a process. Thought is the grade to which spirit has now advanced. It involves the harmony of being in its purest essence, challenging the external world to exhibit the same reason which the individual I possesses. Marx. The idea of history plays a central role in Marx's thinking. He likes to situate our self-awareness in an historical context. For Marx there is no being which is separate from time, just as there is no conscious being which is separate from human existence. Human existence presupposes a human identity which can only be shaped or formed through an ability to tell a story about ourselves. Human awareness rests upon a directional notion of the past, which takes us to the present and also projects further onto a viable future. A meta-narrative about ourselves is not optional in Marx's account of human awareness, it is necessary to provide us with a human identity. In this brief presentation of Marx's views about the end of history, I am going to regard Marx's thinking as a totality. I make no attempt to distinguish in the manner associated with Althusser between a young Marx and a mature Marx. This is not because that I believe that this distinction is without interest, but I do believe it exaggerates discontinuities in Marx's thinking. Clearly every genuine intellectual's thinking is in a process of development in which new ideas displace less satisfactory ones, but this generally takes place according to a discernible pattern which tells us a great deal about the intellectual concerned. I also think that in regard to Marx's idea of history there is, in particular, a remarkable consistency in the position to which Marx holds throughout his intellectual career. We begin with a striking statement of Marx's views from the Paris manuscripts. Communism as the positive transcendence of private property, as human self-estrangement, and therefore as the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man, communism therefore as the complete return of man to himself as a social being, a return become conscious, and accomplished within the entire wealth of previous development. This communism, as fully developed naturalism equals humanism, and as fully developed humanism equals naturalism, it is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and man, the true resolution of the strife between existence and essence, between objectification and self-confirmation, between freedom and necessity, between the individual and the species. Communism is the riddle of history solved, and it knows itself to be the solution. The entire movement of history is, therefore, both its actual act of genesis and also for its thinking consciousness the comprehended and known process of its becoming. With these words, written as he was coming to terms with the subject of political economy for the first time, Marx expresses his belief that there is an end to history. This end is implicit within history itself, and the end is communism. As Marx sees it, history is the bearer of a gift to mankind, the gift of a progressive development of society towards an ideal. He suggests we should therefore read history backwards from the standpoint of the realization of communism. Marx presents his account of history in the manuscripts apocalyptically and as entirely in accord with the facts. For Marx it is almost irrefutable that communism represents the coming together of all the diverse strands of human historical development. His announcement that communism is the riddle of history solved takes on a miraculous air. The mundane processes of everyday life are transformed into activities of a semi-divine significance. It has to be recognized that a philosophy of history does have the capacity of giving significance and meaning to social and individual activities. Philosophies of history attempt to situate individual and social events within a wider context and may also regard those events as part of a narrative affecting the human race as a whole. This is the approach to the philosophy of history which Marx would be aware of from Hegel and Kant. Also, Marx's religious background as part of a Jewish family converted to Protestantism would have made him conscious of historical narratives, like that of the history of the Jews and the life of Christ, with a universal significance. However, Marx takes this broad framework of the philosophy of history and gives it an entirely new application. With Marx, the philosophy of history is given an acute actuality in the present. The present with him may not only be understood as part of a process leading to a greater goal, but also is the process of realizing that greater goal. Communism is for us not a state of affairs still to be established, not an ideal to which reality has to adjust. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of affairs. As Marx sees it, the material process of production of human society unavoidably leads in the direction of communism. The pattern of history is dictated not so much by a simply intellectually conceived goal but rather by a necessary process internal to economic development and human society. Individual and social purposes are structured by economic needs. Marx regards this as an entirely new insight he and Engels have brought to the study of history. In the whole conception of history up to the present, this actual basis of history has been either totally neglected or considered as a minor matter irrelevant to the course of history. Thus history must always be written according to an extraneous standard. The actual production of life appears as something unhistorical, while the historical appears as something separated from ordinary life, something extra-superterrestrial. Thus the relation of man to nature is excluded from history and the antithesis of nature and history is created. When we survey the impact of Marx's work in retrospect, we can see there is an enormous gap between the intellectual acceptability of his explanatory account of modern society and the reception and acceptability of his prognosis for and moral recommendations about society. Many aspects of his depiction and explanation of the modern economy have gained widespread acceptance, but his extrapolations and projections from this condition have been rejected and even, at times, subjected to ridicule. We can see this contrast in David Saunders' essay on capitalism, which in its conceptual framework owes a great deal to Marx but which rejects out of hand Marx's recommendation of socialism. As Saunders puts it, the challenge from socialism has collapsed. Throughout the world, wherever it has been tried, socialism has failed and is now rapidly being abandoned. But then Saunders goes on to define capitalism very much in Marxian terms. First, capitalism entails the private ownership of property. Secondly, under such a system economic activity is organized around the systematic end. Self-interested pursuit of profit, and, thirdly, goods and services are exchanged on the basis of market prices. Finally, Saunders picks out as a hallmark of the capitalist system, in a phrase which precisely echoes Marx, the fact that it is driven by the motive to accumulate profit. This demonstrates how Marx provided a very informative, influential, and illuminating understanding of the modern economy. He was able to systematize very effectively the ideas of the classical political economists such as Adam Smith, Ricardo, and John Stuart Mill. Marx's theory of value is, of course, now disputed, as is his theory of profit, but in general Marx's theories form much of the backdrop for the contemporary understanding of capitalism. What Marx arguably failed to do was to provide an adequate account of the kind of economy and society he preferred, and perhaps, more tellingly, he failed to show convincingly how we might successfully get from capitalism to socialism. In this respect, I should like to suggest that Marx turns out to be a poor moral and political philosopher. He tends quite often to sideline moral issues with deleterious effects upon his powers of advocacy for the cause of social improvement he supports. Possibly this is because Marx's program is too ambitious. He seems to have expected too much from his own foresight and too much also of the human species. Here I would like to explore the notion that Marx's ambivalent and arguably flawed contribution to the transformation of modern society might be attributed to his excessive enthusiasm for the revolutionary ideal. He is, I suggest, too enamored of the revolutionary culture of late 18th century France and fails to take into account fully the fragile, corruptible, and reversible nature of human civilization. Marx's account of human history is simply too optimistic. He seems only to see an upward path, where others less sanguine can foresee complications and possible tragedies. One interesting example of this is Marx's response to the Paris Commune of. By all accounts, the progressive movement in France suffered an enormous setback with the defeat of the uprising, but Marx remains undaunted in his address to the General Council of the International Working Men's Association. Working Men's Paris, with its commune, will be forever celebrated as the glorious harbinger of a new society. Its martyrs are enshrined in the great heart of the working class. Its exterminators has already nailed to that eternal pillory from which all the prayers of their priests will not avail to redeem them. Failure is turned into success. The socialist movement in Paris and Europe made no mistakes, did not perhaps generate too much fear in other social classes and political movements. The moral question of whether or not it was right to seek to achieve political ends by violence is not addressed. Aristotle believed that the successful practice of politics required both sound theoretical understanding and what he calls wisdom. Wisdom can only be acquired through experience, whereas theoretical knowledge can derive from intelligence present in an individual as a natural gift. No one can doubt Marx's brilliance, but one can doubt his wisdom. Wisdom seems too absent from his view of the end of history. Marx's political program for the end of history rests, arguably, too much on his abundant intelligence and too little upon Aristotelian practical wisdom. Marx appears to grant little special capacity to any political leader. He conveys the impression that it is a job that anyone might successfully do. Certainly no great respect is given to the idea of experience in office. Indeed, the impression is given that the bourgeois leaders of modern society are harmed rather than improved by their experience of ruling. Marx leaves a great deal to chance, however, by advocating an instant revolutionary change of regime. It seems implausible to suggest that one can become a successful political leader overnight. Very few passengers would claim to be able to take over the captaincy of ship when it runs into trouble, but Marx's revolutionary theory betrays no equivocation or doubt about the advisability of putting a wholly inexperienced team in command. In Marx's defense, it might be said that he does not advocate the revolutionary path to the exclusion of all others. The working class can come to power within each state according to national circumstances, but Marx nonetheless tends to condone the revolutionary method and never to condemn it. As he and Engels put it in the Communist Manifesto, the communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. In his remarkable 3-volume book The Main Currents of Marxism, the Polish philosopher Leszek Kolakowski speaks of there being 3 underlying motifs to Marx's thinking. These are, first, the romantic motif, second, the Promethean motif, and, third, the rationalist, determinist Enlightenment motif. All three aspects of Marx's thinking, as Kolakowski interprets it, tie in closely with the view of Marx I have presented here. Marx's belief that the human race must have a radically different future from the circumstances in which it finds itself in capitalist society derives, arguably, from his attachment to romantic ideals of true community and unforced, creative labor. Marx, along with the Romantics, believes there is more to human existence than the simple calculation of monetary gain and the amassing of wealth in the form of commodities, and he looks to a form of society where gain and wealth can be subordinated to human creativity. But it is perhaps the Promethean motif which is the most typical of Marx. Marx was drawn to the tale of Prometheus, who had incurred the anger of the gods by stealing fire from them, perhaps because of its combination of defiance and radicalism. As Kolakowski puts it, the Promethean idea which recurs constantly in Marx's work is that of faith in man's unlimited powers as self-creator, contempt for tradition and worship of the past, history as man's self-realization through labor. Paradoxically, however, Marx attempts to combine these two active motifs with the apparently less activist adherence to the scientific, rationalist approach of the Enlightenment. Despite his vision of us as what we should be like, bold and adventurous, Marx also sees us as bogged down by economic laws which limit and constrain our existence. Marx's answer to this paradox is the objective study of economic and social circumstances and the identification of the ways out of our oppression that society itself offers. Here social revolution presents itself as the only satisfactory path out of the present limitations of the human condition. Revolution arises from our real circumstances and our conditions, and it corresponds to our romantic and Promethean yearnings. Marx believes that Hegel can be included amongst those philosophers who fail to take into account real interests in presenting a view of history. Perhaps for Marx also Hegel is the model representative of the view of history as subject to extra-superterrestrial guidance. But Marx seems to misread Hegel here. Hegel's superterrestrial spirit may indeed have transcendent qualities, but for Hegel it is supposed to emerge in the immanent working of social and political processes. A Hegelian might well say that spirit is not more appended to actual history than Marx's conception of communism. Marx's account of the necessary economic development of the human race is as much a theory of history as Hegel's account of the evolution of spirit. But Marx is very good at making his account of history sound like the real thing. But since for the socialist man the entire so-called history of the world is nothing but the creation of man through human labor, nothing but the emergence of nature for man, so he has the visible, irrefutable proof of his birth through himself, of the process of his creation. There seems to be a confusion of the moral and the empirical here in Marx's assessment of history. Marx seems to be running together in this instance his desire to see the path of human events as following a progressive pattern with the observed course of events. Many observers wish to see events separately from any pattern. Marx's supposition about history is very interesting and has, of course, been extremely influential, but it suffers from the fact that Marx wants to see it as something more than a supposition. Marx shares with Hegel the desire to see his philosophy of history as reality itself. As he and Engels put it in the German ideology, the premises from which we start are not arbitrary, they are no dogmas but rather actual premises from which abstraction can be made only in imagination. They are real individuals, their actions and their material conditions of life, those which they find existing as well as those which they produce through their actions. These premises can be substantiated in a purely empirical way. In their view of history, Marx and Engels are both monists and dogmatists. They are monists in that they believe that one principle can be seen as underlying human history, namely, material production, and they are dogmatists in believing that they solely give the correct outline of that principle. Marx's genius led him to an intellectual arrogance, an arrogance which he shared with Hegel. Neither is prepared to see their point of view as one possible interpretation of the world. They like to appropriate all points of view within their own. Ultimately, such philosophical imperialism is a possible recipe for intellectual stagnation. Fukuyama also sees Marx as beguiled by the Kantian and Hegelian idea of a universal history. According to Fukuyama, Marx appropriated large parts of the Hegelian system for his own purposes. Marx accepted from Hegel a view of the fundamental historicity of human affairs, the notion that human society evolved over the course of time from primitive social structures to more complex and highly developed ones. He agreed as well that the historical process is fundamentally dialectical, that is, that earlier forms of political and social organization contain certain internal contradictions that become evident over time and led to their downfall and replacement by something higher. But some questions can be raised as to whether or not Fukuyama is correct in suggesting that Marx shared Hegel's belief in the possibility of the end of history. It is doubtful Marx foresaw a final form of society that was free from contradictions, and whose achievement would terminate the historical process. Marx does seem to envisage an end to history in the sense that history, as Fukuyama notes, may have some imminent purpose, but Marx does not seem to think that realizing this purpose brings an end to history. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx claims that communism is the necessary pattern and the dynamic principle of the immediate future, but communism as such is not the goal of human development. Marx seems to envisage human history developing a purpose taking it beyond communism, so communism represents the object of history for now. The preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy seems to corroborate this view. No social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. Mankind thus inevitably sets itself only such tasks as it is able to solve, since closer examination will always show that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution are already present. Something new decidedly happens with the end of the capitalist era and the transition to communism. But this decisive break does not represent the end of history. The bourgeois mode of production is the last antagonistic form of the social process of production, antagonistic not in the sense of individual antagonism but of an antagonism that emanates from the individual social conditions of existence, but the productive forces developing within bourgeois society create also the material conditions for a solution of this antagonism. The prehistory of human society accordingly closes with this social formation. Marx seems to regard human history up to the present as a kind of collective nursery ground for humanity. It is a period of our enforced immaturity, leading up to a point where we can finally break free from our domination by economic forces. According to Marx, the imminent purpose of history is to change the human individual from the object of development into its subject. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life but life's prime want, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-round development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. As with Hegel, human freedom is the inner objective of history. Unlike Hegel, though Marx does not equate this freedom with the enjoyment of liberal rights within a free market economy, but rather with their transcendence. Conclusion. Hegel's and Marx's theories of history, tied as they are to their teleological notions of an end to history, are locked into an unjustifiable optimism. For Hegel and Marx, things have to be getting better. This enforced progressivism rules out for them at least four other conceivable alternative views of the nature of historical development. They are: a cyclical view of history which regards periods of progress as matched by periods of decline, similar to that suggested by Plato in the Republic. Here social and political forms give way to their opposites, which in turn pave the way for the reappearance of earlier forms. Another example of this kind of view is Nietzsche's notion of eternal recurrence. A regressive view of history. Everything here would be seen from the standpoint of its potential and inevitable decline. This would represent an eternal falling away from an earlier more perfect form of society. The biblical notion of original sin is somewhat similar to this. We are destined always to repeat our fall from grace. In the strict sense, a continuous regress would seem impossible. We cannot forever burn up our social and political resources. A qualified progressive view of history. Here progress is regarded as possible but not as necessary and therefore inevitable. In this view, human choice plays an important part in determining outcomes. Improvement would seem as the result of rational and prudent courses of action being taken and certain dangers avoided. In this view of history, regress would always remain a possibility and not simply a temporary setback. A lack of will and circumstances might combine to make improvement continuously extremely difficult, if not impossible. From this standpoint, accidents and luck might be seen as helping or hindering advance. There is a final possibility which cannot be wholly disregarded. This is the doomsday scenario. From this standpoint, improvement might be regarded as necessary but impossible. It might be that to survive, human society has to alter, but the alteration required is too dramatic and too demanding. Here the choices might be so limited that survival could be brought only at the price of progress. This would represent the end of history in its worst sense. None of these four possibilities can entirely be ruled out. Some of them seem to me to be highly unattractive and, if possible, to be avoided. But I should not like to say with certainty in advance that they can be avoided. They are possible futures for mankind. But Hegel and Marx in their theories of history do seem completely to rule them out. Possibly this is part of the attraction of the Hegelian, Marxist doctrine of history. Perhaps the doctrine stops us thinking about what might be some of the worst consequences of our behavior as a species. We can find reassurance in the Hegelian, Marxist doctrine when things appear to be going badly. But this reassurance might be bought at the price of soberly considering what we might as individuals be able to do in the present to improve our condition. Hegel with the notion of Geist and Marx with the notion of the revolutionary proletariat take responsibility for the future away from individuals and place it in the hands of entities which are seemingly beyond their control. In almost the most technical of senses, Hegel's and Marx's accounts of the end of history are irresponsible ones. Hegel and Marx on international relations. Modern international relations theory has recently taken a normative turn and begun seriously to explore the place of ethics in the relations among states. Such theorists at once reject what was the dominant aspiration in various guises in the discipline, namely the search for objective explanation, and deny the realist contention that talk of morality and ethical principles disguises the underlying motivations, namely power and security. If ethical principles are to play a role in international relations, then they must have some basis of justification. A number of theorists have sought to identify the source of the principles of international ethics in either cosmopolitanism or communitarianism, while suggesting at the same time that these two categories adequately conceptualize normative thinking in international relations since the time of Kant. There are, of course, different types of cosmopolitanism, and Marx is typically identified as one of its main variants along with utilitarianism and Kantianism. Similarly, communitarianism comes in different guises, but Hegel is exemplified as its principal exponent. In order to dissociate the broader implications of modern communitarianism from the specifically Hegelian and idealist versions, such international relations theorists as Mervyn Frost and Chris Brown prefer to use the term constitutive theory. Both authors jettison Hegelian metaphysics and present their own ideas in a secular Hegelianism. Given Marx's denial of state centrality in world politics, his denunciation of inequality and injustice, and the implicit rejection of the established world order in preference for radical change or revolution, Marx has to a large extent, until relatively recent times, been relegated to the margin of the modern international relations community. His main contribution to international relations theory has been to contemporary analyses of imperialism with their emphasis upon the capitalist world. Structure, structural power, and the structural instruments of oppression exercised in the context of the center-periphery relationship. The main difference between Marx's conception of colonialism and the theories of imperialism of modern neo-Marxists is that on the whole Marx, although contemptuous of the particular acts of capitalist colonialists in exploiting the Orient, believed that in the long term capitalist intervention had the effect of raising barbarous societies to the level of history and facilitating progress towards socialism and communism. When looked at in terms of the categories of communitarianism and cosmopolitanism, the theories of Hegel and Marx appear starkly antithetical. In the first section of this essay I present their ideas as representative of communitarianism and cosmopolitanism in international relations. If we drop these categories, however, and focus not upon the end result of a state-centric international system or a cosmopolitan stateless world, but instead upon the way they each view ethical principles in international relations as historically evolving, we see that they are not the polar opposites that they appear to be. In the second section I try to reconcile their theories by emphasizing the historically developing nature of their conceptions of international ethics. Hegel's constitutive theory of international ethics. In brief, Hegel's constitutive theory traces the development of the self-consciousness of the individual through the family, civil society, and the state. The ethical family provides the loving community within which personality can first emerge. Based as it is on unconditional love, it can only provide the starting point for individuality. In civil society, the individual takes responsibility for setting and achieving his own goals in the sphere of private property and the market economy sustained by political institutions. In this sphere, individuals are contestants in competition with each other and experience the law not as of their own making or a reflection of their own will, but instead as an external constraint. The state for Hegel is the realization of spirit and the ethical totality in which the individual has and enjoys his freedom. The individual's freedom is not fully realized, however, until the state itself is recognized by other states. Colonial status denies this recognition and the people are subject to an external power and thus fail to achieve full freedom. It is, for Hegel, with the state that world history must concern itself. For Hegel, the individual can fulfill himself as a moral person only within the state. Freedom is manifest in the state and through the state. Hegel and Marx on international relations. Individuals know themselves as free. Furthermore, however, it is only in the state that the person attains complete recognition and the full realization of his individuality. It is Hegel's theory of individuality, which for him is a technical term, that enables us to elucidate why he believed the international community was necessarily one in which states were the principal actors, and why war had an integral role to play in relations among states, in the ethical development of the individual, and in consolidating the inner strength of the state. Like the individual person, the sovereignty of the state must possess self-certainty and exists only as subjectivity. The truth of subjectivity and of personality can be realized only as a subject and person. The individuality of the state is manifest in the individual person of the constitutional monarch. In an allusion to Kant, Hegel contends that princes and their cabinets are less likely to be swayed by enthusiasms and passions than the people. In other words, Hegel is intimating that to place one's hope in a republican form of government to eliminate war and establish perpetual peace must be forlorn. The sovereign, as the manifestation of the individuality of the state, retains sole responsibility for its relations with other states, each of which is a being for itself independent of the others. This being for itself consists in the independence of the state and is the primary freedom and supreme dignity of the nation. In other words, recognition and hence full self-consciousness depends upon the existence of other states. Each state has a primary and absolute entitlement to be a sovereign and independent power in the eyes of others, i.e., to be recognized by them. This formal entitlement is in itself abstract. Formal recognition depends upon the internal constitution of the state, and external perception of it. Recognition, as for the individual person, entails struggle. To wage war against a state implies that recognition is being denied it, but in fact the very opposite is the case. By waging war, the existence of a state is being acknowledged, and full recognition is conferred when peace is finally agreed. What, then, is required if states are to afford each other mutual recognition and acknowledge their equal right to exist. Hegel's answer is that there must be a family of states such as that which had come into being in modern Europe. We more often than not think of Hegel as the philosopher of the state, but in his philosophy of history what he is really talking about is state systems. World history is the history of nation-states, and these states are characterized in each epoch by a different self-conception which manifests itself as a national principle evident in the social structure, and particularly in the constitution, of designated world historical peoples. What Hegel is talking about is not particular nation-states as such embodying the world spirit but typically systems of states, including those of the Oriental world, particularly China, India, Persia, and Egypt, Greece and Rome, but in his own day of course the state system of the Germanic, or Northern European peoples. This system of states, although politically fragmented, constituted one people. Within this system a balance of power was maintained to protect any one of them from the violence of the powerful, and a diplomacy emerged in which all the members of the great European system, however distant, felt an interest in that which happened to any one of them. It is true to say that a states-based system of international relations is the necessary precipitate of Hegel's philosophy. He says unequivocally, that the state is an individual, and negation is an essential component of individuality. Thus, even if a number of states join together as a family, this league, in its individuality, must generate opposition and create an enemy. For states to renounce their individuality and self-awareness in order to create a new totality for Hegel is almost unthinkable. The state, as we have seen, is the manifestation, or the actuality, of spirit. In this respect it is the absolute power on earth. Although states are individuals, they are not like private persons. Each state is sovereign and completely independent. Private individuals are interdependent in innumerable ways, while the state is largely a self-sustaining whole whose needs can be satisfied internally. In their relations with each other every state is a particular will. The rights of the state are not actualized as a universal will, as those of private persons are in the constitutional powers exercised over them. The rights of a state are actualized in its particular will. The state as a concrete whole has for the content of its particular will its own interest and welfare, which cannot be superseded as those of the individual person can by consciousness of belonging to a greater whole. Its own welfare is the supreme law for a state in its relations with others. This means that in making treaties or in justifying wars the principles that govern the state are not abstract and universal, but actual conditions which affect or threaten its welfare. The justification of the welfare of the state is different from that of the individual person whose existence is abstract in the absence of the ethical life of the state. Hegel argues that the immediate existence of the state as ethical substance, i.e. its right, is directly embodied not in abstract but in concrete existence, and only this concrete existence, rather than any of those many universal thoughts which are held to be moral. Hegel and Marx on International Relations. Commandments, can be the principle of its own action and behavior. Because a state is the determinant of its own interest and welfare, no abstract principles can dictate which among its extensive relations it will be most sensitive about and most easily take to be injured or in breach of agreement. The stronger its individuality, the more likely a state is to take offense at any affront to what it determines as its honor. Where each state views itself as right, there is in international relations a clash of rights because no universal principle can be applied to adjudicate their actual claims. The appointment of arbitrators or mediators is contingent and rests upon the acquiescence or agreement of the particular wills in dispute. In the absence of agreement between sovereign states whose individual wills conflict, war is the means by which disputes are settled. European states constrain each other not only in the declaration of war, but also in its conduct once war has been declared. Like Burke, Hegel has a great deal of faith in the regulatory capacity of custom in international relations. It is not a cosmopolitan ideal or principle that impresses itself upon the individual European states to act humanely in their relations with each other, but primarily their own national customs universalist. It is these, and not international law as such, that constitute the universal aspect of behavior which is preserved under all circumstances. Hegel suggests in fact that, generally speaking, international law rests on social usage. Hegel did believe that international law was obligatory even though it did not have the characteristics of positive state law. It is clear that international law does not have the ethical status of civil law. Civil law expresses the general will of the community, whereas international law expresses the agreement of particular wills on their immediate common welfare. Whereas Hegel was contemptuous of any political theory that based the state upon contract, international law for him did in fact possess the formal nature of contracts in general. International law does not, however, possess the legal status of civil contracts, nor of civil law. The absence of a legitimately constituted sovereign body to guarantee the rights and obligations established under civil contract means that in the international sphere the rights that states derive from their agreements fall short of true actuality. Civil contracts are directly related to the individuality and dependence of citizens and do not constitute the model by which absolutely independent and free nations are to be regulated. Hegel's opinion of the ethical and legal status of interstate agreements is betrayed in his reference to them as so-called international law. In other words, international law is not properly law. It is the expression of several particular wills, and not the result of a general will. Insofar as international contracts fall short of actuality, to what extent are they obligatory? Power may be lacking to enforce international obligations, but this does not mean that there are no obligations. It means that they are unenforceable should a state decide to renege on them. The obligation remains irrespective of the power to enforce its discharge. The foundation of this obligation has two sources. First, national customs, a nation's sense of propriety and decency, will be universalist and held up by it as humanitarian principles. Mutual recognition entails mutual respect. Agreements are of little use per se unless the will exists to keep them. Bernard Bosanquet articulates better what Hegel's theory implies. The state is responsible for organizing the moral organism in which the conditions for the good life of its citizens are sustained. Our very conceptions of humanitarianism and universal principles, in the absence of an international general will, are learned and imparted within the social, cultural, and ethical fabric of the advanced civilized nations. It is the nation from which the ideals emanate, and which constitutes the principal instrument through which to contribute to humanity. Patriotism and humanitarianism are therefore not opposed. The second source of international obligation is the code of customary conduct which will have emerged as a result of the historical relationships into which states have entered, and of the cooperative endeavors that are integral to them, the terms of which may sometimes find formal expression in international law. The fact that there is no determinate system of justice in the international sphere, does not necessarily mean that there is no morality. It should be remembered that for the most part the morality of citizens is not enforced by law, and that the constraints upon conduct are voluntarily subscribed to, at the risk of nothing more than being rebuked, frowned upon, or sent to Coventry, should one transgress. The conduct of citizens in relation to each other is informed by common sympathies and practices that give rise to moral constraints. Although states, unlike citizens, do not belong to an organized whole, they do share common experiences and sympathies that constitute the common Sittlichkeit in which obligations arise, and which, in the words of Viscount Haldane, it is bad form or not the thing to disregard. This is not a dispute about whether war brings beneficial or negative results. In this respect it is not a consequentialist. Hegel and Marx on international relations. Argument. Constraints in war, and the requirements of international law, arise between two or more autonomous states because of mutual recognition and respect, and not because there is a cosmopolitan morality impelling them. As Janet Thompson observes, Hegel's theory is a radical rejection of universal morality and an assertion of the moral primacy of the community. Hegel never saw active service in a war, but during most of his life European states were at war with each other. On the principle that the actual is the rational war, like everything else, has to be accounted for. Unlike Rousseau, who objected to the Abbé de Saint-Pierre's project for perpetual peace on the grounds that it was desirable but impracticable. Hegel objected to Kant's on perpetual peace because it was both undesirable and impracticable. War, for Hegel, is by no means the normal condition of relations between states. Should a clash of rights precipitate armed conflict between states, their shared sense of decency and humane conduct serves to regulate the prosecution of war. War is taken by all parties to be something which ought, once it has started, to come to an end, and therefore all avenues that may facilitate this end should be exempt from attack. Hegel in fact wanted to maintain a clear distinction between civil and military relations. In war, the domestic institutions of the state, family life, and private individuals ought to be allowed to go about their business unimpeded by a foreign enemy. In this respect, Hegel somewhat naively suggests that modern wars are accordingly waged in a humane manner, and persons do not confront each other in hatred. It is important to bear in mind that nothing Hegel says is a justification of any particular war. Each war has its own mundane causes arising from each state's conception of its welfare. Hegel is offering a philosophical explanation and justification of war which, as we have seen, postulates the necessity for struggle in achieving state recognition and individuality, or rational self-consciousness. Furthermore, in sustaining its individuality, the state may be required to prosecute its own case by means of warfare when its rights clash with those of another state. This is only one side of Hegel's explanation of war. The other side is concerned with identifying the importance of war in cementing the relationship between the individual person and the state, and in developing and sustaining the moral integrity of its institutions. It is to this second side that we must now turn, that is, to the internal health of the state as a factor in its relations with other states. The risking of one's life for the state in war serves a number of crucial ethical purposes. First, it impels the individual citizen to recognize and acknowledge that his interests and desires as a member of civil society are only transitory. His own family and civil or economic life depend upon the existence and maintenance of the state. The call upon citizens to make the ultimate sacrifice does not have as its end the protection of the life and property of the citizen. This would be to conceive of the state, as Hobbes does, as a civil society. It is absurd to understand war as the sacrifice of that which war is supposed to safeguard. The individual person who realizes himself only as the citizen of a state is subordinate to the ethical whole, and must dedicate himself to it. The state is a higher individuality in relation to which the rights and interests of individual persons are only transitory. In consequence, the individual has a duty to lay down his life for the state to preserve this substantial individuality. It is the realization of belonging to a greater whole whose preservation is paramount, and which incorporates and transcends the particular wills of its members, that constitutes the ethical moment of war. During long periods of peace, Hegel believes, in contrast with Kant, citizens of a state begin to delude themselves into thinking that the material values of civil society are paramount. This is because during times of peace the state makes few calls upon its citizens, and their private activities can be pursued in relative seclusion. Perpetual peace would lead to the pursuit of individual interest at the expense of the common good. The second ethical function of war, and following directly from the first, is to reinforce the idea that the unity has greater significance than the parts. War, then, as well as impelling the individual person's acknowledgement of belonging to a wider whole, provides the impetus for greater social cohesion. In war, the power of the association of all with the whole is in evidence. This association has adjusted the amount which it can demand from individuals, as well as the worth of what they may do for it of their own impulse and their own heart. Risking one's life for the state is of far greater significance than merely fearing death. Courage in the service of the state is the true valor of a nation in which the individual counts as one among many. Valor, then, is not so much the deed of a particular person as that of a member of a whole. In addition, the propensity for self-interest to become translated into corruption during prolonged periods of peace is mitigated by war. As a result of war, internal dissensions may evaporate and the nation emerge strengthened. War does not merely exist, it is actual, that is, it has a place in the rational development of individual self-consciousness, as Hegel describes it in the phenomenology of spirit, and in the development of the state, as espoused in the philosophy of right. Whereas empirically the occasion and justification of war may be fortuitous and contingent, or accidental, philosophically war has a rationale consistent with the development of world spirit. Marx's cosmopolitanism. Marx and Engels did not address themselves directly to formulating a fully developed theory of international relations. They did, however, write a great deal about the propensity for capitalism to develop worldwide markets, on specific incidents and events involving colonies and their colonizers, on the ideas of a nation and class, and in addition, Engels was fascinated with military history. It is from these sources that we are able to construct the theory that is only intimated in their work. Furthermore, if Marx is a cosmopolitan thinker, there must be some firmer basis for a world community than class cohesiveness. After all, the community towards which he looks forward is classless. What sort of cosmopolitanism is Marx advocating? Broadly speaking, cosmopolitanism can be distinguished into two types: institutional cosmopolitanism and moral cosmopolitanism. Communitarian critics of cosmopolitanism usually launch their attacks on the institutional kind, arguing for the necessity of the concepts of national community and national identity. Although the implications of a classless and stateless world seem to be the unity of the human race in a moral rather than institutional cosmopolitanism, it is by no means inevitable in the works of Marx and Engels that nations and communities will disappear. In a letter to Babel, for example, Engels wrote, "As soon as it becomes possible to speak of freedom, the state as such ceases to exist. We would therefore propose to replace state everywhere by community." Kubelkova and Cruikshank also find it difficult to accept that after the revolution there would be no division of the world into communities. They point out that Marx, in Das Kapital, Volume 3, acknowledged the possibility of there being variations in the way in which the common mode of production exhibited itself in surface manifestations. Similarly, they contend that Engels even allowed for minimum inequalities to surface in the conditions of life from one community to another. What has to provide the basis of Marx's cosmopolitanism is his notion of human essence. Marx does have a notion of what he calls species being. Species being is the essence of life and finds expression when a person is in harmony with nature. The person expresses this species being in the things that he or she makes, whether they are artistic creations or products for consumption. When the capitalist takes away the object of labor and gives wages in return, the laborer becomes alienated from his or her species being. This process, Marx suggests, undermines the laborer's superiority over animals and transforms it into an inferior relationship. People are deprived of nature, the very thing to which they stand in an intimate relation. Nature is, for Marx, the inorganic body of the person. It is that which is formed and transformed as an expression of his or her species being. As Marx suggests, a direct consequence of man's alienation from the product of his work, from his life's activity, and from his species' existence, is the alienation of man from man. Marx's notion of species being or species existence implies that there is an ideal of humanity from which man has become alienated. He seems to have a universal and transcendental idea of what man should be in opposition to what man had become at that time. Bertel Ohlmann, Norman Garros, and Lawrence Wilde have all argued that Marx does have a conception of human essence, in relation to which the concept of alienation has to be understood. For Wilde, this essence consists in that which differentiates human beings from animals, that is, their capacity for creative production that can be distinguished and identified only in its manifestations in history. This essence is one which changes with history in that the capacity for creativity finds new expression as circumstances change. The human essence, for example, can become manifest in political activity, but the origin and genesis of the manifestation will be more deeply rooted in civil society, and in particular in the organization of production. Alienation on this interpretation is the alienation of the human essence of creative activity that occurs within the process of commodity production. the existence of a cosmopolitan community based on this idea of human essence is impeded not only by alienation, which is a consequence of being at the mercy of impersonal structures and forces of human creation, but also by exploitation of one group by another through the control of the labor power of another for profit, and estrangement of communities or nations from each other because of suspicion and hostility. Capitalism was the first truly international mode of production, which broke down national barriers to the exploitation of a world market. The impetus for such expansion is the competition among capitalists for resources, cheap labor, and investment opportunities. Conflict between capitalists is inherent in the system. Marx often refers to this competition as war. In order to survive the cyclical patterns of boom, Hegel and Marx on international relations and recession, capitalists have desperately to search for ways to cut costs and open up new markets. Capitalist international expansionism at the same time gave rise to an international working class. The war among capitalists is mitigated by their united or common class interest, conflict against the proletariat. Marx and Engels were not concerned with globalization developed by relations among states, although they were aware of the importance of such relations in the past and of conquest in creating larger political entities. Globalization under capitalism, however, was of much greater significance. Of all the modes of production to emerge prior to socialism, only capitalism had the potential and capacity to encompass the whole world in its system of productive relations. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels argued that under capitalism a world market had been established which had given considerable impetus to the development of communications, commerce, and navigation. Because of the exploitation of the world market, production and consumption in each country had taken on a cosmopolitan character. As Marx says, in place of the old wants, satisfied by the productions of the country, we find new wants, requiring for their satisfaction the products of distant lands and climes. Capitalist values became universalist over the whole world and effectively broke down national barriers. The continuous improvements in the instruments of production along with the enhanced means of communication gave capitalism an irresistible impetus which dragged even barbarous nations into the sphere of civilization. Marx argues that, while on the one hand capital must thus seek to pull down every local barrier to commerce, i.e. to exchange, in order to capture the whole world as its market, on the other hand it strives to destroy space by means of time, i.e. to restrict to a minimum the time required for movement from one place to another. The more developed capitalism was, and thus the more extensive the market through which it circulates and which constitutes the spatial route of its circulation, the more it will aspire to greater extension in space for its market, and thus to greater destruction of space by time. Capitalism compelled all nations to comply with bourgeois methods of production and to adopt bourgeois values. In one word, it creates a world after its own image. National self-sufficiency and local parochialism are replaced by international interdependence. This universalization of capitalist values was achieved at both the material and intellectual levels. Local literature, he maintained, gave way to an international literature. Just as the mode of production to which the bourgeoisie was related was universal in its scope, the class which it brought into being, and which would ultimately destroy it, was itself truly universal. The state itself, which was so central in the international system for Hegel, was described by Marx and Engels as an instrument of the ruling class employed to regulate competition among themselves and to oppress the proletariat. This does not mean that they believed that it was consciously employed in this manner, merely that it is an expression of class interest, no doubt mistakenly believed by the bourgeoisie to represent the interests of all. At other times the state was described by Marx and Engels as constituting a bureaucracy with its own interests attempting to alleviate and mediate class conflict in order to sustain its own power. Either way, the state was something to which the proletariat owed nothing more than a strategic allegiance. The primary loyalty of the proletarian was to his class, rather than to the nation or the state. The sufferings of the proletariat were universal, and its emancipation must also be universal. the conditions of subjection were the same everywhere under capitalism, and in consequence the worker had been stripped of every vestige of national character. In their struggles against the bourgeoisie, the proletarians of all countries had a common interest independent of national ties. Even though the aim was to rid the world of class conflict, the level at which the struggle took place between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie was at first the national level. The proletariat of each country must, of course, first of all settle matters with its own bourgeoisie. Modern nationalism was for Marx and Engels bourgeois. It was the territorial consolidation by the bourgeoisie of their economic, social and political power under the auspices of the sovereign nation-state. Along with the consolidation of capitalist power, the modern nation-state and a national proletariat were necessary, but nevertheless transitory phases in the development of history. Although the emphasis and the force of the argument changes after the nationalist revolutions of Marx was consistent in maintaining the universal character of capitalism, which could not be constrained by national boundaries, and the universal interest of the proletariat. Only under capitalism was this universality possible. As nationalist aspirations became stronger as a force which simply had to be reckoned with, both Marx and Engels had to acknowledge that national self-determination was indispensable to the development of socialism. Their view was consequentialist in the sense that if a certain development, including nationalism, contributes to the development of history and not to its regression, that is, if the overall consequences are favorable, then it is to be valued and encouraged. Initially, Marx and Engels were on the whole hostile to nationalist movements because they were potentially retrogressive and retarded the development and demise of capitalism. Initially, for example, Marx believed that Irish nationalism would inhibit the growth of capitalism both in England and Ireland. He urged Irish workers to join the Chartist cause, which he thought would perpetrate a workers' revolution and simultaneously liberate Ireland. With the increasing number of Irish emigrants forced by famine to seek their fortune in English cities, an antagonism arose between English and Irish workers. Ireland was firmly placed on the British political agenda with the resurgence of Fenianism, and more importantly, nor did it any longer appear a progressive stance for Marx and Engels. They came to believe that Irish nationalism could be used to undermine British aristocratic landed interests in both Ireland and Britain by breaking down the last remnants of feudalism. Nationalist movements, then, could be commensurate with the development of socialism. If nationalist movements were progressive, that is, if they promoted the development of socialism, they could be accepted. If they were regressive, that is, likely to inhibit the growth of socialism, they had to be condemned. The nation provided a suitable context for generating capitalist growth, and that is why both Marx and Engels supported German and Italian unification. As Petrus contends, Marx and Engels supported national self-determination under particular conditions but never as a binding principle. Oppressed nations had first to achieve national liberation before the proletariat could liberate themselves from the bourgeoisie. With Marx, materialism rather than nationalism provided the basis for understanding societies, and class became the essential form of group cohesion for analysis. Conflict between classes, rather than between states, constituted the central focus for Marx's conception of history. As Williams succinctly puts it, Marx sees politics not from the perspective of one national state but from the perspective of a progressive view of history with the international working class as its agent. Whereas the categories of cosmopolitanism and communitarianism may have a certain rhetorical force, they are highly misleading as rigorous concepts with which to explore international relations theory. Kant, for example, is the exemplar of cosmopolitanism, yet his theory of international relations incorporates a very slender element of cosmopolitanism. His theory is based upon three types of right being simultaneously operational. First, constitutional right, that is republican governments internal to states. Second, international right, that is the rights that states have in their relations with each other. And third, cosmopolitan right, which essentially amounts to the right of hospitality as one human to another. Marx's version of cosmopolitanism is one in which the universal moral community has little or no place until the end of a process considerably enhanced and facilitated by the particularistic circumstances of capitalism. Communitarianism is said to hold that the individual is fulfilled within the states and that nothing more could be added to the human consciousness of freedom by forms of association higher than the state. But this, of course, is not even Hegel's position. Recognition by other states in the society of Germanic or Northern European states is a necessary requirement of self-consciousness of human freedom. The British idealists went even further and suggested that the moral community could increasingly be extended even beyond the state, a position they found both desirable and possible. Historically developing criterion. If we change the terms of reference and talk in terms of universalism and particularism, we find that both Hegel's communitarianism and Marx's cosmopolitanism have elements of both. O'Neill suggests, for example, that Hegel embeds the stages of particularity in the history of more inclusive universal reason. Marx, on the other hand, while holding some notion of a universal human essence, traces its manifestations in the particularities of distinct historical epochs. They both see history as the gradual unfolding of freedom in the world. They are both historicists but not relativists. Both have an ideal of human nature in that humans are deemed by both to have a capacity to attain freedom, and both believe that the historical process in which the stages of attainment are manifest reveal not one universal nature, but changing natures constituted by the historical conditions. Each of the stages is an inadequate attainment of freedom. Because each has the idea of human freedom as his guiding principle, each is able to make judgments about the merits of one epoch over another. For Hegel, moral duty and moral standards, apart from the historical circumstances of social and political life in relation to which they developed, are mere abstractions. Practical principles arise in connection with the activities of individuals in their social and political relations. It is only within an ethical order, or ethical actuality, that individuals can exercise their right to follow their subjective consciences. Within Hegel and Marx on international relations. Such an order or community, the determination of one's moral duty is relatively easy. The person must simply do what is prescribed, expressly stated, and known to him within his situation. Understanding practical and rational principles is not a matter of explaining their origin. The historical origin of something may be very different from its philosophical significance. The reason why an institution or practice originally arose may be very different from its philosophical significance. In other words, we want to know, not the origin, but the process by which our institutions and principles come to be what they are. It is a process of emendation. The beginning cannot explain the end, but the end of the process does explain the beginning. Like Burke, then, Hegel denies the possibility of constructing a politically stable state on abstract a priori principles. In this respect, there can be no ideal constitution or political institutions universally applicable irrespective of time and circumstance. A constitution, for example, will reflect the character and development of the self-consciousness of a particular nation, and must therefore be more than a product of thought. Each nation accordingly has the constitution appropriate to itself. The same is also true of a nation's penal code, which Hegel takes to be a product of its time and of the current condition of civil society. It follows, for Hegel, that harsh punishments are not unjust in and for themselves, but are proportionate to the conditions of their time. A criminal code cannot be valid for every age, and crimes are semblances of existence which can meet with greater or lesser degrees of repudiation. The criteria of conduct which states observe in their relations with other states are, like the internal constitution of a state, historically developing. Of all those peoples in antiquity, the Greeks and the Jews loved freedom most, but even they did not look upon other peoples as equally worthy of existence. The Greeks viewed other peoples as barbarians, while the Jews simply looked upon non-Jews as other, Gentiles. The fact that a consciousness of national individuality was not widespread and that the reciprocal acknowledgement of each people's right to an essential existence was lacking, Rome had no sense of the equality of the right to exist. After the destruction of Carthage, Rome's relations with other nations, which had originally been respectful, were characterized by pure force. Although we have a universalist humanitarianism in Marx with an emphasis upon human essence, this essence is really no more than a capacity, which in terms of content and realization wholly depends upon the historical process. Marx is in fact, along with Hegel, best understood as an exponent of an historically developing international ethics. For him, human nature is not something given, but develops over time, not in accordance with any absolute standards of morality, but in accordance with the type of society in which people live. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx denies any suggestion of an eternal human essence. He says, communism abolishes eternal truths, it abolishes all religions and all morality, instead of constituting them on a new basis, it therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical experience. He is in fact suggesting that everything is the product of prevailing circumstances, and ultimately of the prevailing mode of production. He does, in fact, explicitly deny that there is a universal human nature. He argues that every century has its peculiar nature, it also produces its peculiar natural men. History constitutes a continuous transformation of human nature and undermines any claim that a universal morality can reside in an absolute human essence. In the master-slave section of Hegel's Phenomenology, one of the most important points to arise was that individuality for the slave was attained through work. Individuality was given an enduring and objective form by means of working upon the world. The self-conscious individual was self-realizing. Hegel's significant achievement, in Marx's view, was to comprehend man's development as a process. Marx says of Hegel, that he thus grasps the nature of work and comprehends objective man, authentic because actual, as the result of his own work. Because individuality entailed a struggle for recognition at the level of consciousness, Hegel failed to identify the foundation of self-consciousness in the material conditions of life. In other words, he failed to identify self-consciousness with the prevailing modes of production and the relations to which they gave rise. For Marx, then, it is only by means of the historical process that man becomes a human being. At the outset he was merely a generic being who belonged to a tribe or herd. For Marx, the way in which production is organized is of crucial importance because it expressed the life of human beings. The mode of life, as Marx calls it, is what people are. People are what they do, in the ways in which they express themselves, they are themselves. This is a crucial and pivotal aspect of Marx's thought because here we have the reason economics is important to the understanding of social existence. He summed up his position in the following terms. As individuals express their life, so they are. What they are, therefore, coincides with what they produce and how they produce. The nature of individuals thus depends on the material conditions which determine their production. Hegel and Marx on international relations. It is true that some of Marx's characterizations of human action and motivation under capitalism comply with the picture of human nature assumed by realists. When Marx discusses these characteristics, they are clearly specific to capitalism, and therefore historically confined. Marx suggests that capitalism has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment. It needs to be emphasized, then, that morality is not an absolute standard, but is integrally related to the mode of production and its associated society. Injustice and justice only have meaning and sense relative to the historical epoch and mode of production with which they are associated. Thus slavery is just within the ancient mode of production because it is integral to that system of life. To criticize the ancient world for being based on slavery is futile. Transactions between people are just when they are the natural consequences of the system of relations of a particular mode of production. Thus, because capitalism presupposes the idea of voluntary action in the making of contract, slavery, on the basis of the capitalist mode of production, is unjust, so is fraud in the quality of commodities. The material conditions of life are the foundation of all other relations, including moral relations. When this is translated into the international sphere, As well as defining the relations between individuals, the mode of production defines relations in the international sphere. The types of relations which states enjoy are nothing other than the expression of a particular division of labor. And must not these change when the division of labor changes? In the Grundriss, Marx implicitly subscribed to Hegel's view that history was nothing other than the development of consciousness in the world. History, then, was the progressive revelation of freedom. Its progress was to be distinguished into three phases. The first primitive stage was characterized by relations of dependency, whether within the family, the tribe, or under feudalism by dependency upon a lord. The early forms of social relations were characterized by a herd instinct, or common consciousness. Individuals were barely distinguishable from nature, which appeared to them as an irresistible and mighty force. Progress in freeing themselves from nature and thus developing the capacities that distinguished humans from animals had hardly begun. At this level of consciousness, societies were estranged from each other, and each was the source of the other's difficulties. These primitive communities entered into disputes over land occupation and displaced each other from their territories of settlement. War, for these primitive settlements, was a unifying force. Communal labor, which was necessary for occupying the land in order to sustain life, was also necessary to defend that occupation against those who threatened to displace your own community. Any notion of belonging to a common species, or of conceiving larger and inclusive moral orders, was beyond the capacity of these primitive humans. Universal moral ties were inconceivable. These primitive communities were superseded by higher forms of association effected by conquest, in which estrangement between communities was replaced by a hierarchical and more inclusive social structure which gave rise to estrangement between classes. The conquerors dominated the conquered and established new conditions of production, and gave rise to larger inclusive communities. The second form of human association was distinguished by relations of mutual independence. The development of exchange relations which at first arose between communities, was in addition to war the mechanism by which the internal structure of primitive communities became transformed. The money economy transforms the relations of personal dependence into those of an apparent greater independence characterized under capitalism, for example, by freely contracting individuals exchanging labor power and capital. Under conditions of mutual independence, productive capacities were enhanced. The human was liberated from nature and learned to dominate it and harness its productive potential. This individual freedom was in fact illusory, and one form of domination was succeeded by another. It was the capitalist structure itself that now dominated individuals by impersonal forces, and what appeared to be personal independence simply generated a total dependence of individuals upon a worldwide market. In addition, what appeared to be a universal community of a common species was merely related by money, and not by universal moral ties. The formal freedom and equality that capitalism posits, and effectively negates by class domination, an oppressive division of labor, and the tyranny of the market, are nevertheless of crucial importance in the development of socialism and communism. The third phase of social development realizes the freedom and equality that was only potential in the second mode of association. It was a phase in which national and social barriers were surmounted and a truly international and universal moral society established, namely a classless and stateless international society devoid of the forms of alienation to which capitalism gave rise. Hegel and Marx on International Relations. In the preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx contends that, in the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. Each successive mode of production marks a stage in the economic development of society. He distinguishes four such stages before socialism: the Asiatic, ancient slave economies, feudal serf economies, and the capitalist bourgeois mode of production. There was no suggestion that every society had to follow this line of development, nor that stages could not be skipped. Similarly, remnants of previous stages could coexist with later stages in any one society, and between societies the whole range could be coexistent. Countries in the contemporaneous world exhibited the Asiatic mode of production at the same time as Europe exhibited fully developed capitalism. Conclusion. When the details of Marx's theory in particular are explored, he looks much more like a communitarian or constitutive theorist than a cosmopolitan. The apparent mutual exclusiveness of these categories makes them ill-equipped in terms of which to understand Marx's ideas. When we use the categories of cosmopolitanism and communitarianism to explore the theories of international relations of Hegel and Marx, we find that the states-based international system of Hegel, with its emphasis upon individuality, recognition, and international rights, stands in marked contrast to Marx's emphasis upon a stateless international community in which alienation, exploitation and estrangement are overcome in a universal moral community. On the other hand, when we shift the emphasis to particularism and universalism, we are able to bring the thought of Hegel and Marx much closer together on the question of international ethics. In both theories, ethical constraints in international relations are constituted by the historical process.